Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Ran a Villain Café? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 11. Summary. Well, they're having fun? Notes. I don't want to update this on Monday, so here's a new chapter. A lil warning. One sentence of Mr. Compress backstory that isn't in the anime. I didn't mention the name, but it's better to tell you guys, right? Tongue sticking out. Edited July 17th, 2023. Beta by Love. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The eyes of all his latest friends? Mr. Compress, Magna, Twice, and Spinner are on him right when he steps through the door. The only one missing from the group is Stain, but it is his patrol time after all, and he didn't say for sure that he was going to join the league. What? Why are you here? Don't answer that. Oh, bunny boy. Why is he with Shiggy? A chaos. Come to think of it, Izuku never told anyone that he knew the League of Villains. And when they talked to him about leaving a gang, starting a new life, or making a decision, Izuku never thought about them joining Tamura. That's why Tamura and Kurogiri have been quiet the whole week. They were recruiting and choosing suitable people to be their members. Izuku looks around the room. Mr. Compress is chatting with Kurogiri at the bar counter. Magna, Twice, and Spinner have their own corner to stand in. Toga is playing with her knife on the leather couch. And of course, Dabi. Izuku meets his intense blue eyes briefly before he averts them back to Tamura. He hasn't seen him since, what? Before the sports festival? Dabi is sitting next to Toga, and he's staring at Izuku with an unreadable face. Then, the Todorokis really like to do that. Tamura, with how good a leader he is, throws a job at him instantly. Oi, quiet. Now be nice to each other. Introduce yourself or whatever people do these days. I'm gonna go and water my crops upstairs. So if you want something, don't ask me. Ask him. A finger points at Izuku. With that, he goes to leave the room. But before he takes a few steps, he turns back to whisper in Izuku's ear. You probably know all of them already, so go do your thing. And then he's out of the room, closing the door in his face. Izuku gapes. Did this guy just leave his team to Izuku? Before he can think of what to do, he gets tackled down to the floor. Oof. What the hell? Izuku looks at the culprit to see Dabi above him with a disappointing frown. What dash? Dabi cuts him off with a hug. The reason I didn't hang out with you anymore was because I was considering joining this group, 'cause it's easier to achieve my goal somewhat. Then Stain got spotted with the league and I was like, I want to follow him. And then I had the realization that associating with those villains from the cafe is dangerous enough for you. I didn't want the hand guy to know you and... I don't know. He rambles against Izuku's fluffy hair. Izuku pats his kind of brother's back sympathetically. Seriously, Dabi needs to speak up about what he's thinking sometimes. If not just so Izuku doesn't have some bad thoughts of his own, like thinking that he's leaving Izuku. See Dabi? I told you to tell him. Toga pouts. Oh, so she must have followed the fire user here, and had gone along with the plan to leave some distance between him and them. He hears Mr. Compress clear his throat. What a nice reunion. He claps his hands. Sorry for interrupting, but doesn't Bunny have a policy where he doesn't join any villains groups? That's an interesting question. Not that I care or anything. Twice chimes in. He also sees Magna and Spinner nod along as well. Izuku peels himself out from underneath Dabi, who glares at him one last time before he gets up to stand against the wall behind Izuku like the cool, badass villain he's supposed to be. Well, it's nice to see you guys again. To answer your question, I'm really not part of the league. They pay me to do stuff just like other people do. I just like to be around and I'm kind of friends with Tamura. He explains with his usual smile. I can confirm that he is, in fact, not our member, Kurogiri adds. Everyone seems to be satisfied with the answer. Izuku doesn't understand why people prefer him to be on his own and not with anyone. Maybe so that nobody starts a war to get Izuku on their side? Probably. Speaking of work. So what does Tamura want to do? He never told me anything, Izuku asks. He walks to sit down on the couch. Dabi uses that chance to play with his hair by starting to work on the knots. Izuku leans into the touch. He said something about summer camp and kidnapping some kid. I think that's it. Magna answers with uncertainty. Why do villains like to kidnap kids? Is that a standard nowadays? That reminds him of Mind Heist, who said he would be back soon. When is soon? Even though Izuku actually only met the villain for like 10 minutes last year and not including the texting and video calling almost every day, he misses him. Izuku really wants to meet him face to face again and maybe give him a hug, or say thank you to him. There wouldn't be Izuku today if Mind Heists didn't accidentally kidnap him that day. Didn't he say something else too? Spinner asks. Wait, is there anyone who actually pays attention to their leader? I don't think so. I didn't listen to him at all. Izuku has to stifle a laugh when he sees Kurogyari sighing to himself. Then he remembers what he wanted to do before he even knew that they were in the league. Never mind. You guys are free after this, right? Everyone turns to him. Izuku pulls out a notebook from under his hoodie and slams it down on the table in front of him. He looks up with wide, sparkly eyes. I have some questions about your quirks. 2 hours later sees 5 thick notebooks filled to the brim. Izuku thanks them by bringing the group to the cafe and making them their favorite coffees and some beef curry, made with a little help from Dabi. They all eat together in his large kitchen. Izuku's definitely addicted to the feeling of eating with as many people as possible. Probably because of him living with only his mother and no friends his entire childhood. When he gets the opportunity, he always invites at least 2 to 3 villains to eat with him. Thankfully, they never have a reason to refuse a free delicious meal. He's cleaning up when he gets a call from All for One? When did he even get his number? He walks away from the others and answers. Yes, sensei? Hello, Izuku. I wanted to know your thoughts on Tamura's new group. Why does he always call him by his first name? I know all of them personally, so I think they'll make a great team. That's good to hear. Silence. Anything else? Yeah, Izuku's the only one who talks like this and is still alive, luckily. What do you feel about me giving them a mission? Izuku can hear the amusement in his voice. And the request is surprising coming from All for One. He usually just uses his own underlings to do his dirty work. He guesses the guy just wants to know how they work together. What is it? Bank heist. What? Do you need more money? Is that a good question to ask a 200-year-old supervillain who definitely has an underground empire? Come on now, it's a test. Bank robbery is basic for every villain group. Isn't that too easy? I can do that by myself. Twice asks. Honestly, Izuku thinks All for One is messing with him. He can make up like 10 plans for each one of them to complete the heist solo already. Izuku can make it harder so the old guy can see that they are capable and useful to him. AFO may act like he doesn't want to care about what Tamura does, but he's basically his son, even with the way he raised him. Izuku searches through all the files on his laptop while the League members, except Tamura and Kurogyari, exchange comments and ideas. Finally, he finds what he's looking for. How about the Hero Public Safety Commission's bank? Dabi and Mr. Compress come to stand behind him and look at the screen in interest. Toga perks up. Ooh, what's that? Can I get a commission worker's blood? I've never heard of it before, Magna says. It looks like a normal bank, but the commission owns it. So basically the money is theirs. You guys break in? The heroes will be there within a minute. Challenging enough. Izuku giggles when he turns around to see everyone looking. Let's go right now. Dabi declares. Do these people want to die? Turns out, Tamura doesn't know about the heist. And Sensei wants to keep it that way. All for One said that he'll be busy today, so they can do whatever they want without their leader. Which ultimately leads to the rest of the league arguing about what to wear, because they want to do it incognito. They can do a face reveal later at the summer camp. Let's wear neon colors. Come on, me and Big Sis Magna want to wear the pink one. Toga throws a neon pink bodysuit at Spinner's face, who looks at it in disgust. Can I quit now? Spinner groans. Twice shoves another green neon jacket into his hand. Looks cool. It looks so stupid. Dabi pokes a neon shirt like it's Endeavor merch. This guy's closet probably has only black outfits like he's some edgy emo boy on the internet. Mr. Compress just admires his new favorite coat that's too bright for Izuku to look at. And Izuku? He's handing Mind Heist's black unlimited money card to the store owner. She smiles widely at him when he says she can take as much money from the card as she wants, as long as she doesn't say anything about what happened here. He's sure she recognizes some of them. But hey, money is a good deal. Izuku won't join them on their heist, of course. He doesn't want a repeat of the human trafficking incident last year. He's already finished the analysis of the heroes that walk around the bank, and some of the other heroes that he predicts will come when they get the alarm of danger. It looks fun and challenging enough for his friends, but Izuku's worried things will go wrong. Izuku was worried for nothing. He should trust his and the league's skill more, honestly. He's sitting at the corner booth in a cat cafe not too far away from the bank. It's far enough, however, that the people won't need to be evacuated if things go pear-shaped. He's petting a big, fluffy, gray Persian cat that is curled up on his lap while watching the live stream on his laptop, headphones in and his back to the wall so no one can see the screen. Dabi has a camera attached to his shirt so Izuku can see everything. Toga somehow convinced Dabi and Spinner to wear neon outfits too, so they're all wearing neon clothes, sunglasses, a wig or hairspray, and black face masks. To be honest, they look kind of cool. Izuku thought they would do it the normal and easy way, he just go in, get the money, then get out. But no. Twice kicks the door open and they walk in like they're on a runway. And like the dramatic people they are, they stop in the middle of the room and pose. And the workers just stare. "What's up, citizens?" Mr. Compress steps forward, throws his marbles in the air, and 2 machine guns fall down to his hands. People start screaming in the background. And after that is just more chaos. Mr. Compress fires the gun randomly but avoids civilians. Dabi releases a blast of fire to block the exit when people try to run. And Toga stabs one of the commission's workers, who Izuku recalls vaguely having a history of corruption. Okay, he will pretend not to see that. Spinner, Magna, and one of Twice's clones go to find the money while the other 3 stay in the main room. Heroes should be coming in the next minutes or so. Izuku sips his chocolate and banana smoothie while watching them like he's watching a movie. And of course he suddenly remembers why he chose this bank in the first place. Izuku puts the cat down, closes his laptop, and walks quietly to the restroom. With no other way to communicate with them, Izuku pulls out his phone. Dabi picks up immediately. "Bunny, there's a row of bank computers to your left, right?" Izuku asks in a hurry. He's afraid that the heroes will arrive before Dabi has a chance to do what Izuku is about to ask of him. "Yeah, why? Do any of them not need a password?" "Wait, there's one." Izuku sighs in relief. It's probably the best and only chance to get his hands on HPSC information. "Great. Now listen and do exactly what I say. The commission's bank officer is likely to have the same access to the database as other commission workers. You need to click on the..." Izuku proceeds to explain how to find what he's looking for. He hears someone, maybe Spinner, shouting that the heroes have arrived. "Stay low, Dabi, your life is more important than fighting them." Alright. Section 384. Type in your hacking sheet code and done. Izuku hears Dabi SCK in his breath. "Is this? How did you know about this?" "God, this is like everything. I'm gonna go back and worship you." Izuku splutters and blushes, then quickly tells Dabi to transfer the data. What's he transferring? Nothing much, just all of the confidential data about all currently active heroes. All meaning literally everything. Things they hide from the public, private information, literally anyone who gets this information can end many people's careers. Copy all of that to my USB drive and get out. Thankfully Izuku had snuck in and put the drive in Dabi's coat before the heist. Izuku doesn't really need all of the information, but it's better to be safe than sorry. And it would take too long for Dabi to find and then transfer the things he did need. Hopefully all of the information will have at least something about Endeavor for Dabi's project. And he himself wants Hawk's information. He's a little bit curious about the hero. Izuku ends the call and walks back to his seat. He hopes they get out fine. This stunt to rob the Commission's property probably is enough to satisfy all for one's unknown standards. As he walks back to his table, he spots someone familiar playing with the cat he had been petting earlier. Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku looks at his phone and sees that it's already past the time where school has ended. Shudo probably will be at the cafe soon. He should go back and check in with the league there. But before that, "Hi, Shinsaku-kun." Izuku smiles at him. The purple-haired boy jumps and looks up. He almost glares at Izuku but stops himself. "Who dash? Did you get in?" "The hero course. I was rooting for you, you know? Well, you and Shudo." "Hee, you probably saw the clip." Shinso looks so confused. But it seems like he decides to focus on the rooting part. He blushes lightly. They said the next term." He clears his throat. "Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with them." "Thank you for not cheering for me." Izuku giggles. "That's great. I'll see you later." With that, he grabs his things and goes back to his cafe, leaving the even more confused Shinso alone. "Oh my god. That was fun," Magna says excitedly while high-fiving Toga, who won't stop bouncing while throwing money at Twice. The guy will probably get suffocated soon by the pile of money on top of him. Dabi and Spinner disappear into the kitchen to find some cold beer. And Mr. Compress is sipping his red wine and looking at the money thoughtfully. Izuku checks on the files he got from Dabi. He needs to be careful where he reads it. Villains in the cafe sometimes are more nosy than they should be. He also doesn't know what to do with the money. Nobody around him seems to need it that much. And they don't like the idea of giving it back. Then Shudo, who doesn't mind these strangers and is leaning on Izuku, speaks up. "Give it to some cat rescue place." "I thought you're a dog person," Dabi says in betrayal. "There's a dog rescue organization around." "Heya, Shudo-kun. I like cats too. Cats are rude. Dogs are better. I vote for dogs. You guys have no taste. Cats are kings and queens to us mere humans." Izuku stares at them arguing in a deadpan expression. "Guys." They shut up and turn to him. "They're a place called Animal Rescue Centers. You know why? Because they have all kinds of animals? Obviously. You go to that place and they have both. Let's go now, come on." They all scramble to follow him like ducklings follow their mother. "Hey, that homeless girl looks sad. Let's throw her some money." "Isn't that a prostitute? We can still give her the money and walk away, duh." They end up giving most of the money to random homeless people. Luckily, with his quirk, Compress, they don't have to do multiple trips back and forth and waste all of their time walking because Kurogyari is busy. A satisfied smile forms behind the magician's mask along the way when they give away the money. Grandfather would be proud, he thought. Mysterious villain group robs bank, then gives money away. Various anonymous reports state that local animal rescue centers and homeless people around Mizudafu have received money from the as-of-yet unnamed neon group of villains that robbed the HPSC bank last week. Local authorities are certain that the money is the same that was stolen, but when approached, most said that they will not return the money. Many are debating for both sides of this ordeal, including, "Goddammit, they forgot to change out of those eye-catching outfits." On the other side of the city, Kurogyari. "What the F did they do without me?" Notes. Tumblr. Source, Imager.com. I was watching Mr. Beast when I'm writing this chapter. I want to draw the whole gang but it's too much XD. Here's Toga instead. Next chapter, they all do their things at summer camp. So Izuku finds something to do. Chapter 12. Summary. Guess who's back? Laughing face. Notes. Thank you so much for all the comments, kudos, bookmarks, and hits. I appreciate it. This chapter is more like a filler, but the place will be used in the future. Maybe? See the end of the chapter for more notes. Izuku wakes up feeling lazy. He still can't believe he'll be alone for the whole week. Shudo, of course, will be at the summer camp. So is the League of Villains. Tamura wants them to be at the hideout early to brief them on the plan. After that, they will settle somewhere at the camp. Izuku wants to be mad at Tamura. He doesn't even tell Izuku that he brings two unstable, sadistic sociopaths and someone younger than Izuku to this mission. If it weren't for Izuku's puppy eyes that he used on Dabi to tell him, he wouldn't know. And everyone said he shouldn't be there. Come on, Izuku's literally with them all the time. He always said no, but the villains still brought him with them. Why is this time different? Afraid Izuku would get lost in the forest? Well, actually, he probably would. Izuku sighs into the comforter. He doesn't want to get up yet, so he snuggles against the warm body. An arm throws over his side and pulls him closer. The other hand is on Izuku's head, tugging his hair and scratching his scalp gently. If he were a cat, he would have purr at the sensation. Izuku breathes in the fresh, kind of fruity cologne. It makes him immediately think of a successful man with power and money. Literally an expensive scent, and he loves it. Izuku nuzzles and leans in more. Body? Hand? Men's cologne? Isn't he alone right now? His body goes still, but the person next to him doesn't seem to notice. Calm down, Izuku. Okay, it can't be Shudo. Dabi isn't here. The whole league isn't here. Stain is on the other side of the country. Reaper? The shadow duo? No idea where they are, but definitely not here. Izuku slowly opens his eyes. He carefully glances up to see those pretty ruby red eyes staring back at him fondly. Good morning, Bunny. Mind Heist greets and boops him on the nose. What does Izuku do? He squeaks, jumps back and falls out of bed. Tetsuya peers down at his boy, who stares at him with his adorable shining big green eyes. They look at each other for a moment before Izuku blushes, turns around, and dashes inside the bathroom. He chuckles at that. Bunny is really a cute nickname that fits perfectly with the boy. Tetsuya lays back on the mattress to wait for Izuku to come out. He thinks back to last year when they first met. He doesn't know if he or Izuku is the lucky one. He remembered he caught a glimpse of a rooftop in the boy's mind when he used his quirk. Honestly, he thinks it's a good choice to kidnap the little bunny. Can it even be called kidnapping when you make someone's life better? Look where he is, the best barista, the famous analyst, a charming kid who captivated all of the villains' hearts just by smiling and talking with them. He doesn't need to kidnap Izuku that day, but it's the best decision he's ever made. Since he never did anything with his boy except throw him all the money and send him everything that he saw in America. Today he plans to go out and do something that dad and son would do. Wait, he's only 10 years older than Izuku. They can be brothers. Actually, brother sounds a lot better. He isn't that old to become a dad. Tetsuya looks up from his phone to see Izuku poke his head through the door. He's wearing the outfit that he prepared for him. It's an even more limited All Might hoodie, which they produced only 5 around the whole world. He managed to win it at an auction yesterday. Izuku looks so cute in the oversized hoodie, matching it with a pair of leggings and a Nike Air Jordan 1 High original sneakers. He loves spoiling his little bunny. Is this what parents feel like? He wouldn't stop admiring his kid if not for Izuku to suddenly pounce on him. He yelps, then there's a kid in his arm hugging him tightly. "I miss you," he mumbles into his clothes. Tetsuya really wants to cry at how adorable he is. He pats the boy's back adoringly. I miss you too. He thinks that cuddling all day doesn't sound bad, he won't leave again anyway. But taking Izuku on a trip is more fun. Why am I wearing this today? Are you gonna take me out somewhere? Izuku asks excitedly. It's the first time that he goes out and is not involved in a villain activity. Tetsuya smiles. Of course, now let's go, we're going to have some fun today. Not waiting for Izuku to get up, he carries the boy in his arms and walks out of the room. Before they leave, Izuku quickly makes them some drinks first. He made iced caramel macchiato for Mind Heist and iced vanilla lye for himself. He knows his real name, of course, but he chooses to call him by his villain name instead. The word Mind Heist has a meaning to it. It's the name that led to where he is now. Izuku will cherish the name forever. He follows Mind Heist eagerly into his red Lamborghini. He doesn't wear a suit today. He wears a gray turtleneck, matching with a black pants and a soft red long coat. And would you look at that? His car is the same shade as his hair. Is the villain showing off how rich he is? Izuku already screams internally in the closet room when he sees the hoodie a minute ago. He sees the news, but who would have thought that his kind of dad is the one who won? With how fast the car is, they arrive at the destination pretty quickly. He gets out of the car to see that they're in the private parking lot in the airport. Izuku follows Mind Heist along the corridor and finally they reach the hangar. The villain walks inside and straight to the thing in the middle of the room with pride. Izuku stares at it with astonishment. You owned a private jet? Just exactly how rich he is? Izuku quickly goes in to observe the jet he wouldn't have thought one day he'll be able to see with his own eyes. The pilot who's standing at the front smiles at him. He doesn't have a sign of a mutant quirk, but his eyes look like some kind of predator's eyes. Izuku is not a professional at animal, so he has no idea what quirk he has. My quirk is called Eagle's Eyes. He answers before turning around and goes back to the cockpit. Did Izuku just mumble again? Your mumbling habit is cute bunny come on, let's head inside so Hiroto can finish his shift early. Mind Heist leads him in. He takes sight of the very modern and luxurious interior design. A marble floor, a large brown leather couch to the side with a table in the middle. There's a TV at the other side and he assumes there's a small kitchen and a restroom at the back. They settle comfortably on the couch. Let's just say that Izuku never takes his eyes off the window. They fly past the city, and it doesn't take long to be above the beautiful ocean. He can see Island in the distance. But Hiroto, the pilot, flew to the right of the artificial moving island instead. Izuku sees another island. It's massive. The island is isolated from the land. Looks like the only way to travel here is by air transport. Or maybe by boats. The jet landed on an apron next to the beach. He follows Mind Heist down, and immediately knows what this place is. This is where the rich hang out. There are boats and yachts parking around the island. People having diamonds or gold accessories walking or laying on the beach. There's a bar, a food stall which only sells the expensive foods Izuku saw on the internet. There's lobster, king oysters. Is that a bluefin tuna? Mind Heist smiles and ruffles his hair. Bunny, this place is amazing, isn't it? But let's head inside. The fun stuff is over there. Then he whispers. The food is more delicious too. Intrigued, he quickly runs to catch up with the villain. This place is paradise. It's like this is a whole different world for the wealthy. There's hotels, restaurants, cafes, and many more that's literally all 5 stars rating. Everywhere he stepped on screams luxury. And in front of him, a casino, which takes up the most area of this island. He knows instantly that this building is why there's a lot of people here. Normally casinos would become crowded in the evening until night. But when he walks in with Mind Heist, Izuku meets with so many gamblers around. The most surprising thing is, Izuku definitely knows most of them. Top 100 pro heroes, politicians, even villains and vigilantes. He blinks at them confusedly. Villain-friendly zone is already weird, right? But look at this. Mind Heist speaks casually. Do you know why they can be in the same place without any problems? That's an interesting question. The villain-friendly happened because the boss negotiated with the commission. But this place, they don't care about the hero-villain thing at all. It's like they pretend the other side doesn't exist. Is there something that he's missing? Izuku looks around. Maybe a common ground? He guesses. If not, then maybe there's someone powerful that can control both black and white side. But he doubts it. You really live up to your name, little bunny. He pets Izuku's hair. That's right, their common ground is money. That makes sense. It's above and more important than anything else. Honestly, I think money can solve anything. But what's the thrill if everyone has it? So this place is 100% a neutral zone. Forget your villain or hero name, 'cause the only thing that matters is the money in your pocket. Izuku nods in understanding. He walks around looking at people losing and winning a ton of money. Izuku's really interested. He's still considered underage to be in here, but like Mind Heist said, money solves anything. Then comes in another question. But why did we dress like this? The dress code in this casino is definitely not a hoodie or a fabulous long coat. Izuku sometimes sees people glancing at them, but he doesn't know their reasons. Because Mind Heist is famous. Because there's a kid, or their outfits looking out of place. Mind Heist looks at him like he just said something funny. If we're rich, we can wear anything we want. And he adds, Your hoodie is worth more than half of these people's wallets. With that, he walks away to the blackjack table and sits on the empty seat. Izuku wants to watch, but then he spots a group of familiar faces. He pushes through a crowd that just formed because they want to see the famous villain play. He walks towards the men in the expensive suit that are currently hanging out at the bar. Wow, they look good. He never saw them in this attire before. Reaper. Izuku waves at the serial killer, catching the others' attention too. Overcast, Umbra and Pharaoh look up. Oh my! Izuku-kun. I missed you. Overcast grabs him and pulls him in for a hug. Where have you been? Oh my god, you guys look so good in a suit. Izuku looks him up and down. Dimon, he could be a model. I always look good. Umbra speaks up and pets his head lightly. Reaper and Pharaoh reluctantly received a hug from Izuku too. Did he mention that they look good yet? Reaper normally wears a cloak and covers his face with a hood. But now, his hair done, he's in a tuxedo. Why's the villain need to be this attractive again? And don't forget to mention Pharaoh. Who would have thought that a royal blue tuxedo would look phenomenal on his cloth quirk? What are you even doing here? The villain Asuka. Mind Heist wants to take me out, didn't know he would bring me here. Izuku chuckles. They look at each other, then back at Izuku. Well then, Overcast trails off. Cloth shoots from underneath Pharaoh's sleeve, wrapping around him. And the next moment, Izuku gets dragged to the nearest roulette table. Let's have some fun, baby. Let's go, boys. Tetsuya laughs. He just won another stack of money. The bystanders clap at him and he bows back happily. The pretty croupier shoves the cash in his hand and gestures to the others that she'll take a break for a moment. That leaves him with her, a couple of high-rank villains and some vigilante on thin ice before becoming a villain gathering around the table. A waiter brings glasses of wine for them. So, she starts. He nods for her to continue. The guy with a wolf mutation speaks instead. You bring your little all for one here today? That makes him huff. Don't say that in front of him. My bunny is way too cute to be called that. You didn't deny it. Tetsuya sighs. All for one's plan is, I can't believe he's going to do that. He still can't accept the supervillain suggestion. Even if his body is on the verge of death, throwing himself into Tartarus in such a stupid thing to do. Maybe 200 years of constant killing one for all users is starting to get boring. The mint hair vigilante says jokingly. But he can't just let one child take care of the league, then another even younger kid takes care of his business. The silver hair villain exclaims, but there's a hint of amusement in his tone. Actually, Tetsuya isn't too serious about this matter, just like all of the people in the underground. He just hopes maybe All for One could rethink again. Think of a plan that doesn't involve his bunny to be a part of it. People around Bunny just got a whole new image of him. Overcast and his friends introduced the boy to the gambling. And guess what happened? Maybe Izuku's feeling the inner self too much. The moment he won the first ever game, it's like he released so much adrenaline that he wants to play more. So the next hour he beat the sheet out of the millionaires, villains or heroes alike. And right now, when his energy has run out, he thinks he really needs to stop. Not that he pity the guy who won't give up to win against the famous analyst. And somehow lost all of his money. Man, maybe you should become a professional gambler. Overcast says in amazement after he and Pharaoh collected all the cash inside the briefcase. Scary. Reaper mumbles. Izuku blushes. I just won a couple games. I even lost in the wheel game thing. That game depends on luck, Bunny. That's the only game you play that doesn't use your brain. Umbra comments. He gives up. People wouldn't stop staring at him with wide eyes, shaking hands and empty wallets. It isn't his fault they lost. My bunny. Look at you. You wiped all the cash. Mind Heist appears out of nowhere and hugs him from behind. Do you guys even need all of these? Overcast grumbles. He and the boys are carrying both Mind Heist and his money, which is like 10 briefcases. Come on now, I'll pay for our lunch. Put the things in my jet, Hiroto is waiting there. With the promise of free expensive food. The villain gang practically rush to the exit. Mind Heist then beckons him to follow. They get outside and walk straight to the most expensive restaurant on the island. The six of them enjoy the freshness of the seafood. They talk a lot actually. Izuku doesn't see them for a while, so is Mind Heist. The guy is happy to be able to catch up with his henchmen after going to America for a while. After that, it's time for a departure and the end of this trip. Mind Heist has something to do in the evening with his boss. When does Mind Heist even have a boss? Who is the boss anyway? Izuku doesn't know what goes on in Mind Heist mind. To walk back to the cafe. In the daylight, where heroes patrol literally everywhere. But whatever, at least they stop by at an ice cream shop. Izuku got a mint chocolate ice cream. Which Mind Heist has the audacity to say it tastes like toothpaste? He himself got a red wine ice cream. Isn't it enough alcohol for today? They walk along the pavement and enjoy the peaceful atmosphere. They pass the Night Eye Agency, where he sees the man looking at them briefly. Not wanting to risk anything, he drags away Mind Heist to walk quicker. Does he want to get caught or something? Wanting to get away as fast as possible, he doesn't see a figure running towards him. He jumps back but doesn't fall down like the one who collided with him. Izuku looks down to see a little girl with a small cute horn sticking out of the side of her forehead. He has light blue hair and big red eyes. What makes him feel uneasy is the dirty hospital gown she's wearing and a bandage wrapped around her entire arms. Mind Heist stops behind him. Izuku then kneels down to her. "Sorry. Are you okay?" He smiles at her assuredly. He tries to hold her hand to bring her up, but she flinched away from him. He's about to ask for help from Mind Heist when he hears footsteps coming from the alleyway where the girl ran from. "Sorry for my daughter, she's been naughty lately." Izuku looks up. What's his name again? Overhaul his mind supplied. "Come on now, Eri, don't bother him too much." Overhaul says to the girl, "Eri." But her eyes widen and stiffen up instantly. Izuku carefully lifts his hand and places it on her head gently. He's about to move when she grabs his hoodie and whispers, Please don't go. Didn't it? What's he supposed to do?" "Well, he can't do anything, but what about Mind Heist? Does Overhaul know him?" He feels a hand landed on his head and ruffles it. Mind Heist walks past him and stands before the Yakuza. Probably the most convenient quirk activation Izuku's ever seen. The villain mastermind makes eye contact with the shy Hasaikai leader immediately. Izuku lets out a sigh and smiles down at the now confused girl. "It's okay now." It. Eri asks him uncertainty. Mind Heist can't interact with them at the moment. Izuku hopes he can get out by himself. He lifts Eri up in his arms, she hangs on to him and leans in unsurely. At least she doesn't seem tense. You won't be seeing the bird guy for a while. Maybe forever. Who knows? He can see a little bit of hope in her big round eyes. Eri nods at him. "Now, do you want ice cream?" What a cool quirk you get there, Chisaki Kai. Notes. Tumblr. Source, Imager.com. Hello there, E. We meet you early than canon. Did you forget my OCs yet? Mind Heist name revealed. His name is Tetsuya, laughing face. More explanation for Mind Heist quirk. It's not brainwashing like Shinso, he just able to enter someone's mind. You want to buy an apple? Mind Heist uses his quirk on you to read what's on your mind, and he can change what's in your head to be you want to buy it. Banana instead. Is that understandable? The first chapter, he used his quirk on Izuku to read only. At that moment, Izuku was thinking about the recent events, All Might, his mom, his life. That's why Mind Heist knew what's going on and wanted to kidnap the poor adorable kid. If his head isn't full of that, then Mind Heist wouldn't have known. Mind Heist quirk only works on the current thought of the person at the moment he uses his quirk. His range are a thought in your head around 1 hour now. If he uses his quirk on you, you're not going to faint like Izuku, he just tired that day. You won't become blank and you won't notice it like Shinsu's brainwashing. It's like your time would stop for a second, so if you're in a hurry or not observant at all, you wouldn't even know that Mind Heist used his quirk on you. Quirk activation required eye contact. I wanted dad and son moments before Kamino arc. Lol, I think it's pretty obvious who will get kidnapped, so I'm still thinking what to do with that explosive blonde boy. While I know he's sheet, my FIC only mention him like 2 times XD. I didn't even write the sludge scene. So I'm trying to find the suitable outcome to write. And yes, Izuku doesn't go to summer camp. Next chapter, traumatized child, sad face gets to have a happy day, laughing face. Chapter 13. Summary. Bunny taking care of a child uwu. Notes. Eri might be OC. I don't know how to write a child XD. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Somehow, Izuku makes it back to the cafe with no problem. He's still holding Eri in his arms. There's no sign of mind heist, so Izuku will let him be. He pushes open the door and peek inside to see a couple villains hanging around in the room. Some are playing games at the consoles, some are doing their work on the table. They all look up when Izuku walks inside and greet him like usual. Oh, hello Bunny. Their eyes drift to the little girl. Eri doesn't seem to like the attention very much. She quickly closes her eyes and hides her face in his hoodie. He can hear some ahs from the people in the room. He smiles at them and gestures that he'll be making them their coffees later. The villains nod and go back to what they've been doing. Izuku carries Eri to the stool and settles her on the seat. She looks around the room nervously. Sometimes she glances at the door, like she's afraid someone would break in at any moment. Eri-chan. She jumps and looks at him with wide, fearful eyes. Izuku want to throw all for one at Overhaul face. Hey, it's okay. He can't come in here, and if he can, these guys can beat him with no problem. The villains in the room smile or give the girl a thumbs up assuredly. He can't hurt you? Eri asks quietly. Izuku just replies to her kindly. And he can't hurt you too, Eri. She nods and instead of looking down on her lap like before, she looks at what Izuku's doing. He's glad that Eri gets something to focus on. It's better than to think of Overhaul. Izuku decides to put on a show for her. He brings out 3 cups of latte. He then makes a latte art of a clover leaf and a heart for her. Eri stares at him like he just holds the answer of the universe. Her eyes brighter than before. How? Izuku decides to not answer and shows her another one of his creations, which is a 3D latte art. A smiling cat is resting its paws on the rim of the cup. Eri gasps, holding the warm coffee in her tiny hands. Izuku lets her enjoy it, and walks over to serve various coffees to the villains. Kid definitely doesn't drink coffee, so Izuku is here, trying to find something that he can make and Eri will like it. He finds one, and quickly runs to the kitchen, hopefully would have all the ingredients he needs. Ice cream, milk, whipped cream, some bright food color. Sprinkles. There's a star and heart shape. Why is it here? No one can answer that. Izuku then finally found marshmallows. He carries them back to the counter and starts preparing the drink. Izuku starts mixing the milk and ice cream. He throws in strawberry and vanilla ice cream in there. He then drops a red, blue and yellow food coloring in a mason jar. He carefully pours in the drink. Eri eyes widen at the sight. The color blends and mixes with the milkshake. He adds a few more drops of food coloring at the top, adds a bunch of marshmallows, adds whipped cream, and lastly, the sprinkles. The colors continue to swirl inside of the jar. It's really pretty actually. He takes a picture then slides it to Eri. Try it. Thank you. Izuku wants to facepalm. He doesn't even tell the girl his name. My name is Izuku. But people called me Bunny though. Eri looks at the other people in the room then back at Izuku. I like Bunny. She mumbly quietly. Then you can call me that. She tries to smile at him, but it's more like a cute little grimace. Izuku feels sad at what she has been through, but he'll do his best to make her smile naturally. She picks up the straw and tries the colorful drinks. If he thinks her eyes couldn't be bigger, he's certainly wrong. Eri looks up at him and tears are forming. And Izuku panicked a little bit. Eri-chan? What's wrong? Is it bad? Is it too sweet? He moves his hands around anxiously. She takes another spoonful of marshmallows, drinks the milkshake and wipes her tears. Bunny. Eri sobs. It's good. I never eat anything like this. Izuku's heart breaks. He swears he's gonna make her every delicious drink in the world if it means she'll be able to be happy like this. This time, Izuku wakes up first. Yesterday, after cheering up Eri, he and a couple of villains watched some kids' show with her until dinner. They ate spaghetti bolognese with meatballs, which Izuku already asked a villain who has a kid that kid her age can eat. A kind villain also offered to help him buy Eri's new clothes and help him shower her. Izuku then realized that he SCKS at taking care of kids. Well, except for the food part. Eri doesn't like touch very much. So Izuku set a futon next to his bed. And he guesses she might have a nightmare and wakes up to an unfamiliar place. So he put a lot of stuffed animals and plush toys on the mattress. And it's worked, because he peers down in the middle of the night to see her cuddling with a big pink stuffed rabbit. Now that Izuku's awake, he blinks his eyes open slowly and he has to hide his smiles. Mind Heist is sleeping deeply next to him. The villain's wearing a white t-shirt and gray sweatpants, snoring softly. Izuku would love to sleep more, but it's already 9 in the morning. Lately he feels like he doesn't work in the cafe that much, so today he hopefully will be able to stay here all day. He reluctantly gets up and goes to do his usual routine. When he walks down, he meets with the familiar sight that he comes to love more. The cafe is filled with people. He quickly greets everyone and dashes in behind the counter to make their coffee. It's around noon when Mind Heist comes down with Eri piggyback on him. He's wearing a gray suit without a tie. And Eri's wearing a white polka dot dress. She yawns cutely while rubbing her eyes. Gee, good morning, bunny. Good morning. Sleep well. Izuku already prepared their breakfast, which is scrambled eggs on toast with a side of bacon and avocado. A hot cocoa for Eri and a cup of hot mocha for Mind Heist. Yeah. She answers shyly. After they eat breakfast, Izuku gives Eri a new coloring and drawing book, so she can be busy with herself while Izuku discusses some important things with Mind Heist. He drags the guy in the kitchen and locks the door. So, Izuku starts. Mind Heist blinks. What? Oh my god. Overhaul. What did you do to him? His expression hardened. Alright. That abusive a-hole. He crosses his arms and huffs. Did you know that that guy is the absolute worst of a human mankind? He and used his quirk on Eri for his stupid project. Oh god, I saw so much blood in his mind, and it's not his. Mind Heist says angrily. Izuku gasps in horror. What is wrong with people? He has to be so sick to be able to use a quirk in this disgusting way. Izuku's hands itching for 1,000 ways a horde of villains could do to a foolish Yakuza organization. Mind Heist sighs. You don't want to know what his project is. Izuku's about to argue when the villain just chuckles at him. And I know that you will be stubborn, so here goes nothing, I guess. Chisaki Kai's goal is to delete the quirks from his society and restore the Yakuza power. He's working on a project about quirk erasing drags. I don't want to think about this shithead too much, but Eri's quirk is called Rewind. You can imagine the rest of the story, bunny. Izuku grimaces. He doesn't want to, but his brain already connects all the dots. And the picture is not a pretty one. He can't believe a girl so young has experienced a whole nightmare. That brings a question though. So what did you do to him after I left yesterday? Mind Heist didn't kill him. Right? That would be too risky, being near a hero agency like that. The guy now looks sheepish. Oh, Izuku might not like the answer that's about to come out. I may or may not change what he thinks he saw. He explains while avoiding eye contact. He's looking kind of his. And that is. Instead of us, I replaced myself with Sir Night Eye and some Tintin-looking intern I randomly saw with you. Basically, if Overhaul decides to get Eri back, it's not us that will have a problem. And if they don't find the girl. Ah shit. He thought that was all the headache he needed to hear, but he certainly was wrong. Very wrong. And this morning when I used my quirk on Eri dash, what? Izuku interjects. Mind Heist looks defeated. He pouts and holds Izuku's hands in his. Listen to me first, bunny. He whines. Who's the adult here? Izuku wants to facepalm. My curiosity won against my moral dash, not that villains nowadays still have it. I really want to know how her quirk works. Why did Overhauled use her like that? You didn't even ask for her consent. Izuku argues. Then she'll be afraid of me too. Even if my quirk is summoning flowers, she'll still be afraid of the phrase, I'm gonna use my quirk on you. That's reasonable. Fine, just finish the story please. Rewind's ability is to reverse the individual's body back to a previous state. It can make the body physically younger, heal injuries, or even undo bodily modifications. I saw this image of her rewinded someone's body to a point where they didn't exist. Izuku doesn't know whether he should be concerned at how much he knows, because Eri is always thinking about it, or how Mind Heist seems more exciting the explanation goes on. And the way his eyes shine like he's just figured something out is not worrying at all. Okay. My boss has been injured for so long. If you manage to convince Eri to use her quirk on him, he wouldn't need to throw himself into Tartarus and watch the young generation of villains try to rebuild the society. Please, 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 Bunny. Tell me you're in with my plan. Mind Heist shakes Izuku's hands rapidly. Izuku's brain is still trying to catch up, and when it does, he gapes at the red-haired villain. What? No, wait. Why? Know who is your boss? Isn't Eri afraid of her quirk? Probably traumatized too. And you're going to use her too. Izuku practically rambled. There's too much to unwrap from that. He doesn't know if he should be mad that Mind Heist wants to use the girl's quirk for his own good. Before they can argue for 3 hours straight, there's a hastily knocking on the door. Izuku quickly unlocks it, and the girl who's taking care of Eri is right in his face with a panicked expression. She's about to cry actually. B-Bunny-kun, please don't kill me or write my name on your death note please. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. By the end of the sentence, she already kneels down to his feet. What did she mean by kill? And what is a death? No? Who the F spread a random and totally false rumors about him again? Mind Heist snorted behind him, but a glare from Izuku shut him up. They're not done with the conversation. Oh my god, why are you on the floor? He pulls away his feet from the villain's trembling form. Is Bunny supposed to be scary? What happened? I asked Eri about her quirk, and she started crying. She mumbles apologetically. I tried to cheer her up, but Eri wouldn't stop. Here's your chance to make her think her quirk is good. Mind Heist chimes in. My god, the audacity of this man. Izuku ignores him. Okay, no need to apologize. I'm just a barista, and I'm just a kid. Why would I do anything? He pouts. That seems to reassure her. She chuckles quietly. Right. Sorry, Bunny-kun, I'm new here. Izuku smiles at her before he walks to the couch. It's Eri sobbing in the middle and a group of panicking villains trying their best to stop her tears. Which they of course failed. He's about to come up with a plan when Mind Heist grabs his hood. My boss is all for one, now go. He whispered excitedly and pushed Izuku to the front of the couch. Hold up. Did he just say -B-Bunny? Eri cries out. His head is going to explode. Okay, let's just solve the problem one by one. He somehow is able to withstand all of this, so let's calm down a bit. What's wrong, Eri-chan? He asks kindly while carefully holding her tiny hands in his. She hiccups. If I tell you then you would dash. Then she continues to cry. Izuku smiles patiently. I would never ever leave you, Eri. I promise, whatever you tell me, I will never change my view on you. He brings up his pinky and Eri stares at it before she brings hers to lock with him. I have a curse. Eri mumbles quietly. Izuku frowns but doesn't let her see his face. Why do you think you have it? He would like to avoid the word curse because she doesn't deserve that, thank you very much. Because he said it. My quirk is a curse, it makes people go away. Didn't me and everyone already said that he's a moron? Mind Heist says from the back. Did he just curse in front of a child? Anyway, no one in this world has a curse, Eri-chan. But do you realize that you're still very young, right? When your quirk comes in, almost everyone has some problems. Eri-chan, you are just unfortunate. Trust me. And Overhaul is wrong in so many ways. Honestly, you should delete the memories of that man from your mind. I'm very bad at this kind of thing, because he doesn't have one. But trust me that you're not a curse, far from it. In a blur of white tackles him in a hug. His heart melts, Eri just hugs him. Izuku tightens his hold a little and murmurs some encouragement into her ear. He looks up to see all the villains smile or give a thumbs up at him. His gaze flickers to Mind Heist, who's expecting something more. Izuku rolled his eyes at him. How about I show you how great your quirk is? He suggests. Carefully. He doesn't really like the idea, but it's not that bad to try. Because if Eri doesn't want to, Izuku would be happy to respect her decision. Eri becomes quiet for a bit. Izuku's about to say that she doesn't need to consider it or anything, but a hopeful spark lights up in the big red eyes and makes him falter. Okay. If Izuku turns back to Mind Heist, he would have seen the man chuckles delightfully at the scene in front of him. Now it's time to freak out that Mind Heist boss is all for one. Like, dude, does every villain know each other? Somehow, everyone who Izuku is close with all have some connections to one another. He wouldn't even be surprised if tomorrow he wakes up and finds out more secrets. Since All for One is available at night, Eri goes back to the coloring book, Mind Heist right by her side. And Izuku goes back to making coffees. While he's working on a latte art, he's thinking about Mind Heist's plan. So he and Izuku's sure that there's a whole group of the supervillain's loyal followers who want to heal the guy. Izuku is aware of the history of All for One and One for All, so if the former is back to completely normal, what will change? He will of course have the same power as before. Sometimes, All for One would call Izuku to have a chat with him. They talked about the society, studied some quirks, or shared their views on politics. So in his experience, Izuku is gonna predict that the Lord of the Underground will probably destroy the commission first. The word destroy has a variety of ways after all. All for One will want the society to go back to its prime, where he is the only one that decides the fate of everyone. It might be scary, but if he continues making pumpkin spice lattes for him, Izuku life will always be good. They spent the rest of the afternoon and evening in their own world. After they eat dinner, Mind Heist goes to contact his boss, so Izuku is left with a nervous Eri on his lap. Are you sure you want to do this, Eri-chan? You don't have to, Izuku says while brushing her hair. Eri turns around to face him. I want to, she says quietly. I want to see how it's not a curse. Izuku sighs but accepts her answer. Rewinding All for One from a potato to a man probably would make her feel a lot better. But what if I make someone go away again? Will you be angry at me like my when I make someone you know gone? Eri asks worrying. She holds his hoodie tightly. Izuku then surprisingly got a great idea formed in his head. Eri, can you count to 10 for me? He suddenly speaks up. Eri looks at him with confusion before she complies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She counted with her fingers. That's good. Is 10 a big number? Izuku asks. No. I can count it with my hands. 20. She thinks and answers uncertainty. A little. I need your hands too. Now, how about 100? Very big number. She replies. That's right. We need a lot of people's hands. And there's also 200. Can you count to 200? But can't. The plan is going great. Imagine someone who's 200 years old, Eri-chan. Your quirk is like counting with your finger. You can't count it right? Even if you use your quirk for a very long time, that person will still be there. The last part is a lie, but Izuku is pretty sure Eri's quirk is like a storage. It can run out. If she wants to use it again, she needs to build up. This is all according to Mind Heist when he used his quirk on her. Really? He can hear a hint of doubt, but there's a little excitement in there. Wow, can't wait for her to see the before-after of All for One. Are you ready, kids? Mind Heist appears behind him, making Izuku jumps. A little. Only a little. The guy coos. Ah, you're still a bunny. You're it. Eri glances at both of them. His name is Bunny? Eri asks confusedly. Izuku knows Mind Heist wants to scream at how adorable Eri is, but he decides to ruffles on Eri's hair instead. Yeah, little girl. Now, it's time to go. We don't want to make the old guy wait, do we? Eri nods. 200 years old is very old. Izuku laughs. They're so cute. He takes Eri's hand in his when a familiar portal forms in front of them. He gives the girl a light squeeze before they all walk into the swirling portal. Notes. Tumblr. Here's the drink recipe. It's actually really good, but too sweet for my liking, tongue sticking out. Next chapter. It's rewind time. Insert Will Smith meme, if you get it, Omega. Chapter 14. Summary. All for One is hot, Shudo's having a great time, and Izuku's good day like normal. Almost. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. All for One is sitting on his throne with his medical equipment like always when they walk in. It's like he expects them to be here. Mind Heist probably informed the guy already. At least the supervillain pretends to be cool and not get too excited to be healed. Hello Izuku, what brought you here today? Oh great, he wants to talk with Izuku. Well, Mind Heist thought it was a great idea to introduce you to her. He steps closer to show All for One the little girl that's hiding behind him. This is Eri, and I think you already know why we're here. Izuku dismisses the villain easily. How is he still alive? No one knows. Let's get to work then. Your bunny doesn't seem to agree with this Tetsuya. All for One chuckles and motions them to come closer. Mind Heist huff, he brings out a chair out of nowhere for Eri to sit at All for One side. She sits on it hesitantly, but a smile from Izuku comforts her a bit. She glances at the big villain shyly before she asks something. Are you really 200 years old? Yes, child. You see, my quirk let me live a very long life. But if I get hurt he points at his scarred face. I just can't make it go away. Izuku actually wants to clap his hands at how All for One chooses his word. That's so my curse won't make you go away like other people? If All for One had a face, he would have frowned. Izuku sighs. He knows that Eri has so much going on and it just makes him feel horrible to see a kid her age suffer something like this. Healing All for One would show her how great her quirk is, but she still needs a lot of love to cover all those trauma. Maybe he should introduce her to the League. Magna and Toga would love her. I would call it a blessing, you know. Now, come closer and put your hand on mine. Eri looks at Izuku again. He nods and steps back to stand beside Mind Heist, who looks far more excited than he should have. Eri slowly puts her tiny hand on All for One's much larger one. The supervillain is so gentle to the girl, Izuku might not believe it if someone told him about this. What do I do now? She asks. Let it go, child. She does. Her horn glows in the dimly lit room. And it doesn't take long before the light starts to engulf the villain. Eri squeezes her eyes shut. Her body is trembling, but a firm hold of the other guy will still confirm that he's still there with her. Izuku is pretty sure that is some kind of persuasion quirk. He did tell All for One that he shouldn't use any physical or a quirk that can be seen using on Eri. Izuku keeps looking at the time on his phone. It's a great time to analyze Eri's quirk. He's sitting at the corner of the room while writing about Rewind. Everything seems fine. He's actually about to take a little nap when Mind Heist screams in delight. Well, it's a silent scream. Izuku startles. He quickly looks up to see the scars on All for One's face lessen. The flesh formed back to what it was before. The eyes are back first. Red blood-like colored eyes blink open slowly. Why does everyone has red eyes? If Shudo is here, he would say something like, they are all related or something. The eyes are followed by a white short, a little bit curly hair that's now back on his head. It's been only a few minutes, so Eri must have let loose her quirk. If she's able to rewind her dad out of existence like that, then those little times can make a person around 30 to 40 gone. So now All for One is around 150? Ah shit. All for One murmurs. Why does everyone like to curse in front of a child? Izuku and Mind Heist look up in concern. Are you okay over there? The red-haired villain asks. All for One picks up Eri and settles her on his lap. His handsome face frowns anxiously. Oh yeah, handsome. Did he mention yet that villains around him are too good-looking? What is wrong with society? The villain stole all the good genes, huh? I don't want Eri to use all her quirk and pass out. He explains. His voice isn't hoarse like before, usually it sounds breathy and strained. But now, his voice is clear and sounds young? Well, it's deep and powerful. Definitely what he had imagined how the Overlord voice would be like. You definitely have some kind of quirk-stopping quirk. Mind Heist says with confusion. I'm going to, but I did not know that her quirk would rewind other things that aren't my physical body. All for One chuckles humorlessly. Ooh, rewind can do that? What happens to the quirk that disappears then? Could they go back to the owner before All for One stole them? Or are they just gone? Not to interrupt your thinking, bunny. But can you please help my boss over here before all of his precious quirks vanish and not come back? Mind Heist tugging his shirt. All for One will not disappear but his quirk will. That's some funny sheet right there. In the end, Izuku and All for One come to the same solution. He brings out a Nomu and transfers almost all of his quirk except the necessary ones in the beast body. Eri is still closing her eyes and doesn't let go of All for One suit. The supervillain is holding the child in one hand and the other is holding and stroking his face while looking in the mirror. Eri's quirk should run out soon. They all don't want her to become unconscious out of quirk exhaustion. But they don't have a quirk like Eraserhead's erasure. So after this session they might need some quirk counselor for Eri. That thought of All for One doesn't have erasure scares him a bit. Maybe in the future, he might need to tell the underground hero to be careful. The light from Eri's horn slowly fading and now she's peacefully sleeping on All for One's arm. She'll probably wake up from a nightmare for sure. Izuku has been there before, he knows how she feels. Izuku takes Eri from All for One arm carefully but then Mind Heist is in front of him. That I'll take care of her. I'm the one who suggested this anyway. The thought of healing his boss just overshadowed the fact that Eri can't control her quirk at all. Izuku can see a little bit of guilt in his eyes. After Mind Heist talked with All for One about something, he left with Eri in his arms. That leaves Izuku with the supervillain who won't stop running a hand through his hair or stop looking in the mirror for the past hour. Are you done yet? Izuku asks tiredly. Demon villains and their good looks. All for One smirks. Come on now Izuku, it's been a while since I get to see my face again. Did I tell you that lady loves me a lot? So, Izuku ignores him. How old are you now? I think I'm around, thank God for that. I almost lost like 20 great quirks. All for One stands up from where he's sitting and teleports right in front of Izuku. He jumps back in surprise. Let's go see Tamura. With that, Izuku is lifted up by an invincible force and now he's being carried by All for One. Great day. A warp gate similar to Kurogyri opens up, but this one is more black than purple. Izuku blinks once and now they're at the bar. Izuku wiggles his way down from the villain's arms and comes to meet with a wide-eyed Tamura and a shocked Kurogyri who almost drops the glass he's cleaning if not for Izuku to catch it. Sensei? Master. They both speak up with bewilderment. Oh wow Tamura, you're all grown up now. Don't know if it's only him, but All for One seems more friendly and fun? When they met for the first time, Izuku was so scared of him. Scarred face and dark room? And the way he's speaking so formally and radiating some unnerving aura? Yeah, that's All for One before he gets healed. Izuku lets them have a conversation and disappears into the kitchen behind Kurogyri's bar. It's smaller than his own at the cafe, but at least there's some ingredients for him. There isn't enough for a fancy coffee though. Time to bring out a tea recipe that is hiding in the back of his head. He comes back with 4 drinks. Apricot lemonade iced tea, sweet citrus iced tea, cranberry tea, and a vanilla chai tea for himself. All for One perks up and grabs the cranberry tea before he opens the warp gate again. Now, I'm going to do some business, so you kids have fun. And then he's gone. Just like that. Where did you even find an overpowered quirk like that to fix Sensei? Tamura says while sipping the sweet citrus tea in interest. Izuku goes to sit next to him on the couch. She's a kid I helped. Mind Heist saw the opportunity so he brought her here. Who the F is Mind Heist? Izuku looks at him. Dude, he's literally All for One #1 minion. And he's the one who kidnapped me. Never heard the name in my entire life. Excuse me? So, when will the gang come back? Izuku changes the subject. Who in the world doesn't know the famous mastermind? The League of Villains leader. Izuku can't believe him. Tomorrow? I assigned Dabi to be the leader of the Vanguard Action Squad. So I let them do their job. Actually, the name is pretty cool. Tamura is definitely the one who came up with that. There's nothing for him to say, really. Tamura told him last week that he won't tell anything to Izuku. He wants it to be a surprise. But Izuku doubts it. He learned to read people's facial expressions from some vigilante. And the look on Tamura's face that day? Izuku's sure that he won't like what he will see tomorrow. Let's call it a hunch. Summer camp is great in Shudo's opinion. He gets so far away from Endeavor and he gets to use his quirk freely. The only thing that's bad is he doesn't get to talk to Izuku. Since they're both busy, and Shudo is too tired to do anything after the heavy training. He hopes he'll get a hug from his friends soon. Oh wait, there's another thing that's worse. The constant glaring from Bakugo. Shudo doesn't know why this guy is so obsessed with Izuku. Even his personality set him off so much. Hopefully they won't be seeing each other anytime soon. Or Shudo is going to burn that cocky face away before he even can speak any single word to Izuku. 2 days pass by and everything is fine. Well, not today, he guesses. Villains attack the camp, great. He should have asked Izuku that day because his friend looks like he's about to say something important but changed his mind when Shigaraki walked in. He saw Tuya's blue fire in the distance and sighs to himself. Time to run. God must have hated him, because he somehow ended up with Bakugo. And now they're fighting a crazy villain with a teeth quirk. What's his name again? Shudo surely saw him somewhere in Izuku's villain analysis book. Moon something. Moon teeth? Definitely not that. They somehow defeated the villain. Not exactly they, Shudo did nothing. Yarashi brings the rampaging dark shadow with his wind and throws Tokoyami at the villain. And they meet with more people to form a Bakugo protection squad something because apparently the villains want to kidnap the blonde. Did they even ask Shudo that he wants to protect this guy? Oh, would you look at that, Mr. Compress just used his quirk on Bakugo and Tokoyami and now he's escaping. Oh no, Shudo is at his limit, he can't use his ice anymore. Sorry for the inconvenience everyone. Yarashi must have loved his classmates so much, he summoned a very strong wind to make everyone fly towards the magician. They collide and smash him onto the ground. Shoto looks up to see Dabi walking to them. Oh, this is the rendezvous point. His brother launches his flames, the only people who are able to dodge is him and Mr. Compress. Fast forward, they're all now fighting with the villains. Shudo is trying his best, so is Toga. That's clearly a fake knife she's throwing at him, at least she's having fun avoiding Shudo's weak fire. After a long time of wonderful acting by Shudo, his classmates are able to retrieve a marble of Tokoyami. Unluckily for the hero side, Bakugo is in Toga's hold, and a knife is digging lightly onto the guy's throat. Shudo sighs, finally. He can go back home and sleep for an entire day. Maybe he should visit Izuku first though. His thoughts get cut off by a screaming of his name from his classmates. He blinks and there's an arm wrapped around his shoulder and he gets dragged to the portal. What the F dash? His head whipped to the side and he hissed in the villain's ear. TW, what are you? Grab my neck? Dabi seems to realize he's kinda F'd up, so he quickly moves his hand to Shudo's throat instead. Oh shit, I forgot that you're a hero student. He mumbles guiltily. But his brother doesn't look sorry at all. With that, they all disappear into Kurogiri's portal. Shudo tries not to look at either of his classmates' horrified faces. At least he'll meet Izuku faster. Mind Heist is long gone before Izuku comes back to the cafe. But he left a note saying that he'll be back when the Vanguard finishes their mission. So Izuku let him be. Izuku has had a normal day so far. Woke up in the morning, made a lot of coffees and tea, FaceTime with all for one to let Eri see that the guy is still there and healthy as F dash. Eri is so happy she cried again, so he and a group of villains had a group hug with her. Izuku also made her unicorn milkshake and rainbow cupcakes for her. Eri likes it a lot, so Izuku has to make a ton more. Which it all ended up in the villain's stomach because he and Eri definitely can't eat it all. If any of them has diabetes, Izuku can only say sorry. But hey, it's made Eri become cheerful. At night, after he sent Eri to bed, he changed his clothes and comes down to chilling in the cafe couch. Izuku knows they'll be back soon, and Izuku is not gonna like it at all. Why does he become paranoid like this? But he always trusts his instinct, okay? Maybe he should text Shudo or Dabi to test the water first. He doesn't need to wait for long because Dabi is already calling him. Ag Bunny, we're back and we need your drinks SAP dash. Kurogiri won't give us alcohol dash. You heard him. Throw tons of ice in there. Izuku never pulls his phone away from his ear that fast in his entire life. Then they're so loud. Right? Anything else? We accidentally brought you a friend, so come pick him up quickly before the other brat figures something out because your FNG boyfriend can't act sheet. Izuku is gonna just ignore the last part. And how did they accidentally kidnap Shudo? Ugh, let's just make that a future problem. He hangs up and leaves to do this work. Since he definitely can't carry all of that, he texts Kurogyari to open a portal for him. The drinks are going first because they won't stop whining and Kurogyari is so tired of their bullshit. Izuku stares blankly at the swirling portal. Why does he feel like this? His feet do not want to cooperate with him to walk in there. He takes a deep breath and steps in. He landed next to the door. Great for escaping, he thought. His eyes take in the situation. The League of Villains are either sitting at the bar or standing in their usual spot. They're drinking what Izuku made thirstily. He almost sighs because there is nothing wrong. Then, his life, there's someone at the middle of the room. And F him again for not wearing a hoodie. Anji Bakugu Katsuki is here, in a restraints. But why not a muzzle? Because the moment their eyes meet, Izuku goes still. That different shade of red from both Mind Heist and Tamura eyes are looking directly at him. He should have trusted his gut feeling. Deku. So does everyone in the room when that word comes out of his mouth. All eyes that have various emotions in them stare at the explosive kid. No. He turns around, yanks open the door, and closes it in their faces. Not today, a-hole. Notes. Tumblr. Source, Imager.com. Suddenly I can't draw and color eyes. Is this the power of all for one? Next chapter, what do you expect? Of course, there'll be an inevitable confrontation. Chapter 15. Summary. There is Izuku and Bakugu. Then there's some action going on. In the end, everything turns out fine. Right? Notes. Warning, I guess? Assault and blood. But it's very vague. It's at the end of the confrontation and when they meet with the BKG rescue squad. Thank you so much for 2K kudos and 33K hits. Love you guys. 3. See the end of the chapter for more notes. What the F dash? Why is he even there? Why did they even kidnap him? Out of all the students, there are so many interesting quirks, and it has to be Bakugu? Alright. Tamura said that his personality is like a villain, which serves him right. Or maybe it's Izuku's fault. He never told the name of his biggest nightmare to anyone except Shudo and Dabi. Speaking of Shudo, Izuku totally forgot that his friend is also in the room. And Izuku left him there. Can't he just tell Kurogyari to drop him here and Izuku doesn't have to go back? There's another problem. Does Mind Heist know about Bakugu? Definitely. Oh, he's dead. Just kidding, Mind Heist doesn't kill. But in this case? Izuku is not so sure. He walks away from the bar and ends up at the Noma factory. It looks like the doctor isn't here. That is great. Who even wants to see your childhood doctor? At least the guy acknowledged his talent, and Izuku found himself helping with the Nomu project once or twice. He walks absent-mindedly along the containers and comes across to the chainsaw Nomu. He would have walked past it if not for the very observant eyes of his, because that's definitely a tracking device. Great, Bakugu's classmates loved him so much. Now he has to go back and tell someone. His trader phone ran out of batteries at the best time. Can't he just ignore all of this and go back to sleep? Well, if he wants the heroes to arrest them all, then he could. Obviously not. Izuku sighs. Or he could just go back, act like nothing happened, tell them about what he saw, then ask one of them to bring Shudo back to the cafe and never step in there until Bakugu is gone. Sounds like a plan. What just happened? Don't answer that. Twice says after the complete silence that follows after Izuku shut the door. Honestly, Shudo can't blame him. But can someone please get him out of here? Dabi glares harden. Oh, you guys want to know? This brat is the Kaken. What the F? Did you just called me? Bakugu interrupts with a snarl. And why the F is Deku here? The question gets thrown at him, and he blinks. Oh shit, he should say something. Don't you dare cut me off, you piece of shit. His brother grabs Bakugu's face and heats up his hand in warning. The blonde reluctantly shuts up and grits his teeth in anger and pain. Oh my god, we shouldn't recruit him then. Let me cut him instead. Toga joins in. She appears out of nowhere, walking slowly around them while liking her knife excitedly. Shigaraki sighs and scratches his neck lightly. I should have included him when we planned this. He mumbles and then he turned to Shudo. And we have another problem too. Shudo tries not to get offended. At least we got the attention of the media. They're all attacking UA for not protecting their students again. Mange says from where she's leaning over Spinner, who's looking at his phone attentively. Shudo doesn't pay any more attention to their conversation, he's instead trying to look for a way out of here. Maybe he could throw some ice shards at Kurogiri. He doesn't have a quirk-suppressing handcuff like Bakugo. Wait, honestly he could just break out and the villains would probably even bother to catch him. But then if heroes find this place and rescue his classmates, Bakugo will say something like Shudo left him on purpose. And with the lie detector detective, they could ask a question that will get him in trouble. Before they could do anything else, the door suddenly opens, making everyone jump and bring out their weapons and quirks. Izuku looks at them weirdly. What? He glances around and then settles at Shudo. They stare at each other before his friend tiptoes to whisper something into Ya's ear. With that, he's now being carried like a potato sack on his brother's shoulder. Oh, he just notices that he isn't even bound to the chair. He should say something for sure. What are you doing? Put me down. With his emotionless face, that is good enough. He sees Izuku facepalm at the corner of his eyes. And looks like they're going to leave just like that, thank God. He really wanted. Are you that pathetic, Deku? You aren't useless enough now, you F.A. with a villain, huh? There are hundreds, even millions things to say, but what came out of his stupid mouth is that. If they think the room can't get any more quiet, they're all very wrong. They probably can hear a pin drop with how silent it is. No one dares to move. With how long they've known Bunny, he would sometimes spill a couple of his stories to them. Dabi and Shudo are the only people who know the whole thing. But there's one thing that they're all agreeing on. Bunny isn't just full of intelligence, fluffiness, or sunshine. There's a hidden rage behind those cute, adorable eyes. That's why there's no one who dares to be on the wrong side of the analyst. Even if nothing ever happens, the boy never let out his anger in any way. That sentence definitely is a burning match that gets thrown into a pile of fuel. The fuel that would never even catch a fire if left alone. What is your problem? Izuku asks. There's nothing in his voice that shows what his current emotion is. Bakugo growls. Why are you even here? What about the dream of becoming a hero? This guy is starting to get on his nerves. Why do you even care? Izuku speaks calmly. Seriously, he could just walk out and forget all about this. But his feet would not move. He puts up his arm in front of Dabi to prevent the guy from turning a hero kid into ashes. Then Bakugo just stops. Look, Izuku, I'm sorry, okay? I know I'm a shitty person and you disappear and I don't have the chance to say this to you. What the F is this? Is this some kind of friendship fiction? Where the bully apologizes and they suddenly become best friends forever. Right, sounds great. Let's just forget each other and move on, okay? Izuku turns around and hopes that his feet are quick enough. Of course it's not. What the F dash? I just apologized to you. Bakugo shouts. What is wrong with him and what does he want with Izuku? He can't really deal with this today. He is so tired of whatever bullshit this is. And I said that sounds great. What else do you want? You're pissing me off, Deku. Izuku, for the 10th time, has to glare at the villains behind the blonde, who are holding different types of weapons in their hands, ready to strike. Bakugo doesn't even notice the immediate death behind him. He's blind by the anger towards the once pebble in his path. Izuku pity him. That sounds like a you problem. F you. Bakugo is seething at everything right now. I'm trying to be better here. Then he adds, we both know that I'm being like this because that shitty school and everyone in my entire life are treating dash, nope. Not happening. Oh, if that. How everyone treats you is not an excuse for you to be a shitty person. Dabi growls. Can everyone please calm down? Izuku takes a deep breath. You think you change, but I don't think so. You're just a self-centered prick who thinks you're and always be the best by beating everyone down. Bad news, the world doesn't revolve around you. No one needs to listen to you. Including me. You're just like Endeavor, Bakugu, not only your personality, but the fact that you'll never be number one with an attitude like that. If you're still confident, then I'll be the one who makes sure you won't make it. He's out of breath when he's done. The league looks like either they want to smash Bakugu's head with the baseball bat in Twice's hand, or they want to smother him with hugs. Bakugu looks shocked. And he's speechless. One thing Izuku sees is a rage that's building up. Well, time to go. We're done here. But before he leaves, in order that they'll want comes out of his mouth without him realizing it. Do whatever you want with him. With that he turns around, grabs Dabi's free hand, and drags him out of there. If they hear a punch or a scream, or a sound of something hitting something behind them, they don't acknowledge it. I want to frame that Endeavor speech in my room. And if Izuku cried himself to sleep that night, at least there are two warm bodies cuddling him. To remind Izuku that no matter what happened, he has people that'll always be there for him now. He snuggled against Shudo and drifted off to sleep. Bunny, he looks like a candy cane. Eri stares at Shudo with wide eyes. This is the first time that they met. She's hiding behind his legs and pokes her head to look at his friend. Shudo crouches down and offers her a handshake. Hello. He greets her. Eri shakes his hand. You're pretty. Shudo blinks at her, then at Izuku. Dabi snorts next to him. Ah, the villains must have taught Eri some vocabulary. He restrains himself from facepalm when he hears Shudo mumbling. Is she Shigaraki's secret love child or something? Hey, they just both have red eyes and pale kinda white hair. Izuku sighs fondly to himself. He pats Eri's head lightly before he walks past them to make some breakfast. The three of them just enjoy their rest day in the cafe. Nothing interesting happened, because Izuku doesn't feel like doing his work. The cafe doesn't open today. He's resting his eyes on the couch when he suddenly remembers something super important. He sits up quickly, startling Dabi, who's sitting next to him. What the F, Bunny? He asks confusedly. Oh my god. He forgot to tell them about the tracking device. We have a problem. He then turns to Shudo, who's watching Frozen with Eri on the floor. He's already showered and threw away his dirty clothes yesterday. That's the issue. How could he explain it to the heroes about the clothes, how he's clean, and how he doesn't have any injuries? Ah shit. Dabi disappears in a second after hearing about the device that got attached to the Nomu. They don't know if the heroes are already on the move or they're still planning. If Izuku guessed, they would be attacking the location this or tomorrow night. The real trouble is Shudo, even if they manage to make up a lie to tell everyone. Detective Tsukachi, the lie detector, would surely participate in this operation. Maybe they could say that Izuku is the one who helped Shudo, but then he has to show his face, and Eraserhead will definitely remember him. Or you could just go back there and when someone kicks the door open, you'll become a kidnapped kid again. Izuku suggests. Shudo grimaces. Alright, he doesn't want to go back there. Izuku pacing around the room thinking what to do, and his friend doesn't seem interested in leaving soon. Shudo could just go back and they'll still see each other almost every day. You know what? Izuku just gonna let everything be and hope for the best. For now. That moment when you're worried about Tamura and the League of Villains but you don't want to see that guy who'll ruin your mood in 3 seconds. When he opened the news and saw the UA press conference. He knows immediately that that is a ruse. But seriously, why do they need to protect Bakugo like that? He wants to laugh. They said his behavior is a result of his tenacious pursuit to be the best hero. Would you look at that? Even Shudo rolled his eyes at the statement. Eraserhead could do better than this. And he doesn't have to worry for long because he gets a text for a confirmation. They escaped for a while now. Shigaraki told me to tell you. Thank you, Akaguro-san. Are you around there? Met them a minute ago. Now I'm just watching from afar. Thumbs up. Enjoy your time then. Izuku sighs in relief. He really wanted to go to Kamino, but Mind Heist said that he shouldn't be there. The villain didn't even care that Shudo is still here. He looked at the two-toned hair boy once, ruffled his hair, then walked out to do whatever he's been doing. Guess he's got another child on his kidnap adoption list. Izuku gives Shudo a script of possible questions that he is 100% sure will be asked. Now they wait for everything to be fine, then Shudo can go back. The story is, Shudo got kidnapped, then got rescued, and stayed somewhere safe because the villains might still find them. Totally accurate. Oh look, your other dad is fighting All Might. Shudo speaks up. Izuku turns to the TV. This news station is broadcasting a live fight between the #1 hero and the mysterious villain. All for One is still wearing that ridiculous mask. The guy really likes to play with people's minds. So no doubt he'll surprise All Might with his fully healed state. Izuku noted that there are two teams of heroes. One is at the Noma factory, and the other is at the bar. He goes back to sit on the couch and squeeze himself between Shudo and the cat mutation villain. He turns around and blinks at the amount of villains inside the cafe. They're all surrounding the living room area to watch the epic fight. Now Izuku feels bad for not making any coffee today. It's like they're watching the Football Premier League with the boys. They cheer every time All for One avoids a hit, or when All Might gets smashed to the ground. If All for One is fighting a week ago, then Izuku thinks it would have been a tie, or the supervillain might lose too. But looking at the live now, while All Might is beaten pretty badly, the guy is still perfectly fine in his black suit. Then there it is, All Might's body reverts back to his weak form, revealing the fragile body to the public. He hears some shock gasp from the villains behind him. And Izuku knows how this will end. All for One stop attacking, he monologues for a minute, which the news station doesn't catch, and then salutes to the camera one last time before he disappears into the portal behind him, leaving the symbol of peace defeated on the ground. Eventually, Izuku wants to send Shudo back to the police by himself. Of course there is disagreement from everyone. And in the end, Reaper and some not on the police radar villains will be following them from a distance. They walk to the Kamino ward quickly before more people panic before Endeavor's kid isn't there. Oh, that brings a question. What does the League do to Bakugo and where is he now? He didn't see the guy on the live stream, and no one told him anything yet. They must have been busy changing their hideout. He hopes All for One doesn't turn him into a Nomu or something. Even if it sounds great. They arrive at the street where most of the civilians gather to watch the fight on a big screen. He remembered there's a police station nearby, which the heroes probably would be meeting there. Izuku just follows Shudo while listening to the conversation about All Might from the people they're passing. Some of them said that he's doing his best and he'll always be a #1 for them. Some are disappointed at the commission who hide the existence of a powerful villain and the weak form of All Might. He walks right to Shudo's back when his friend suddenly stops. Oh, what was that, Shudo? He rubs his head. My classmates? And Bakugo. He points at the group of weirdly dressed teenagers. There's Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, Yarashi, and a bloody, beaten body of Bakugo lying on the floor. They're either crying, panicking, or trying to do first aid to help their friend. Now Izuku feels bad with the "do whatever you want with him," he said. Honestly, he worries the media might paint the League of Villains as a child beater. He might need to send someone to release a clip of Bakugo bully behavior. He really doesn't want to do this. He sounds like a villain seeking for revenge, but he just wants to protect the League reputation, all right? They rush to the group and they stare wide-eyed at Shudo. Todoroki-kun. They scream and tackle Shudo to a hug. Only Kirishima, who stays by Bakugo's side and just offers a small grateful smile instead. Are you all right? Who are you? Where have you been? We looked everywhere for you. Questions are thrown at them. He's the one who saved me. We had to stay somewhere safe in case the villains find us. Shudo explains and Izuku quickly nods. Why? I'm really sorry for not helping Bakugo-kun. I swear, I didn't see him when I got Todoroki-kun out of there. Oops, he almost forgot that he's covering his hair and face right now. Ida probably won't recognize him. That's okay. You did good. Thank you so much. Yaoyorozu reassures him kindly. They would have talked more, but MT Lady and the other heroes arrive, and they spot the kidnapped kid immediately. See you later. He whispers in Shudo's ear before slipping into the crowd and disappears before the heroes reach them. What he doesn't notice is that Eraserhead, in his suit attire, trailing after him until he takes off his beanie and meets up with the undercover villains. It's that kid. Do you know this boy, Todoroki-kun? A picture from a security camera of a boy with green hair, wearing a hoodie, is shown to the kid in front of him. No. But he blinks. That's a lie. No way. I think I saw him before. Right, next question. Oh boy. This is going to be a long night. Notes. Tumblr. Platonic cuddling. I keep adding eraserhead moments like this LMAO. I don't even know if they will properly meet or not at this point. Okay, so, no explanation or revealing anything else, just two boys, one wants to explode the other, and the other wants to shoot him in the head, haha. I don't think I wrote BGK's scene that well. That's why I never include him in my story that much XD. And I decided to write an open ending for Bakugo. Laughing face. Did he get his quirk stolen? Your choice. Did he get into a coma from the injuries? Up to you. Did he realize he's wrong after the league beat some sense into him? Maybe. I won't be writing him anymore in my story, so it's up to you what happened to him. I have an answer in my head, but it'll be more fun if there are millions of possibilities. Also, violence is not the answer to everything, alright? Don't follow Izuku's morals. Next chapter, Izuku spends his days with a mysterious pretty lady with a white hair, while Shigaraki and his gang destroy Overhaul. Chapter 16. Summary. Izuku adopts another adult. Notes. Thank you my_introvert for beta read. See the end of the chapter for more notes. He should have known that UA would increase their security yet again. Now that the students have a dorm, he has to wait until weekends to see Shudo again. Though Shudo usually visits his mother on Saturdays, so that only leaves Sundays for them to hang out. It's okay really. Izuku could just stay in the cafe, make coffees, take care of Eri, and do his analysis work. Just like before. Sometimes he wonders how Eri's able to live like this, staying in the same room and never experiencing the outside world. She should be out there running around with friends her age, not hanging out with a boring teenager who works in a cafe while surrounded by villains. Speaking of villains, after the fall of All Might happened, there seems to be an increase in crime rate. Since there's no symbol of peace anymore, all of the bad guys who hide in the shadows are slowly but surely coming out to see the sun. That doesn't affect Izuku that much, as he just makes coffee for whoever comes in. Though the league sees the opportunity as possible recruitment, Tamura's sending the members out for that. Mind Heist visits daily, which is very nice of him, but he only stays for an hour at most since he still has to go out to do his business. With everyone so busy, it's been a while since Izuku gets to do something other than taking care of Eri and the cafe. Izuku is trying a new coffee recipe in the kitchen when Eri wanders in. She's wearing a pink cardigan with a denim skirt. Izuku smiles brightly at her. She looks so cute wearing pretty clothes. Villains really know their things when it comes to fashion, as they were the ones to help pick out her clothing. Hi Eri. Is there anything I can help you with? She fidgets with her sleeve. Overcast. Overcast. He showed me this video, she starts explaining. Yeah. What's it about? He lifts her up to sit on the counter. Eri brings a tablet out of nowhere and shoves it in his face. It's a vlog? A vlog of a group of friends filming themselves walking around town. They're playing in a park, eating at different food stalls, just doing overall fun stuff until the video ends with them at the beach. Okay? It's very interesting. He trails off. Izuku doesn't know what Eri wants. I want to do something like that, she speaks shyly, but her eyes are filled with hope. He blinks. Of course she would want to go outside and do something other than being stuck inside of a boring room. But two defenseless kids wandering on their own? Nope. Even if he brings his gun with him, who knows if there'll be some weird quirk that can counter that? And who knows if Overhaul would send his underlings to patrol around the area? They would have to go very far away from their base after all, in order to do things even close to the ones in the video. Let me think about it, okay? Okay. She jumps down into his arms and looks at him like he just hung the stars. Eri is such a cute kid, he wants to cry. He gives Eri a bread pudding and sets her down before leaving the kitchen and going out to the main room. From the couch, Overcast raises his eyebrows in silent question. Well, since he doesn't seem to be busy, why are you even here? Shigaraki asks in slight annoyance. Dabi has to silently agree with their group's leader. The scarred man thought that Bunny would come with them, but instead, they got at this. But come to think about it, the boy probably wouldn't want to see Overhaul, aka the one that hurt Eri. Why did the League even agree to meet the Yakuza anyway? All for one never told them the reason. And now Mind Heist is here. Bet he didn't even tell Izuku what he's doing today. Can't I just come to see my boss, kid? Mind Heist said with a smirk. They're waiting for the Shy Hasaikai in an abandoned warehouse. Twice was the one who suggested that they should become an alliance, and Shigaraki had thought it would be a great idea to meet with them. So there was nothing Dabi could do but wait. Ever since he had joined the League of Villains, Dabi's free time was reduced to nearly nothing. He misses the moments when it's only him and Bunny sometimes. But he's still happy where he is now. So, no complaining. The sound of footsteps can be heard entering the room. He turns to see Overhaul with his ugly but jacket walking in like he owns this place. He sighs. Fingers crossed. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. Everything goes wrong. They should have known from the very beginning. The man's overall atmosphere made Dabi feel disgusting. And what the f is his logic? Quirks are a disease? Then why are you even using yours? Of course no one in the League agrees with his bullshit. Overhaul sees him off so much. But then Magna dashes to him, completely done with the crap the man is spewing out, and tries to strike the guy with her magnet pole. Dabi doesn't know why, but he glances at Mind Heist and the guy is already on the move. Mind Heist pushes Magna out of the way, and when Overhaul's hand brushes against her weapon instead, it explodes into a million pieces. Dabi almost GGS at the images of if Magna was the one who was touched instead. Overhaul looks surprised at the newcomer. But before anyone else can attack, bullets shoot past them and more Shy Hasaikai burst through the warehouse. Fenji knew the guy would bring backup. In the end, nobody dies, though there are a few injuries like Compress getting shot and one of Overhaul's own men getting a nasty cut along their cheek. Overhaul and the rest leave after asking Shigaraki to call him and leaves his card on a box. Dabi's sure that his boss wants to disintegrate it immediately. Unfortunately, Mind Heist snatches the card and leaves them with a wink. Dabi picks up a bullet from the floor while Twice and Spinner go and help Mr. Compress, who said that couldn't use his quirk after he got shot. Dabi twirls the bullet in his hand while he walks out of the building. This bullet makes people lose their quirk. He makes a mental note to check it out later. Many days later, Izuku and Eri find themselves out here, in a lively park near Tokyo. Overcast is somewhere around, but he said that he'll let them have their fun. They had taken a train to get there, since Umbra had mentioned that he used to visit this place all the time before he became a villain. Izuku can see why. The park doesn't have too many people, but it's filled with pretty flowers and massive trees along the path that cuts through the rolling greens, places to sit or have picnics. There's also a playground in the middle and a fish pond off to the side. Kids are playing with each other and he can feel the excitement radiating from Eri. Can I play with them, Bunny? Eri tugs his hand while waving her hand back at the other kids who see her. Izuku remembers the time when Eri was still scared of everyone. Ever since they kidnapped her from Overhaul, she's been getting better every day. It's mostly from the nice people who treat her the way she should be treated, so now Eri is more open and has the courage to start a conversation. Of course. I'll be around the pond, yeah? He smiles down at her. He almost bursts into tears when she gives him a small one back. She runs off to a flower-haired boy who is playing on the swings. Izuku watches her for a bit, and when nothing wrong happens, he walks towards the pond. He wishes he could live here. It's so peaceful and vibrant at the same time. Izuku crouches down by the pond, watching as beautiful and colorful koi fish swim around aimlessly. If he had known there would be fish here, he would have brought some food for them. He sighs, and he's about to get up and look for a bench to sit on when a bag of fish food gets handed to him. Here, a softly spoken voice says by his side. Izuku looks up to see a really pretty, yet kind-looking woman smiling softly at him. Oh, thank you. He bows to her and takes the fish food. They throw the food in a comfortable silence, only the sound of splashing water from the koi and the kids playing in the background being heard. Izuku glances at her. She's a middle-aged woman who has straight white hair, and she's currently wearing a hospital gown. He startles when she suddenly speaks up, "Are you new around here?" "Yeah, I just brought her out to see the world." He points at Eri, who's now playing on a seesaw. He can't help the smile that forms. Wait, she and Eri kinda look alike. The woman chuckles and Izuku blushes. He must have mumbled again. Isn't it school time right now? She asks. Izuku doesn't mind the company, so he'll gladly talk with her while waiting for Eri. It is, but I kind of dropped out. He scratches his cheek sheepishly. He's surprised by the concerned look on her face. Dropped out? Are you doing well with your family? Well, I'm fine. Work in a cafe and my life is really good. Izuku assures her. She looks at him with fondness before she puts her hand on top of his hair and pats gently. She freezes and Izuku blinks in surprise. Sorry, I haven't seen my children in a while. She sighs. And I never got the chance to take care of them when they were still young. She takes her hand back and stares at her lap tiredly. Come on, Izuku, cheer her up. It's okay, really. He gives her a genuine smile. You kinda remind me of my mom. She always worries about me and everything. Izuku's voice is quiet, not wanting to break the somber air that settles around them. The white-haired stranger looks at him again. Really? I've been told I'm not a good mother. People aren't perfect, I guess. She hums in response. So where's your mother? Does she let you come out here often with a little kid? Oh, she died last year actually. Her eyes widened in guilt. I'm sorry for bringing it up. No. I'm the one who started it. Izuku waves his hands frantically at her as she starts to look panicked. Then they stop at the same time and burst out laughing. She coughs in her hand. Sorry. This is so awkward. I only speak to the nurse and my son once a week. Hey, it's fine. It's not like I'm any better than you. She chuckles. I think you have some kind of charming aura. You're a very likable kid. Izuku never wanted to cry this much from a compliment from a total stranger before. It's like after he got kidnapped, he became a whole new person. Or it's the same Izuku, and the only thing that changed is that he's now surrounded by people who cherish him as he should have from the start. Thank you. They both share a small smile before they go back to sitting in silence. It's not an uncomfortable one. They just sit there looking at the kids or looking at people jogging around. A while later she speaks up, I think I have to go now. Izuku stands up with her. Oh, okay. You're probably busy and I'm here keeping you. Sorry. Oh no, you're not. I escaped my hospital room and I think my nurse will come to check on me any minute now. What? Dabi can't even believe Shigaraki actually went to meet with the Yakuza earlier. And they ended up demanding the presence of Toga and Twice. Great job, boss. Izuku is surprised to see the lady again after that fateful meeting last week. This time, however, it's in the evening. He just wanted to see the sunset for once, instead of working into the dark hours of the night. And Honey Locust had been more than happy to look after Eri for him. So he takes the train and goes to the quietest beach he knows. Takoba Municipal Beach would have been his first choice, but between the amount of trash that litters the sandy beaches and the closeness to his old home, he decides against it. So he instead finds himself on a beach on the outskirts of Tokyo. When he arrives, there's only a man fishing at the dock and two stray puppies playing at the shore. He doesn't hesitate to take off his shoes and let his bare feet touch the soft, warm sand. He walks along the beach, letting his feet brush the cool water that laps up the shore. Izuku walks aimlessly and just enjoys the atmosphere, only coming to a stop at an area where all the empty seashells got washed up. It's there that he spots that familiar white-haired woman with her hospital gown again. He jogs to her. She looks up and her eyes light up in recognition. This time, Izuku's able to see her face more in detail. He swears he's seen those beautiful gray eyes somewhere before. Her eyes crinkle when she smiles. Hello. He waves cheerfully at her. Good evening, she greets him back. Did you run away again? He catches up to her and they start walking side by side along the shore. She laughs. Staying in the same room all the time can make someone go crazy. When will you get discharged? Izuku asked. Her face falls. Never? I've been at the hospital since forever. Are you ill? I know someone who can help you. Goddamn it, he shouldn't have said that. Izuku, you can't use all for one to fix every problem you see. Since the guy is back to normal, he's hunting down quirks nonstop. But a little helping wouldn't hurt the man, surely. She gives him a small, thankful smile. But there's sadness hidden in there. I'm in a psychiatric ward. I know I'm fine, even the doctor has said so. But the person who put me in there. She doesn't need to continue, and Izuku can already guess what happened. Izuku doesn't know her that much, but DMN, he wants to break her out of her shackles. Technically he can, but he doesn't know if she wants him to. Or if she wants to be associated with villains. Or who's behind this whole mess. He mumbles quietly. You might not believe me, but if you ask, I can help you. She turns to consider him. Izuku doesn't know what she finds, but she must approve because she smiles again. They watch the view of the fiery orange sun that is just about to touch the water on the horizon. He feels relaxed, staring at the contrast between the dark sea and the luminous sky. It seems like she likes it too. Maybe I should come out here every day, she muses. Before they part ways, Izuku remembers to introduce himself. And he's happy to finally learn her name. Nice to meet you, Izuku-kun, she had said. Call me Rei. The heroes SCK in all honesty. They can't even beat Overhaul, and now the guy's escaping. To make matters worse, a group of villains are able to beat his but easily. With a little reconnaissance from Toga, a bit of his own fire, and Shigaraki's decay, it takes them not even 10 minutes to have the guy pinned and out. And if Mr. Compress chops off the guy's arm and puts it in his marble, they will call it a trophy. They're about to leave with the remaining quirk erasing bullets when someone texts him. Mine heist. Hey hot guy. Don't forget to bring Chisaki back to the base. WTF. Mine heist. All for one wants his quirk. Glad to have Mr. Compress as a member. He can't imagine carrying this guy back to the base. The League of Villains defeated Overhaul? Yeah. True. And they brought his body with them? That's right. True. The detective sighs. All for one. Who's that? Izuku snaps his head to the side to see Mind Heist walk over to him after Rei leaves. How long has he been there? Izuku squints at the red-haired villain. I met her a while ago. Why? The guy clears his throat and averts his gaze from the direction where Rei is going. She's cute. What? The League of Villains are rising in the villain ranks. They are even starting to influence more villains to come out and create chaos. And now All for One is out instead of hiding in the shadows. We can't risk incidents like Kamino anymore. People are starting to lose faith in the hero's dash. Hawks hides a yawn behind his big red wings. He can count the number of times where he almost falls asleep listening to the head of HPSC speak about boring sheet. Hawks. Maybe he could get some chicken wings later. He can't wait for this stupid meeting to end. Hawks. He straightens. Yes, ma'am. Are you even listening to what I am saying? She asks in her cold, uncaring voice. Of course. He flutters his wings uncomfortably. She observes him before turning around to leave. Then prepare yourself. Your infiltration of the League of Villains will start this week. With that, she steps past him and closes the door in his face. He has to do what? Notes. Tumblr. Source. Imager.com. That's right, my art style changed every chapter. LMAO, I just want to try out different styles. Ref is from my IRL friend. Did I tell you guys yet that I have no plot for this FIC? XD basically, I was just bored in this COVID situation, so I was like, you know what? Let's write a short. Somehow it's not short at all, multi-chapter FIC. I searched through my fix idea note and thought that villains and Café seemed the easiest to write. Turns out it's not. That's my story, just want to randomly tell you guys L. Also, I'll probably end this FIC in chapter 20 to 25. If not, then it's fine. I don't want to rush it. Next chapter is a chaos that just kidding. Shudo wants Izuku to meet his mom. Hawks wants to join the league so he meets Dabi. Then, Izuku wants Dabi to meet his mom. And lastly, Dabi wants Izuku to meet Hawks. Chapter 17. Summary. Izuku's going to bring a family back together. He's also going to adopt another stray. Well, not a stray, the commission has a leash on it. Notes. Please forget about the canon from now on, laughing face. Sorry for the late chapter. Even though I said I don't have an update schedule, I still want to post every 10 days but I guess not. Thank you my_introvert for beta read. See the end of the chapter for more notes. It's Saturday morning when Shudo walks in, yawning like he needs 12 hours more of sleep. He walks past Izuku into the kitchen and comes out a moment later with a bowl of cold soba in his hand. Who in the world eats soba in the morning? And why is there soba left over in the fridge? What is even happening? Can I get an iced matcha and salted caramel latte? Shudo asks while slurping his food. Izuku blinks. Sure. He places the drink in front of his friend and is about to go back to his work when he realizes that Shudo never comes to the cafe in the morning. He usually comes after he visits his mother. Izuku turns to his friend to find that the heterochromatic-eyed boy is already looking at him. They stare at each other for a moment before Shudo sighs. Would you like to meet my mother? Shudo asks. Sure? Does your mother want to meet me, though? Let me ask that again. My mother actually wants to meet you. Do you want to meet her? Izuku blinks again. Oh, of course. When do we go? Shudo finishes the last bite of his food and stands up abruptly. Right now. Wait. Who's going to look after Eri? Do I need to bring something for her? Don't worry, Dash. Don't worry. Because I'm here. Honey Locust kicks open the door and makes an all-might pose at the entrance, flexing her non-existent muscle while smiling at everyone in the room. Her underlings that are currently in the cafe gape at their boss in astonishment. Off you go, young man. I'm going to take care of my daughter. Should Izuku be amazed by how good her all-might impression is? Or should he be concerned about the fact that Eri is now her kid? Okay. But before he can get ushered out, he swings around to look for something to give to Shudo's mom. Since he doesn't have any idea at all, and it's still a bit early for shops to open, coffee would be the best bet. He wonders if she likes rose water or not. They arrive at the Fujiya hospital and Izuku can't help but feel slightly nervous. He's going to meet Shudo's mother. He has heard a lot of things about her, how she's kind and gentle, how Shudo has the courage to see her again because of Izuku, and how she's doing a lot better than before. The nurse smiles at them as she leads them to Shudo's mother's room. His friend knocks twice before a familiar voice speaks up. Come in. Izuku doesn't have time to think about why he knows that voice because Shudo is already opening the door to reveal the person who he's been talking to for a while at the park and then the beach. Mom, this is my friend that I've been telling you about Dash. Izuku-kun. Rei-san. They speak at the same time, staring at each other in bewilderment. How many times will this happen? It's kind of funny that he seems to know everyone now. Izuku and Rei, after a beat of surprised silence, laugh at each other. Shudo just stands there awkwardly before deciding to sit down. Oh great, you guys know each other already. Shudo huffs. Izuku chuckles and joins him on the comfortable sofa. Did I not tell you about a boy I met? Rei sits up on her bed, getting a better angle to face them, and asks her son. Curiously. Shudo raises his brows. No. If you tell him about me, then you probably will need to tell him how you escaped the hospital, too. Izuku reveals her secrets with a smirk. Rei gasps at him in betrayal. Izuku. Really, Mom? Shudo asks in shock. Who would have thought that his mother would run away out of boredom? I'm definitely telling Fuyumi about this. Shudo brings out his phone. Rei sighs tiredly, but she has a smile on her face. Look what you did, Izuku-kun. Now I'm in trouble. Hopefully my drink can make up for it. Izuku takes the coffee from Shudo's hand, glad the boy had helped him keep the drink cool, and gives it to her. As you know, I'm a barista. So here's a drink I hope you like. It's a rosewater cardamom iced coffee. While he lets Rei enjoy the delicious drink, Izuku can't help but connect all of her stories to Shudo's and Dabi's in his head. The person who locked her in here is none other than Endeavor himself. He shouldn't be surprised at all, with all the things he did to both of his sons. Knowing that the number 2 hero is behind this does make things easier, in a way. If Izuku decides to get Rei out, then it wouldn't hurt anyone since Endeavor probably doesn't care about her, and, if Dabi's plan comes to fruition, the fire hero's about to be dead soon anyways. Speaking of Dabi, Izuku turns to Shudo and whispers, Hey, Did you ever tell your mother about Tuya? By the look on his friend's face. He totally didn't. IF dash. Why did I never tell her that? Shudo facepalms. Should we tell her now? Tell me what? They both jump out of their seats when Rei suddenly appears in front of them. Izuku nudges Shudo with his elbow and Shudo casts a pleading look at his friend before turning to look up at his mother. Shudo takes a deep breath, a sheen of frost forming on his hand. So, I never told you this before because it slipped my mind. She nods in understanding. Shudo decides to bite the bullet and get it over with. Tuya is still alive. There's a pause in which they can hear a pin drop. Rei's mouth opens and closes, trying to find words to say, but before she can gather herself, the door gets kicked open and two people tumble down into a pile on the floor. What did you just say? Shudo. What? A boy and a girl, both of them older than Izuku, grown from the floor where they fell. They both share a resemblance to Rei, white hair and gray eyes. While the boy's hair is short and spiky, the girl's hair is shoulder-length and flecked with red. They quickly get up from the ground and scramble to Shudo. You aren't kidding, right? Where is he now? Izuku blinks at them. He can see the resemblance between the family. These must be Shudo's siblings. He moves quietly to the side, listening to the siblings that try to interrogate Shudo. Izuku is surprised that his friend never mentioned Dabi before. If he was Shudo, he would have told them immediately that their supposed brother is still alive. Yo man, are you keeping a secret from us now? The white-haired man shakes Shudo's collar back and forth. When did you meet him? How did you meet him? Wait, where is he now? The other person tries her best to calm down her brother, but Izuku can see that she wants to throw a lot of questions in their little brother's face, too. He notices Rei looking at him, an almost pleading look in her eyes. Izuku smiles at her in confirmation. Yeah, he's alive. Shudo and I met him last year, and we still see each other almost every day. The two older siblings probably only noticed Izuku now, because they whipped their head around so fast in his direction. Hello, I'm Shudo's friend, he starts, voice unexpectedly soft. His name is Izuku, Shudo introduces him while trying to peel himself from under his brother's strong arm. Whoa, I didn't know Shudo has a friend. My name's Natsuo. Natsuo takes Izuku's hand and shakes it enthusiastically. I'm Fuyumi, it's nice to meet you. Fuyumi smiles kindly at him. Her smile is almost the same as her mother's. Back to Tuya, where is he? Natsuo asks, turning back to Shudo. Is he okay? Rei says quietly beside him. Izuku makes eye contact with Shudo. There's one thing they need to know first before they tell them anything else. Before I tell you guys more, please be open-minded, yeah? And maybe think about what he's been through. When Izuku says this, they all absorb the words carefully, taking a moment, before nodding for him to continue. Tuya is a villain. Izuku can hear a sharp, shocked intake of breath from all three of them. A gasp from Fuyumi has Shudo quickly coming forward and holding his sister's hand. Oh, Tuya, Rei says, drifting to sit down on an armchair near the window, but there's an understanding in her eyes that pains Izuku's heart to see. Natsuo and Fuyumi are quiet. Izuku is almost at the point where he just says that they should forget about what he just said, but Natsuo suddenly turns to him with fists clenched in determination. Where is he? Natsuo, he's a villain, Shudo says again. The white-haired man just shakes his head. No, Shudo. He's my brother, and he'll always be that first. Why yeah, Fuyumi agrees as she brushes her tears away. Izuku sees Rei smile to herself. He wishes to take her to see her son as well, but there's no way they could unless they get a teleportation quirk. However, the only one Izuku knows at the moment, Kurojirai, is currently busy with some league business. A plan forms in his mind, and he turns to face Rei. I promise I'll make Tuya come and visit you, Rei-san. He then starts explaining everything from the beginning. Yay, he's gonna bring a family back together. Even though his mother is long gone and he doesn't have his own family anymore, he would be more than happy to fix this family. To think that Dabi is a little bit confused is an understatement. When he received news about a certain number 3 heroes seeking him out yesterday, he swears to God that it was definitely a trap. But now he's here in a secluded abandoned building, because somehow Shigaraki finds this very funny and wants him to go and see what the bird has to offer, and he is waiting for his guest to arrive. To be honest, he really doesn't want to be here. What if he gets caught? Hopefully Mind Heist would be able to bail him out of jail. He puffs away at the cigarette in his hand when he catches his first sight of those red wings. Hawks drops down in front of him and waves in greeting as Dabi looks him up and down. Why would a hero even want to come in contact with a villain? Definitely suspicious. Greetings, Dabi. Hawks holds a relaxed posture and a cocky smile, both of which grate on his nerves. Dabi can feel his eyes twitch in annoyance. God, he suddenly hates his job. He scoffs. Quit the act. I don't have all day for this sheet. What do you want? Hawks stares at him for a moment before answering. I want to join the League of Villains. Bullshit. Dabi glares, a few strands of smoke filtering through his clenched fists. Hero society is corrupted, we all know that. I've seen past those grand illusions and want to destroy it. The League is a great start. I know that you guys could do it. Destroy this mess and build it up again. I want to be a part of that future. Even if doing this is a betrayal to my career, I think it's worth what lies ahead. Ugh, just stop. Does he seriously think Dabi would believe that and let him in? That sounds like it comes from a poorly written script. Honestly, he should just burn the bird right then and there. But he remembers those files that Bunny asked him to retrieve at the Commission's bank months ago. This guy has some history. He can't help but think that they can actually make use of him. And if they can't, corrupting a hero's mind sounds fun. Give me your phone, Dabi says suddenly, startling Hawks a little. He doesn't wait for it to be handed to him. Dabi snatches the phone and he doesn't have to look twice because this is certainly a tracking device. He ignites his fire, destroying the phone into a pile of ash. Hawks blinks at him. I know you have a listening device hidden somewhere, but I'm not gonna burn that too, he states. And I don't care what you said. Hawks' wings flutter. Dabi gives the hero another look over before he turns around to the perfectly timed warp gate. We'll contact you when there's a mission. The B-ranked villain disappears, leaving a confused hero behind. Is he in the League now? Or was that a rejection? Dabi knows right away that something's up when he walks in the cafe. He scans the room carefully. Nothing looks out of place, but there's definitely something. He spots Bunny at his usual spot, making some drinks at the counter. For a while he just stands there, but when nothing happens, he sighs and strides to get his usual coffee. He doesn't notice the ice that's creeping along the floor until it's too late. The ice engulfs his legs, and he doesn't have enough time to use his quirk to melt his way out when someone tackles him, sending them both to the ground. Dabi would have punched them in the face if not for the fact that he's staring into familiar, angry eyes that are filled with tears. Ni-san. Fuyumi cries. Fuyumi. What the F-? He can't even finish the sentence when another body collides with him, knocking the breath out of the both of them. I knew it. I told you he is the villain Dabi. Oh my god, Tuya. His brother, Natsuo, pulls him in for a tight bone-grating hug. Then, when did he start working out? But wait. What the hell? Bunny. He sends a question to the boy that definitely is the culprit. 100% the culprit because said boy is now smiling innocently at him, too innocently. He also notices Shudo sitting on a stool nearby, looking amused. Why didn't you contact us if you're alive? Fuyumi finally lets go of him, sitting back after Natsuo gets off of them both. She still looks the same as ever. Fuyumi, I'm a villain now. Why would I want to associate myself with you? He says, trying to be reasonable. A little text like, hey, I'm alive and kicking, would be great, Natsuo replies with sarcasm. Dabi rolls his eyes. That one text alone would have made you guys want to find me even more. They both pause for a second. Touché. So why ? The other reason we're here today . Natsuo cuts him off like the brat he is. Dabi sighs. Is because you're going to go and talk to mom. What? Dabi mumbles. She probably hates me. It's Fuyumi's turn to sigh. Niece, and she could never hate you. We all know who's at fault. That's why I'm going to destroy him. Dabi growls. All of his siblings look at him. There's a lot of emotion in those eyes. Fear, excitement, intrigue. Just meet her first. Fuyumi says after some silence. Yes. Fine, but only if that barista boy over there agrees to meet someone for me. Bunny has the audacity to pout at him. This is going to be fun. Hawks has tried so hard to get to meet Shigaraki Tamura, but no matter what he did, Dabi didn't seem to change his mind. He just kept putting Hawks on drag transportation or elimination missions. Honestly, he doesn't feel like he's doing anything different from what he's done for the commission. Speaking of, the head of HPSC is starting to get annoyed with his reports. But what can he do? If Dabi doesn't let him in the league, then there's nothing for him to write in there. He doesn't know what else to do to prove to the fire user that he's loyal. He almost jumps out of his bed when he gets a notification on his phone, the number getting more familiar by the day. Dabi wants to talk to him. Does his hard work finally pay off? Hawks quickly dresses and flies to the coordinates as fast as possible. He can't even keep the smile off his face when he lands in the decrepit building. Dabi doesn't bother to greet him and grabs his hand instead. His body goes stiff. Red feathers that are floating around are ready to attack, and would have if not for the piece of paper that gets shoved into his hand. Hawks looks down in confusion. The scarred villain gives the floating feathers a side-eye before letting go of his hand. If you attack, then we're done here, birdie. The villain takes a step back and points at the paper. Go to that place, and if he approves of you, maybe you can meet the boss. Hawks gets even more confused. There's someone higher in command than Dabi? He's pretty sure that Dabi is the second in command. That's why he's even here in the first place. Then what's the point of doing all of those stupid missions? Sure. He gives Dabi a salute and takes off. Even without looking back, Hawks can sense that the guy is rolling his eyes. Why is it so hard to make a villain likes him? Alright, he's the number 3 hero. He looks at the paper while he's in the sky. The address is in the villain-friendly zone? He doesn't know how the city still exists, truthfully. He remembers that the commission tried to get rid of it a long time ago, but after so long of getting their buttes handed to them, they finally gave up. It's not like the villain area does anything and normal civilians don't know the existence of the place anyway. Hawks lands at the borderline of the area a couple of minutes later. There's no heroes on duty around, but a couple of low-ranked villains stop and stare at him curiously. They don't seem to be hostile, but that could change the moment he steps over the line. Isn't there a rule where heroes aren't allowed in here without permission? Whatcha do in here, number 3? A C-ranked villain with metal arms asks him when she walks past by the border. Should he even be talking to them? Oh, if everything is for the mission, it's not like they can get him in trouble. Well, Dabi wants me to go to this place. He shows her the paper. I don't know if I can go in there, though. She gives Hawks a grin. Go ahead, my man. If you're not attacking me and Dabi sent you here, I think you can continue your journey. It's that easy to enter the area? While he's still gathering himself to the fact that this zone is not hard at all to enter, she pats him on the back and leaves to do her business. Good luck with the little bunny, Mr. Hawks. She shouts over her shoulder before disappearing into an alleyway. Another question adds itself to the list. How many does he have today? 100 questions? And who is the little bunny? Is that a code for some secret chamber? Is Dabi sending him to die? He sighs. Why is it so hard to be a spy? Hawks folds his wings and decides to walk to his destination. As he strolls through the streets looking for the address that he is supposed to go to, he notices that the city doesn't look any different than the normal one. Looked, well, normal too. When he arrives at the address, he can tell that the place is owned by a high-ranked villain. Every A-class tends to have more money than normal villains, seeing as having a higher villain status is usually equated with stealing and other jobs worth more money. Hawks doesn't understand why they keep being a criminal after they attain all that money. Maybe doing crimes is more fun. The adrenaline they get from being chased by heroes is probably why they're still in the field. He sighs and pushes the door open. He expected a room full of villains, weapons, and quirks ready to attack. Or maybe that the room would explode or something. The last thing he expected is a normal-looking cafe. The first thing that hits him, surprisingly, is not a gun, but a scent of coffee and tea that lingers in the room. Hawks blinks. His eyes scan the room looking for any danger, but there's nothing except the kid at the counter. The boy's green hair and freckles are the first noticeable things about him. Overall, nothing in this baby broccoli screams danger. He doesn't even look like a villain. But hey, you can't judge a book by its cover, right? Hawks clears his throat. The kid jumps at the sound, spinning around to look at him. His big, shining, forest green eyes turn to him and freeze. H. Hawks. The boy squeaks. He raises his eyebrows. Hello, baby bird. Is there someone that I need to meet here? The kid tilts his head in confusion, and Hawks suddenly remembers him. It's the same kid that sent Todoroki to the location of Stain. Wait, if this friend of his in turn is in a villain zone, is he a villain? Does Todoroki know about this? If he does, then the chance of them working with the League is pretty high. The dots are all aligned, but he needs to meet Shigaraki to connect them. Destroying the League from the inside shouldn't be hard, right? Hawks doesn't see the gleaming eyes of the boy as Hawks debates with himself. Unknown to the hero, the boy already formed a plan to deal with him. Izuku wants to smack Dabi over the head. He didn't tell him that the person he wants Bunny to meet is Hawks. Izuku has so many questions right now. Why is the number 3 hero here? How does he know Dabi? Does that mean he's turning to the villain side? While the winged hero looks around the place, Izuku comes to a conclusion. The hero is definitely a spy. Based on the commission's file, if Hawks wants to be a villain, he would have done that a while ago. He doesn't even need the League at all. His quirk alone could defeat almost all of the top, and if he really does want to betray the commission, Hawks still wouldn't need the League. Does he think the League could rebuild society? Maybe. But whatever the reason, Izuku doesn't doubt his thoughts that the hero would stab them in the back in the future. But that's because the hero's still tied to the commission. I think that would be me. Izuku, after a moment, answers cheerfully. Hawks blinks at him, then looks him up and down. It's like a hawk analyzing its prey. So you're a villain then, he observes. Izuku smiles. Sorry to disappoint. You? But I'm not a villain. You're in the right place though. Hawks narrows his eyes. Izuku decides to make him something to drink while the hero continues trying to read him. A maple pecan latte is placed in front of Hawks when he sits on a stool. He observes the drink and sips it slowly. Izuku stifles a laugh when the man's eyes light up and downs the coffee when he's sure there's no poison. Hawks clears his throat. So, who exactly are you? Izuku points at the empty cup. I'm a barista. Hawks snorts. Villain's barista. The Grionet ignores that. So, what did you do to make Dabi send you here? Do I need to answer that? Izuku shrugs. If you don't want to get into the League, then that's fine. With that he turns around to make some more coffees for the villains that just came in. Hawks flaps his wings and quickly answers. No, I mean yes. Yes, I want to join. But Dabi won't let me see Shigaraki and now I'm here. But wait. Izuku giggles. Are you sure? Do you want to be in the League? He glances over his shoulder with a smile. Or do you want the League to cut you off the commission's leash? Hawk stills. Izuku wants to laugh. Time to fix another problem. Notes. Tumblr. It's 2 week. I don't know if I'll participate. If I do, then the next chapter might be late, laughing face. Next chapter is a hero's perspective. Chapter 18. Summary. Let's take a break from Izuku's adventure. Here's Eraserhead POV. Notes. OMG y'all, 50k plus hits and almost 3k kudos? Thank you so much, 3 less than 3. Thanks for the comments too. I really enjoy reading it all. I never thought this FIC would do this good TBHXD. Beta read by my understanding as always. Love. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Shoyuta doesn't know why the kid is always on his mind. Class 1A is supposed to be his only problem, but this boy is like a whole new level of problem child. From the constant appearances with villains to where the kid would join in the fun, most things happening would lead back to him. And the green-haired boy didn't even seem afraid to get caught. It's like the kid's job is to keep the villains in line. It's noticeable. Reaper, Stain, Dabi, and many more. If the heroes or the police spot the boy with them, the next time the villains appear, the villains will seem a bit more tame. Reaper stopped killing people. Stain only kills those who really deserve death. Shoyuta can't even say that without it sounding wrong in his brain. No one deserves death, no matter how wrong or bad of a person they are. But Shoyuta is open-minded, alright? He isn't that naive. So he guesses what they do is fine. Maybe. Yeah, so that's the current case he's on. Find some information about the kid. He and Naomasa are the only people on the case, as they both don't want to imagine what would happen to the kid if the commission learned of him. Shoyuta lists the major events in which the green-haired boy appeared, writing them down in the file. It started with the human trafficking last year. He's still said about that. He was informed that the heroes were attacking a villain's warehouse, but turns out the villains were the one who were destroying the hero's illegal activity. If he had known, he wouldn't have been there in the first place. But that was the first appearance of the mysterious kid. Shoyuta didn't see him doing anything though, apart from just being there. Well, the boy was terrified. Hiding behind the famous serial killer, Reaper, like that's the safest option. And then A-ranked villain Overcast used his quirk to block everyone's vision, causing hell to break loose and the villains to get away. And that's about it. The commission forced them to close that case, because if the news got out, only the hero's side would be at fault. But as time goes on, the boy gets more and more confident. The next time he sees the kid, he's with vigilante turned B-ranked villain, Dobby. That had surprised him at the time, as Dobby is known to be a bit of a loner. The fire villain was burning down some thugs while the kid was writing something in his notebook when Shoyuta chanced upon them. Shoyuta thought that was the chance to catch them both, but he was once again surprised by the quick reflexes of the boy as he dodged his capture weapon. In the end, they escaped into the villain-friendly zone. And then there was that time when they met while he was on patrol. Shoyuta had cornered him, talked to the kid a bit, and he still escaped. Good job, Eraserhead. You had one job and you failed. What concerned him later was the fact that the purple swirling portal that the kid jumped into was the same one as the villain, Kurogiri, used at UF. Knowing that the two knew each other should be the answer to the all-encompassing question. The kid is, in fact, a villain. But then the kid went beyond what Shoyuta had assumed of him, again, and helped Shoyuta escape from Nomu's crushing hand. He doesn't want to admit it, but if the kid hadn't intervened, he would be dead. Shoyuta still couldn't believe that the boy even dared to bring him coffee as an apology after that. The next major event is probably the Hosu incident. Shoyuta pinches the bridge of his nose when he recalls the security camera feed he watched with the detective. Not only did he help the hero killer escape, the kid also. The kid Fanji slept on a couch while the League members watched the city burn. Well, that's surely a sign that they should bring the kid in, right? But that's the problem. They don't know the true intentions of the green-haired boy. Should the kid be treated as a criminal like his villain's friends? But just being in association with villains isn't enough for the boy himself to be labeled as a villain. Association, yes. But not a villain itself. Shoyuta and Naomasa always hesitate when it comes to younger people. And they always end up helping them all in the end. What if this kid is a supervillain in disguise, collecting villains left and right to do his bidding? What if he's not though? What if he is just there at the wrong place and wrong time? He's probably the same age as Shuta's class. Shoyuta sighs and rubs his temples. He should probably go out and get some more information, so they can decide what to do. Hopefully he can do it without any more problems. Aizawa walks into the familiar pub. The building itself is shady as hell, but the people who reside there provide good information, so he always comes back regularly. He nods in greeting to the bouncer and walks in. The person he's meeting today probably already arrived. He spots the curly mint undercut amongst the crowd almost instantly and stalks up to the guy. The vigilante looks at him briefly before he leads Aizawa to their usual booth. 2 glasses of beer are served to them before the waitress lets them be. So, what do you want from me today, Eraserhead? The man asks, leaning back against the booth's rugged seat. He sips his beer and waits patiently. Aizawa brings out a folder and slides it across the table. The guy doesn't hesitate to open it. Several pictures of a boy in a hero's hoodie and a mask greet him. Do you know this kid? The hero asks. That's Bunny. Aizawa finally has a name. After so many times the kid has been seen, They finally have a name to call the League's kid. Tell me more about him, he pushes. The vigilante downs the rest of his drink and orders another glass of beer. He's a very famous analyst in the underground. And he only sells his analysis to villains. It seems logical, considering the fact that the green-haired kid is with the villain's 24 Aizawa motions the guy to continue and crosses his arms. He doesn't work with anyone and doesn't join any group. Aizawa's brows furrow. What about the League? The vigilante waves his hand. Nah, they pay him like the rest of the villains. No one has the privilege. A pause where the vigilante seems to think of something. Well, maybe one. That gets his attention. At least they'll know who employs the kid. Who? The mint-haired man slams down the second emptied glass on the table between them, a few of the pictures fluttering. That's too many questions, Eraserhead. Aizawa scowls. Just a couple more and I'll stop trying to arrest you for a week. The vigilante huffs and answers reluctantly. Mind heist. Mind heist. Oh wow, maybe they should leave this case as it is, then. The only villain who Shoyuta thinks should have been S-ranked instead of A-ranked is Mind Heist. How can any villain have a 100% escape rate? He'd even escaped from Shoyuta himself. He hadn't even been able to use his quirk because Mind Heist had avoided his sight and disappeared within seconds. The Commission and even some heroes underestimate the villain, since Mind Heist never hurts them directly. But Shoyuta knows different. And now the kid is working under said villain? He hopes the heroes are ready for them if they decide to come out into the daylight. Naomi shows Shoyuta a picture of a kid at their next meeting. The boy is in a middle school uniform and smiling at the camera. And despite being scrawny compared to the healthy, well-fed, and happy boy Shoyuta is coming to know in the picture, it is most definitely the kid Shoyuta is investigating. This is Midoriya Izuku. Nao Mesa reads the file. He's quirkless and was reported missing by the Bakugas, a family friend, last year. Shoyuta raises his brows. So that's the All Might hoodie kid, right? Yes. Shoyuta hums. He can't help but think that Midoriya, or Bunny as he is now known, looks oddly familiar. He's pretty sure he has seen this kid before. Nao Mesa probably has the same thought, because he squints at the picture and rubs his chin thoughtfully. Hey, the detective starts after a few moments of them both racking their brains. Yeah, isn't this the same kid who went viral from the sports festival? Todoroki's friend? The kid who screamed into the arena? How can Shoyuta forget? Hisashi wouldn't shut up about how amazing that stunt was. This is definitely him. The detective sighs. Shoyuta rubs his eyes tiredly and brings out his report from after his meeting with his informant vigilante. He goes by another name too, he says while putting down a recording device on the table. Really? Nao Mesa groans. Shoyuta understands the man's feelings. This boy is just getting more and more complex, and that means more work for them both. Unfortunately, his alias is Bunny, a famous analyst in the underground. Nao Mesa runs a hand through his hair. Wow, this kid is something else. They go through the reports that they've both been compiling. It's not much, but it's more than they've had before. What Shoyuta notices is that no one would spill anything about Bunny. Villains would rather go straight to jail when they get caught instead of telling him about their analyst. Some even denied knowing the name altogether. And the Commission is going to ignore him because he's quirkless, no matter how dangerous we think Bunny is, the detective concludes. It's happened too many times before, the HPSC ignoring villains or vigilantes who they think aren't dangerous. Shoyuta hopes it comes back and bite them in the butt someday. After the press conference ends, Shoyuta quickly excuses himself from the room. A cool breeze brushes against his face when he steps outside. The night would be considered peaceful, if not for the fact that there was a war happening right that minute in the middle of Kamino Ward. Even blocks away from the incident, Shoyuta can hear the screams and sirens. Shuta's not on the list of the pro heroes that had to be there. He can't believe that other heroes think that his role as homeroom teacher is more important than the fact that he has a quirk that can erase others' quirks. Shoyuta could at least weaken All for one while All Might fights the guy. He leaps across the buildings and lands on the busy streets of Kamino proper. Around, people are gathered to watch the live fighting of the #1 hero against a myth on a large screen plastered to the side of a skyscraper. Just as Shoyuta is about to go and meet Tsukachi at one of the cordoned-off areas, he sees a group of weirdly dressed teenagers. Weirdly dressed teenagers that he knows well. Shoyuta sighs. He's disappointed but not surprised. His class is full of reckless children who don't know what is right and wrong anymore. He wouldn't even be surprised if he gets gray hair soon. As Shoyuta makes his way closer to the group, he is able to determine who exactly it is. Kirishima, Yarashi, Yaoyorozu, and Ida. Wow, as if the stain incident isn't enough. If their class representative is like this, breaking the laws left and right, he wouldn't expect more from this hell class. He should have expelled them on the first day so he doesn't have to worry about them like this. He essays in a breath when he sees what's lying on the ground in the middle of the group. The unconscious Bakugo with various injuries covering his entire body. Shoyuta is speechless. Why'd the League of Villains do this? The whole point of kidnapping him wasn't for recruitment? Another important thought struck him. Where's Todoroki? He looks around and spots the distinctive red and white hair moving in the crowd. Oh, thank God. The kid probably sees the group now, as he's quickly walking towards them. But should his eyes become stuck on the person that is with Todoroki? Some might think that it's a stranger just going in the same direction, but the green eyes and oversized All Might says otherwise. The wig doesn't hide Midoriya's identity from the sharp eyes of pro-hero Eraserhead. Shoyuta decides not to intervene yet and moves back a good distance from his students. The other heroes arrive and Shoyuta notices Midoriya quietly walking backward and melting into the crowd. He keeps his eyes on the kid until Midoriya arrives at a secluded alleyway far away from people. Shoyuta curses when he notices the other figure that appears next to the boy's side. Midoriya is with Reaper again, and Shoyuta knows he can't fight the serial killer alone. Deciding to save the fight for a different day, Shoyuta goes to find Tsukachi in the crowd. This time, Shoyuta will make sure Naomasa asks some important questions to Todoroki. Maybe they can get something about Bunny from the kid. Alright, last question. Are you the UA traitor? The detective asks. Shoyuta can only hope that Todoroki is not the traitor. The kid stopped answering the questions about Midoriya when he realized that he's bad at lying. But at least Todoroki answered truthfully about the summer camp and what happened after he got kidnapped. A stranger helped Todoroki get away from the League, then he stayed there in case the villains were still around. When Naomasa asked about said stranger, the kid went quiet. But Shoyuta knows the truth, because he saw the kid with Midoriya with his own eyes. All the questions about Midoriya Izuku are left unanswered. Todoroki sighs in relief when he hears the question. No, I'm not. Everyone present lets out a sigh of relief when Tsukachi says, true. Ignoring the questions the kid didn't answer, Todoroki is off the list of the suspects of the possible traitor. But Shoyuta will continue to keep an eye on him. For now. It should have been easy to cover up the injuries of Bakugo, according to the rat principle, from getting out to the public. But no, Netsu underestimated the League once again. Pictures and videos spread across the internet at warp speed. Waves of disappointment and anger towards UA crashed against them once more. They just had a press conference days ago. Do they need another one? How can a prestigious high school let their student get hurt? The media has said. That's not all. An anonymous person sent a clip of middle school Bakugo to all of the news stations. They didn't say or demand anything at all, they just sent the clip and disappeared. Clip is horrible to say at least. It features Bakugo using his quirk on several people and the harsh words he said to them. The victims are blurred, thankfully, so the only thing that gets shown to the entire Japan is the boy's unacceptable behavior. How can UA let a villain into the school? The questions get poured onto social media platforms and headlines, spreading like wildfire. Even the League of Villains doesn't want that boy. UA receives backlash from people all over Japan. Turns out, all the things that he said to defend Bakugo at the press conference are worthless. The kid really is a bit. Ugh, Shoyuta is so FNG tired. Almost everyone wants them to expel the kid, but Shoyuta knows how that would end. Bakugo would turn vigilante or villain. His drive to be the best wouldn't be stopped just by expelling him, it'd just be a little road bump. General education course and therapy it is. And if Bakugo gets better, then Nedzu will enroll the boy back into the hero course. Bakugo himself hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. The boy is still unconscious, and the doctor is not sure when he'll wake up. His future is uncertain. Shoyuta feels a little bit bad about that. Let fate decide his future. He isn't sure that fate will be on Bakugo's side this time. Shoyuta should rest, really. But he also has the case of Bunny that he doesn't know what to do next with. Should they treat Midoriya like he's a villain in the league? Or like a harmless kid that needs their help? Shoyuta walks into the police station like it's his second home. He expects to see Naomasa sitting at his desk, doing his work like always, but when he steps inside the detective's private office, Naomasa is standing in front of his table, reading something with wide eyes. When the guy notices Shoyuta, Naomasa beckons him over. "Looks like we got a gift, Shoyuta." The detective chuckles humorlessly. Shoyuta looks down to see 2 cups of coffee, one smelling suspiciously like his favorite, cinnamon cappuccino. There's also a note taped to one of the cups. "I heard that you guys are looking for me," laughing face. "So here's a gift, I guess. No poison. P.S. It's what Mr. Tsukachi likes, so just try my new almond coconut chai latte recipe. Bunny." Shoyuta pinches the bride of his nose. Wow, this kid is something else. Notes. Tumblr. I think this one is my best drawing from this FIC. Source, Imager.com. Ref from Kiki Ishtar on DeviantArt. Aizawa's POV supposed to be before Ray chapter, but I just can't fit it in. So here's it is, a rest before we jump back into Hawks. This chapter happened before Hawks infiltrate, maybe around after Kamino. Detective and Eraserhead is on first-name basis, because why not? Tongue sticking out. I've decided that Eraserhead would not meet Bunny because, plot? BTW, the mint hair vigilante is from chapter 12 LO. And I didn't say anything about Bakugo's quirk, so I still keep my word about his open ending in chapter 15, laughing face. Guys, I could make a BKG no more. But it's too late. Why did I not think about this idea before? Facepalm. Next chapter. Of course we go back to Izuku and Hawks. Dabi also going to meet his mom, laughing face. Chapter 19. Summary. Bunny and Hawks moments, plus Dabi and his mom. Notes. Thank you my_introvert for beta read 3. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Hawks holds the kid's gaze. The boy doesn't seem to want to be the first to break their staring contest, and Hawks isn't one to lose. Even if, only a second ago, the green-haired kid read him like an open book. Broccoli huffs in amusement before averting his eyes and turning back to whatever he was doing. Hawks sighs, glad that the kid's attention isn't on him now. Wow, who is this? Is this just another test for him before he gets to meet Shigaraki? If the number 3 hero can't handle a 15-year-old, then he can't be a villain or something. The kid doesn't speak to him after that. But it can be explained because apparently this place is quite popular. For villains, of course. Villains of different ranks come in continuously. Some come for coffees then leave, some throw money on the counter then leave with a suspicious folder in their arms. There's even villains who come in just to chat with the little bird. So to say that Hawks is confused is an understatement. Yo, Bunny. 1 white chocolate mocha for me, please. Now that is another thing. Bunny. Hawks does nothing but observe this place and the kid. The thing he notices is that everyone calls the boy Bunny. Is that his name? Or is that just a nickname the villains gave to this adorable yet terrifying barista? Also, villains that come into this place, a cafe specifically, spare a glance at Hawks once before they ignore him. Villains ignoring the number 3 hero? What the hell? He's wasting his time here. Hawks flutters his wings with frustration. All done. The kid's voice cuts through his ongoing thoughts. His bright, shining eyes turn to him. It's break time. What do you want? Finally. Tell me your name first, little bird. The boy smiles. I'm Bunny. Bunny it is. No real name for me? Bunny blinks, then tilts his head. You want to be called Takami-san? Hawks has to force himself not to startle by how Bunny knows his real name. Because that's confidential information. No, thank you. D-Minute, change the subject? Hawks and Bunny seems like a good duo name. The kid laughs, light and bubbly, his whole demeanor contrasting to the dangerous vibe that Hawks has slowly picked up since he arrived here. Or is he just being paranoid? That sounds cool. We're gonna be a duo? Villain duo? Bunny teases him. Wow, this kid. Hawks rests his chin on his hand. Yeah, villain duo. Bunny stares at him, unimpressed. Is this kid absorbing Todoroki's personality? Okay, let's just pretend the number 3 hero wants to be a villain. I can work with that. Broccoli nods to himself, like said hero isn't sitting in front of him right now. Sheet. He doesn't know what to say. Is he supposed to make the kid approve of him or something? Oh, Hawks, want to tell me how you plan to infiltrate the league? Bunny asks. He sounds like he's asking him about the weather. Hawks groans. Nobody taught him how to handle a kid who seems to know everything about him. I'm planning to join the league by proving that I'm willing to do anything for them. Willing to do anything to change society, even though I have to become a villain for it, Hawks explains. Bunny eyes widen. Finally, whoa. That sounds so cool. How long did you prepare for that speech? Why is dealing with this kid so hard? Why did Dobby agree to this again? It should have been easy to say no. But nah, let's meet Mom after all the shit that happened to the both of them. And oh, apparently Mom only found out that he's alive, like, yesterday? To siblings. Not that he doesn't love his mom or anything, but does he really deserve to see her? He knows he's one of the reasons that made his mom lose her mind and end up in the mental hospital. It's not that obvious, but after he faked his death everything seemed to go downhill, so isn't it his fault? He should have grabbed Shudo, or maybe all of his family, and just ran away together. Dobby always thought that Shudo was just a replacement for him, a perfect masterpiece that Endeavor would use to surpass All Might. But he never stopped to think that Shudo was going to go through all of those tortures too. All this time, Dobby's been only thinking of himself. He regrets not thinking about his family at all. But also, the choice he made to leave everything behind and become a villain brought him some good things too. Dobby can say with all his heart that Bunny is the best thing that happened to him. And he would never trade the experience he had with the kid for anything else. Izuku literally gave him a place to live, food to eat, and reunited him with his brother. Dobby doesn't want to admit it, but the soft side of Bunny is starting to rub off on him. That's probably why he agreed to meet his mom today. He puts on his sunglasses and mask, following all of his siblings into the hospital. He blinks once and they're already in front of their mom's room. Alright, he could do this. He's done so many dangerous missions and jobs, how could meeting one's mother be harder than that? Dobby's hand trembles when he touches the handle. Someone squeezes his shoulder lightly. He opens the door and comes face to face with the smile of the person he has longed for since he left. Dobby could cry, we would. Mom, he says. His mom sobs. And he doesn't need to move when she rushes towards him and pulls him in for a hug. A hug that he missed so damn much. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, she cries into his hoodie. I should have done something. I should dash. Dobby doesn't say anything, only holds his mom gently while his siblings watch them from the side. It's not your fault, he says. She cries harder at that. It takes a while before she calms down and steps away from him. Silence. Well, it's a little bit awkward. But Fuyumi, God bless her, comes and saves the day. Well, she clasps her hands. Maybe you could catch up with Mom while we go out and get you guys something to eat? Or maybe not. Natsuo and Shudo try to protest, but of course they fail. He watches his siblings leave and turns back to his mom. She's sitting on the edge of the bed and observing him quietly. How've you been, Tuya? She asks quietly. Dobby wants to tell her everything, so he does. Starting from the day he leaves the name Tuya behind, to the day he meets another little brother, Bunny. Is Izuku having fun messing with Hawks? Absolutely. He can't help but troll the man a little. The hero looked so tense when he came in. Izuku just wants to ease some of the tension. Hawks doesn't notice it, but he's already a little bit more relaxed from the stupid things Izuku has said to him. Izuku doesn't know why Hawks was even okay with this mission to become a spy for the commission. Does he really not know that no matter how much he proves to be loyal, there'll be no one that will trust him with their whole heart? Izuku is sure that Dabi knows what he's doing, and no doubt that it somehow involves his plan to deal with Endeavor soon. Wow, he can't believe that in less than a month, All for One and the League will start their scheme to change society. If Izuku has to guess, Dabi probably would want Hawks to help them fight the Meta Liberation Army, which All for One may or may not have decided to go solo against the MLA. The supervillains secretly told Izuku that he might do the job all by himself and let Tamura and his friends live their life. All for One already stole his kind of son's childhood, so he might as well not let Tamura be stressed about fighting an army and taking over an empire. That's so nice of him. So Izuku has to tell the League that they should go and plan to destroy the Commission instead. And Hawks might be a great help to do that. That's why Izuku's here with Hawks in the first place. Izuku snaps out of his thoughts when he remembers that Hawks is still here in front of him. I'm just kidding. I was messing with you, he finally says to the hero after quite some time. Hawks whips his head to meet Izuku. For real? Hawks runs his hand through his hair and sighs. Are you testing me or something? Let me tell you, I definitely failed. I don't know how to handle you at all, little green bird. Poor guy. Izuku chuckles. Sorry. The hero facepalms. Oh God, why does Dabi want me to see you? He wants me to get trolled by a kid. Hawks asks and perks up when Izuku puts down a chocolate ganache tart in front of him. Izuku takes a bite of his own tart before he answers. Nah, maybe he wants me to help you? I don't really know. He mumbles the last part. Help me with what? Hawks furrows his brows. Then he seems to recall what Izuku said to him earlier. Are you serious? How did you even know about that? Izuku hums and turns to his laptop, which is showing him a file of the hero in front of him. I don't know, Hawks. Maybe it's the fact that your handler keeps a whole file of how many times you tried to refuse their orders. Hawks almost chokes on his snack. What? Izuku doesn't stop. Or maybe because the commission documents everything you do in a day. Here, let me read this one for you. 12 January, 11:34 a.m. You went out for fried chicken. They highlighted this one and said, you need a better diet dash. Izuku can't even finish the sentence before he bursts out laughing. Demon, he should have read this beforehand. All of his professionalism is gone, not that he had any in the first place. He looks up, sees Hawk's horrified face, and continues to laugh. Hawks sends his feather to pat Izuku on the back. Izuku wipes the tears in his eyes. Sorry. I don't know if I should laugh with you or be sad at my effed up life. Hawks snatches the last tart from Izuku's plate and eats it while waiting for Izuku to calm down. Izuku catches that last sentence. Now you admit it. So you want the League to free you, right? Hawks stares at him again, and Izuku just smiles at him in return. It's not like I've been trying to do that since, I don't know, 15? The number 3 hero grumbles. Oh, is he finally giving in? Honestly, this might be easier than he thought. When Izuku said that he had a plan, in reality he did not. But he knows that Hawks really tried to get away from the commission before. The hero even tried to maim some of the workers and sabotaged some of their more illegal plans. The file has everything. So Izuku only has to make Hawks open up to him and get the League to help the hero back. The commission made a mistake in writing everything in the report. Do they really think that their security is that good? And you're going to succeed soon, Hawks, Izuku says and closes his laptop. Hawks shrugs. Sure, kid. Whatever you say. This is better than not making any progress at all. You know what? Since Dabi is busy this whole week, you're gonna meet me here every day. Why? Because you can. Now go, you probably have better things to do than talking with me. Izuku waves him off. Hawks sighs and gets up reluctantly. All right, baby boss. But you better make me the coffee you made earlier today. Exchange some information on the commission that you think I don't have and we have a deal. If Hawks could scream, Izuku thinks he would. But you have everything already. Hawks actually couldn't find anything that Izuku didn't already have. But Izuku still makes him the maple pecan latte anyway. For the past few days, they haven't really been doing anything. Hawks just comes in for his morning coffee then goes to work, just like all the other villains. The two haven't talked about freeing the hero after that first day, but Izuku told the League about it. Hawks is going to destroy the HPSC with them, whether he likes it or not. Tamura said that he doesn't care about Hawks betraying them in the future if they're able to accomplish that, so Izuku should take the hero to see the League's leader soon. But before that, is he a bird? Eri asks from where she's hiding behind his legs. Hawks blinks. I didn't know you had a child in here. Izuku chuckles and lifts Eri up to sit on a stool. He's a bird. A hawk. He points at the hero's red wings. Eri seems to have a better idea. Parrots have red wings, she says excitedly, her eyes practically sparkling. My favorite bird is parrots. Can I call you Parrot-san? Sure, the hero says confusedly. Parrot-san. Wow, she's so cute. This is Eri, he introduces the little girl. She waves shyly at Hawks. Izuku would love to talk to Hawks more about how adorable Eri is, but Mind Heist picks that moment to poke his head through the front door. Eri-chan, come on now. Okay. With that she runs up to the villain and they leave together. Hawks stares with wide eyes at the spot where the A-ranked villain just left. Is that Mind Heist? He gapes. Well, also, we have something to do today. Now that gets the attention of the number 3 hero. We're going out together? Of course. We're going on a kidnapping mission. We're what? Dabi isn't sure if he hears it correctly, or if it's just his mind twisting his mom and her doctor's words to satisfy his current thoughts. Repressed anger? Well, yes. The doctor said I subconsciously ignore and avoid being angry, she sighs. Dabi grabs his mom's hand and holds it gently. Why? Ray grimaces. Because of fear. Fear of what? Oh, that's he growls. That son of a beach. He's gonna FNG destroy Endeavor until there's nothing left of him. Bunny better prepare Hawks for him. Language, his mom chides. Mom, I'm literally a villain. Why would I care about that? Dabi deadpants. She laughs and decides to let that go. Fine. The doctor also said that I'm not crazy. The thing I did to Shudo was just a hallucination from sleep deprivation and I saw NG in front of me. Her face falls, and Dabi wishes he could make his mom happy again. It won't be long until that time arrives. I couldn't believe I did that to Shudo. But Izuku said that I should forgive myself like Shudo forgave me. She traces the cup of coffee that Dabi brings to her. Bunny and his coffee really are a wonder. So you're fine? Like, perfectly fine? Yes, my therapist is a great guy. My anger is only towards NG, so I started journaling, and it helps me attune my thoughts and emotions. I also do meditation. And because I don't get to see him anymore, I'm a lot better than before. Wow, I'm proud of you, Mom. Dabi gives his mom a small smile, and she returns it with one of her own. So, you no longer repress your anger? Did you get rid of it? She blinks. Oh, not really. There's no way for me to release my anger. No Endeavor around here to beat up, he jokes. Ray chuckles. Don't make me join the dark side, too ya? You watch Star Wars? Knock knock knock. They both startle at the sound from the window. Dabi stands up and draws the curtain to see what's behind it. Hawks and Bunny stare back at him. The hero is flying and carrying the boy bridal style. The kid brightens up when he sees Dabi. He huffs a laugh and slides the window open. Food DLVY? Hawks rolls his eyes. I wish. Wait. Hello. Bunny waves at his mom and she waves back hesitantly. Hello? What are you doing here? Kidnapping you. Bunny answers. Mom meets Dabi's gaze and he shrugs. Oops, forget to tell you. After Izuku and Hawks arrived at the hospital, he and Ray switched places and let Hawks carry Dabi's mom instead. They don't know how long they have before someone notices that she's gone, so he and Dabi quickly gather all of her personal belongings and then they sneak out of there. The group re-meets at an abandoned warehouse near the hospital, far away from prying eyes. How did Izuku manage to find this place? No idea. And there's even some random crates in here for them to sit on, too. Izuku settles next to Hawks while Dabi explains his plan to take down Endeavor. He watches in amusement as both Ray and Hawks' jaws drop at everything the fire villain says. The original plan that Izuku suggested at first was to reveal Endeavor's crimes and send him to jail. But Shudo, Natsuo, and Dabi said one thing in response. It's too dull and boring. What's the fun in that? Hey, if you're a villain, you gotta live your life to the fullest, right? Plus ultra and all. Dabi wanted Rei in the plan too, and today he looks so confident that Rei would agree to do this. She gapes at her eldest son unbelievingly after Dabi finishes. She seems speechless, just like the number 3 hero next to him. Rei glances at Izuku and he can only smile at her. Everyone will respect her decision, because she's the star in this show. Rei says nothing as she looks down at the floor. Thinking. Izuku knows that Dabi is about to say something like, "You can take your time to think," but before he can, Rei interrupts him. She slams her foot down on the floor, ice spreading out until the entire building is frozen. The ice glistens under the light that shines through the gap in the roof. The temperature drops and Hawks wraps his wings around Izuku without taking his eyes off the insane power in front of them. She says in a breath and says, "I might need to learn a little bit of control?" Dabi grins. Let's just say they have a little bit of fun for the rest of the week. And Izuku had never seen Rei smile this much before. Notes. Tumblr. Isn't it crazy how everyone is so nice and soft in this story? Remember when I said to forget about canon? Yeah, because Hawks is a dork and he doesn't know how to handle this kid who seems to know everything about him. And get ready for OOC Reu. Next chapter is gonna be fun, and it's gonna be late too. I might or might not need to study for my exam. Next chapter is based on this kinda laughing face. Chapter 20. Summary. Let it go, can't hold it back anymore. And the fears that once controlled me can't get to me at all. Notes. Howdy everyone. Hope you guys enjoy this chapter and hope it's worth the wait. 3. Thank you my introvert so much for both beta reading and helping me with this chapter. Though mega, comma. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Izuku decides to bring the Todoroki family over for breakfast at the cafe that morning. He has fun cooking with Dabi, so he is going to use it as an excuse to do so again as it's been a while since they last had the chance to be in the kitchen together. They decide to make a traditional Japanese breakfast set consisting of bowls of steamed rice, warm miso soup, salted salmon, rolled omelette, spinach salad with sesame, and pickled cabbages and cucumbers. Dabi had said that Rei hadn't eaten a good meal for a while, so they went all out. Izuku's mouth waters just from seeing the array of food alone after it's done. He also makes various coffees to accompany the food. Izuku is in the mood for so lattes it is. After making several cups of hazelnut, lavender, mocha, caramel, chai tea, and vanilla lattes, he joins the table that the family are gathered at. Izuku sometimes feels like he's intruding on precious family time, this time included, but a reassuring smile from Shudo and Rei, and a hair ruffle from Dabi, is enough to sate him. The fun doesn't last long after breakfast, however. Fuyumi has to leave early because she has a teaching job to do and Natsuo has to prepare the camera and other things for Dabi's plan later on that day. Thankfully the guy somehow became friends with the shadow duo, so he has a helping hand from Overcast and Umbra if he ever needs it. That leaves Shudo, Dabi, Rei, and Izuku there. Though Dabi is already asleep on the couch and Shudo is preparing to go to school. Izuku's about to find some work to do when he remembers something. Izuku runs up the stairs and finds Eri yawning in her bed. She must have just woken up. "Good morning, Eri," Izuku greets. She gives him a small smile. "Good morning, Bunny. I would like you to meet someone again." "Really? Are they nice like Parrot-san?" Izuku chuckles and pats her hair. "Of course." He helps Eri through her usual morning routine, then carries her down to meet Rei. Rei looks up and smiles kindly when she sees the girl from that time in the park. "Hello." Eri blushes, jumps down from Izuku's arms, and runs to Rei. Rei crouches down in front of the little girl, and Eri grabs her hand. "You're very pretty," she says shyly. Rei's eyes widen and she giggles. "You're very cute too." "Eri." "You're really cute too, Eri-chan," Rei says and gently picks her up, carrying her to the kitchen. Eri is more than excited to be held by another kind person and goes along willingly. Before she leaves, Rei turns to him and mouths something. She's mine now. I'm adopting her. With that, they're gone. Well, at least Eri will have both a mom and dad. The group decided to combine all of the plans together. Tamura and the League wants to create chaos, Izuku wants to publish documents about Endeavor's crimes, and Dabi wants to get revenge. The meeting to check if everyone is ready just finished a while ago. As long as everyone knows what to do, Izuku thinks that today will go smoothly. Izuku sighs as he finally finishes getting the documents ready to publish and spread across the country. His hands are trembling in excitement. Izuku has never participated in something this big before. Technically, the human trafficking ring in the USJ only affected certain groups of people, and Hosu was just him making a name for Stain, but this is different. Everyone will be able to see the downfall of the number one hero again. Not long after the defeat of All Might. This time it was a little more personal to Izuku, too. Endeavor is the one who took his mother and his home away after all. You guys ready? Tamura asks from where he's standing in the middle of the room. Aye, Captain. Toga and Twice chirp. The League's members leave through Kurojire's portal, but before Tamura follows them, he turns around and glares at Hawks. If you try anything funny, I'm going to decay all your feathers and feed the leftovers to my goldfish, he threatens. Since when did Tamura even own a fish? Hawks, who is standing silently behind Izuku, nods rapidly. The number 3 hero only met the League's leader a few days ago. But so far, Hawks would rather trail after Izuku than join Tamura. So there's that. Dabi goes to meet with his mom alone, so Hawks will bring Izuku to the meeting point. Nobody would spot the giant red wings in the sky anyway, since people will be busy watching the LOV's live stream as they infiltrate the top 3 news stations in Japan. The body cameras they're using for the live stream are attached to Tamura, Spinner, and Mr. Compress. Both Kurojire and Izuku have the live stream pulled up on their laptops, the former to watch their progress and warp them out when needed, and the latter to make sure nothing bad happens. Ignoring the fact that they chose their buddy by rock, paper, scissors, the teams work great when they start the infiltration. No miss that all for one graciously loaned distract the heroes that try to stop the League. And that's just the appetizer before the real meal that is Endeavor's downfall. When it's time, Izuku jumps in Hawk's arms and they take off into the sky. As they get closer to the spot, Izuku spots Endeavor fighting the intelligence and regeneration-quirked Nomu in the distance. And Nomu is leading the fire hero right to the target area. Hawks silently lands on top of one of several buildings that surround an open, circular field. The place reminds Izuku of the Roman Colosseum from ancient times, with the way the buildings can be seen as the spectator seats to view the upcoming fight. The area is owned by All for One, and the residents are more than happy to watch the show. Izuku jumps down from Hawk's arms, carefully balancing the tons of coffee. He can't believe the coffees didn't spill while they were flying. Izuku leads the winged hero inside through the door on the rooftop and down to the floor right below, which looks like a giant conference room, just with all the chairs put aside to one corner. They spot Natsuo sitting on the floor while setting up his expensive video camera, and he doesn't seem to notice them as they approach. Natsuo-san, Izuku sings. He skips over and sits down. Natsuo greets him with a hair ruffle, the other hand snatching an ice Biscoff latte from Izuku's hand, ignoring his pouts. Oh, there's Dabi, Hawks says from where he's standing by the window. The glass itself is one way, so they can see outside, but Endeavor won't see in. The Nomu gets thrown into the middle of the field, and Endeavor lands on top of it. The hero grabs the Nomu's face in one hand and lights up his other. Endeavor intensifies his flames and releases a fire blast, creating an explosion that sends pieces of Nomu in different directions. When the fire dies down, the hero is left panting. But he doesn't have the chance to take a break. Blue fire spreads around the area, surrounding the grounds in a wall of blue flames. The hero lets out a frustrated groan and turns to the newcomer. Natsuo rechecks both the camera and mic on Dabi before he gives them a thumbs up. The live stream begins. Whoa. Look who we have here? The current number 1 hero. Dabi sneers at the fire hero who looks ready to murder someone if provoked anymore. Dabi, Endeavor growls, the fire on his suit flaring up. Even though they're in a building, Izuku can feel the heat that radiates from the hero. Izuku has to snuggle into Natsuo just to keep himself from sweating. The guy's body is so cold. Izuku wonders if that is part of his quirk or not. Natsuo scowls at the livestream they can see on his laptop. This is so annoying. Everything he does must somehow involve his fire. Even though the boy is complaining, Natsuo doesn't seem to be bothered by the heat all that much. Dude, we're live. Everyone who's watching is gonna hear that, Hawks whispers. Natsuo snorts. Good for them. Izuku stifles a laugh and looks down at his own laptop, which still shows the LOV's stream, to check if everyone is doing alright. The league already seems to have the reporters and workers as hostages and appear to be doing their villain monologues, but Izuku can't really hear them talking. Dabi is the only one with a mic. It's necessary for the reveal after all. And how lucky they are to have Natsuo. Not only does he want to see the downfall of Endeavor, Natsuo is a film major. He helped make it so people can watch both live streams in 4K and the audio will be clearer than any YouTube videos out there. What a perfect way to end someone's career. And Shudo would be happy. Unfortunately, his friend has to study on Saturdays, so he can't be here today. At least Shudo can rewatch it later. I still can't believe we're doing this in broad daylight. The winged hero mumbles before deciding to sit down beside Izuku. Izuku just shoves a cup of coffee into the man's hands and continues to focus on the fight. You're the one responsible for those Nomu, aren't you? Endeavor shouts through his current attack, sending fireball after fireball towards the villain. Dabi doesn't seem to be in trouble and continues to dodge the attacks easily. You could say that a fired-up punch cuts off his speech and Dabi narrows his eyes in annoyance. Yet he still keeps up the cocky attitude. TSK, not good at civil conversation? Dabi taunts. There's nothing to talk about, villain. Endeavor roars, sending an inferno of flames to the villain in front of him. They both ignore the nearby trees that catch on fire. Dabi grins. That's great. Because I have plenty to say to you, Todoroki NG. He steps out of the way of another attack. Leave my name out of your mouth, Dabi, Endeavor pants. The guy had been fighting Nomo for a while, and now he has to fight a villain who's been toying with him nonstop. The hero is starting to show signs of fatigue and overheating after such a long fight. Oh, but that's the perfect moment. The wind blows, the only other sound being the fire burning in the background. Wow, even God gives them some dramatic effects. Dabi brings out a bottle of some strong hair color remover and says, well, I know your name. You might as well know mine. He pours the substance over his head and it washes away the temporary black hair dye, revealing the white hair underneath. The villain shakes his head to get rid of the liquid and looks up to stare straight at the hero's horrified face. Call me Todoroki Tuya, Dad. Hawks chokes on his coffee, and Izuku turns to see him gaping at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. What the F dash? Izuku rolls his eyes. I thought you knew. And don't waste my coffee like that. Hawks huffs but focuses back on the fight. That's why you guys didn't say anything when he explained the plan. I thought it was because they both have fire quirks, but that doesn't answer why Endeavor is the only hero that you're going to destroy today. This answers a lot. Izuku nods in confirmation. No dash, Endeavor doesn't get the chance to say anything else as Dabi dashes forward and summons his own fire. The hero doesn't dodge and gets sent through one of the abandoned buildings. Come on now, get up. I didn't fight you properly earlier. Dabi lands a kick on Endeavor's face, the hero jumping away and spitting out some blood on the ground. Dabi quickly goes after the hero, not waiting for Endeavor to recover. Don't lie to me, Tuya is dead, Endeavor wheezes out. He clenches his fist, ready to fight again, even if his physical state doesn't look too good. Dabi grins like a predator. Sure. Let's reveal the Todoroki household's secrets while I beat you down to the ground. Dabi stretches out the fight. Izuku knows that Endeavor is at his limit, but does Dabi care? Not at all. The long fight is enough to let Dabi say everything that is needed. And the entire country that's watching now knows what the HPSC has hidden from everyone. Izuku posted his documents on the heroes' forums, mailed it to all the news stations, and he doesn't know why, but he also sent it to UA as well. Hawks has gone quiet beside him, and Natsuo sends the winged hero a look of pity. Endeavor really lives up to the title of #1 hero, because he doesn't back down, even when he is pushed past exhaustion. I'm going to bring you in, Tsuya. And I'm going to make things right. The hero summons his fire once more. Dabi scoffs. It's too late, old man. It's time for you to taste the consequences of your actions. You've been free long enough. A trail of frost creeps its way across the ground, and that's the only warning they get before a series of ice spikes shoot forwards on the floor, turning the area into an Arctic battlefield. Before the spikes get close, Endeavor jumps to the side, turning to face the new attacker. Izuku can see the man freeze at the sight of the newcomer. The star of the show is here. Rei is in a fireproof vigilante outfit that Izuku borrowed from one of his clients, consisting of a black hoodie, skin-tight pants, and combat boots. Her stunning white hair is in a high ponytail which sways side to side as she walks up to the hero. Snow flows around her, and every step she takes, ice patterns form underneath her boots. Rei! Endeavor falters. His fires flicker, many emotions passing through his eyes before ending in confusion. The hero still hasn't recovered from Dabi's attacks and reveals earlier, but he doesn't back up or wants to retreat yet. Dabi sends a spiral of blue flames around the fire hero, creating a circle that leaves no exit, just him and Rei in the middle. No. One isn't going to punish you, NG, I will. Snow swirls around her like a blizzard. Sharp snowflakes form together into hundreds of spears, and Rei sends it to the crumbling hero. The storm does cancel out some of Dabi's fire, but the blaze that remains creates a really pretty background for Rei. Wait, what are you doing? Endeavor shouts over the raging storm. He tries to light up a burst of fire, but it's useless against the snowstorm. Why are you here? Rei says nothing, just stomps her foot down on the ground. Ice shoots out, gaining speed and height the farther it goes. Endeavor, weakened from the fight and nearly at his limit, isn't fast enough to move out of the way. A mountain of ice forms in the middle of the makeshift arena, all jagged edges and icy spikes. Snow falls down, like a final touch on the show. Hawks lets out an impressed whistle. Even though he and Izuku have witnessed her sheer power before, they can't help but still be amazed by the elegant structure. Izuku and his other two buddies look around for Endeavor, and when they spot him, they gasp. Endeavor is in the middle of the structure, ice engulfing most of his body, only leaving out his face and neck. Arare. The fire hero's teeth chatter from the cold. They can hear Dabi's quiet laugh through the mic. Maybe in another universe, we could do it the right way, through the law. But I can't stand you any longer. You don't deserve to be a hero after what you've done to my family, Rei says. For the final blow, she takes a deep breath and slams her foot down again. Eternal ice. Jesus Christ. That's the first thing Hawks hears as he lands behind the group of heroes that had been called onto the scene. He had flown Bunny back to the cafe and was making his way back when he received the notification to come here. Even though he had seen the sculpture being formed, seeing it from a faraway building is different from being up close and personal. It's even bigger than he had imagined. Mountainous is definitely a good description for it. Everyone's breaths fog out, and Hawks is immensely glad that he has a thick jacket included in his hero outfit. The usually grassy area is entirely covered in ice. The main pillar is in the middle, housing the frozen flame hero, and what surrounds it are countless of jagged spikes. It makes up a stunning scene. A stunning, yet horrifying scene. As Hawks and the rest of the heroes pick their way across the icy ground towards the middle, he notices that all the spikes are pointing in the same direction. Right at Endeavor, an Iron Maiden of his own creation. But what seems to shock everyone the most is probably the ice crystal structure thing in the center. With Endeavor frozen in the middle of that pillar of ice, the hero seems to be reaching for something, heaven, probably. The fire hero's eyes and mouth are open wide, stuck in a scream of pure desperation. It shouldn't be hard to rescue the hero out of that glacier, in all honesty. And that is the problem. They can't melt the ice. The commission brings all the fire heroes that are available here, and their quirks do nothing. There's even a civilian that gets called in with an ice manipulation quirk, which doesn't do anything either. Some heroes come up with a genius idea of trying to break the ice instead of melting it. And that's probably the worst choice ever made. The ice cracks. So does Endeavor. They can literally see the heroes cracking hands when they hit the ice. Hawks watches all of this and he thinks, Din, better not set off Ms. Todoroki. Raisin. Today I watched Frozen with Candy Cane. Rei coos at her adorable child. Shudo is holding Eri's hand while the little girl tells the story of Elsa to the smiling woman. And then she made the ice very sharp at the bad guy. Like this dash. Eri lifts her hands up and imitates the move that Elsa used. The league can't even hold themselves from awing. Then she built this huge castle with ice. Izuku smiles to himself as he prepares dinner with Dabi. I think my mom just got an idea on what to do with her quirk from Eri for sure, Dabi chuckles. Elsewhere, All for One looks down at the chaos below. The expensive and luxurious apartment gives the supervillain a clear view of the massive glacier in the middle of the city. They did a great job today, don't you think? He asks his right-hand man. Mind Heist raises his brows. Yeah. I think I need to start on my plan as well. That gets a smile from the red-haired villain. Finally. I've been waiting for too long. All for One chuckles and walks to grab his coat. Come along now, Tetsuya. It's time to meet an old friend. Notes. Tumblr. Source. Imager.com. It's so hard to color the dress. Rei didn't wear this in the story, but I just want her to wear Elsa's outfit. If you're wondering what is Dabi doing, well, he just beat down his dad like the old man did when he's young, that's all, laughing face. And for Rei, her quirk works like Elsa. Remember in Frozen where the winter won't go away unless Elsa unfrees it herself? Yeah, just like that. Shudo isn't here this chapter, but he'll be in the next one. Next chapter, let's meet the UA traders. Chapter 21. Summary. The traders. Notes. Hi, please read the end notes. Warning implied animal torture. It's in the last part, italic. Beta read by my understanding. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Denki thinks that breaking rules is fun, and fun means no boredom. He started by ignoring his curfew, stopped doing the house chores, and caused trouble at school. Denki knew that he is smart, he knows all the answers on the test after all, and he avoided the correct answers on purpose. The teachers must have known that too. You can't get all the answers wrong unless you knew the right ones to begin with. The thing that he likes the most, it being the most fun activity he's ever done, is acting. You could fool someone just by lowering your head and speaking softly, getting enough money thrown at him to survive by himself for weeks. Or he could act tough and unhinged, scaring away the weak, wannabe bullies. Denki's favorite act, however, is probably being dumb. Seriously, you can get away with anything, nobody will spare him a glance if he's harmless. The only person who can see through his act is All for One. The guy just appeared out of nowhere and offered him a job. A job where an illusion quirk is used on him. Denki goes to the place the villain wanted, acts as the person he is told to distract the target, and lets others do the rest of the job. He never hurts or kills anyone, so is he really considered a villain? He just likes to cause trouble and have fun, and All for One can give him all of that. And the extra money is a bonus for doing a great job. So of course Denki would accept the role of a spy in UA. He has a perfect quirk for heroics after all. The supervillain doesn't need to give him a quirk, electrification itself is enough. And he comes up with the best script too. Kaminari Denki, a boy who has little to no control over his own quirk. If he overuses it, the quirk will causes his brain to short-circuit, aka the dumb state for an hour. He's trying his best to use his quirk without becoming a burden to others. Wow, that's such a perfect role to play. And everything turns out better than Denki expects. He has friends, no one can figure out that he's acting, and he's having fun training to become a hero. Sensei has said that he has no problem if Denki really becomes a hero, as long as he doesn't interfere with his business. That's fine. The problem, though, is that there's definitely another spy that Sensei and the League sent other than Denki. He's a little mad about that. They used to tell him everything and they trusted him with every task. So he's confused why Shigaraki sometimes already has the latest information from his class, even when it's been a while since Denki last stepped into Kurogiri's bar. The other thing is that he got left out from all the fun stuff. Denki didn't do shit at the USJ, He only got to alert Kurogiri when his class arrived, used his quirk to fight a few thugs, then acted dumb the rest of the time. That's it. And there was still Hosu, the summer camp, and many more of the villains' activities. Denki didn't even get to know the League's members. He only caught a glimpse of them through the news. It's not like he's jealous or anything. He knows he chose to be a hero, but he misses the fun times he had as a lawbreaker. The only person who seems to have a fun time is probably Todoroki-kun. Seriously, the guy was in every villain encounter. Got helped by the hero killer Stain, then got got captured by Dabi. God, that must have been so much fun. Whatever, complaining about it won't change anything. Denki grabs his bag, says goodbye to his friends, and walks out of the classroom. He walks by a group of students, and they are still talking about the Endeavor incident. Denki was speechless when he watched the live stream yesterday. The class had a free PRD, so they watched it together. Almost everyone was worried about Todoroki, but said guy was just laughing. The son of the #1 hero laughed at his father's demise. And today the red and white-haired boy is absent. No one in the class is close to the guy, so they could only wait for his return. Denki gets so lost in his head that he doesn't see a person in front of him. He walks right into them and he's about to apologize, but the person speaks up first. Hey Kaminari, are you the traitor? Denki never looks up so fast in his life. He finds himself standing in front of Todoroki, who came out of nowhere, and is now looking at him expectantly. What the F dash? Nedzu stirs the spoon in his cup and lets the scent of the jasmine tea calm his racing heart. It's not that he's scared. No, Nedzu is excited. He's excited to meet his savior, the man who freed him from hell. Nedzu has no doubt that he wouldn't be as successful today if he hadn't been saved all those years ago. His tail flicks back and forth when he senses something forming in the middle of his room. In a blink of an eye, 2 men step out from a pitch-black portal. The villain looks good as ever in his luxury black suit with no tie. White hair and glinting red eyes still remind Nedzu of that day. His companion, Mind Heist, looks around the room in interest before he finally stops at the principal. Nedzu nods in greeting but is careful not to make eye contact with the mastermind. Welcome, Shigaraki-kun. It's nice to see you again. Nedzu greets. Hello Nedzu. It's been a long time since I last saw you, All for One says as he and Mind Heist sit down on the couch. To what do I owe the pleasure of meeting you today? The supervillain nudges his right-hand man. Well, our original plan was, of course, to declare war with you guys. No offense, but we're very confident that we'll win, Mind Heist says while sipping his coffee. Nedzu nods and sips his tea. Then after we win, All for One will come out and take over Japan with his villain army. That's what you said, right? The red-haired villain asks his boss uncertainly. Let's just say that I was thinking about throwing myself in Tartarus and letting the League of Villains do the work. But after I got healed and got to see some things, I've been thinking of different ways to approach the taking over thing. And I think that this new plan of mine might need a little bit of your help. Of course, Shigaraki-kun. I owe you a lot for helping me in the past. I'll try my best to help you in return, Nedzu says as he clasps his paws together. Come on, Nedzu. You always get what you want anyway. Your intelligence is beyond everyone else. All for One chuckles. He smiles at his savior. So, what can I help you with? Mind Heist stands up, bringing out some folders from his coat, and puts them on Nedzu's desk. These hold the information necessary for bringing down the commission. I know that you have a bad history with them and you've been gathering info yourself, so I think the documents will help a lot. Nedzu reads through the paper quickly and his eyes widen a bit. Not only is it about the child soldiers program that they use on Hawks, but there's also an in-depth analysis of the HPSC. Nedzu can think of many ways to take them down with this. I assume that you aren't the one who did this, Nedzu says, gesturing to the folder. All for One shrugs. They're one of my subordinates, nothing special. Nedzu doesn't believe that at all, but if the supervillain says so, he won't ask. So your only target is the commission? Oh Nedzu, of course not . Nedzu's ears twitch. The commission is tied to the government, after all. Shudo stares at Kaminari confused. Why does the guy look like he's about to cry? Shudo just asked a question to confirm if his classmate is really the traitor, so he could invite him to Izuku's cafe since the spy never interacts with them that much. Izuku also wants to get to know more people his age too. So he is confused as to why Kaminari is looking at him like he just grew a second head. What are you talking about, Todoroki-kun? Kaminari smiles at him, while looking left and right rapidly. Maybe Shudo could change the way he phrases the question. I know you are the traitor, and now the guy is even paler. Ashit, what did he do wrong? Or maybe Kaminari isn't the spy. Shigaraki said he has an electric quirk? Wait, is it Aoyama? Laser is kind of electric. Maybe the league's leader gets confused or something. How'd you know? Shudo blinks at the question. But he kind of doesn't have time to answer. He brings out his phone to check the time, completely oblivious to Kaminari who is panicking internally beside him. Please just say yes if you are. Kaminari stares at him with wide eyes. Shudo steps forward. Denki can't believe that the second person who can see through his act is the son of the number 2 hero. Well, number 1, wait, the guy just died. But that's not important. He steps backward from Todoroki and the guy frowns. I don't have all day for this. Sheet. His back hits the wall, and Denki turns to the two-toned-haired boy who is typing something on his phone, not paying attention to him anymore. Oh no, is he calling for heroes? All for One is going to be so mad at him. He shouldn't have panicked and let his act slip like this. He's trying to find a way out when a familiar portal opens in front of him. Oh my god, Kurojuri, the lifesaver. Why you're done here, Todoroki-kun. You can't get away from the league now, he threatens. Todoroki raises his brows. What are you talking about? Do you not see that? Denki points at the warp gate. The guy glances at the swirling portal then looks back at him. Yes, now let's go. He grabs Denki's arm and drags him into the portal. Wait, what? Todoroki lets go of his arm when they reach the other side. Denki still doesn't know what's going on, because Todoroki Shudo just walked in Kurojiri's warp gate like it's normal. There's no effing way, the son of Endeavor is the other traitor? Todoroki leaves him to stand there and goes to sit at the counter, so Denki decides to look around first. He turns to his left and finds Shigaraki already looking at him, the guy laying on the couch with a controller in hand. Sup, traitor, the villain greets. The rest of the league turn their attention to him, and Denki finds himself panicking again. Himiko Toga, Spinner, Magna, Twice, and Mr. Compress are all scattered around the room, which seems to be a cafe. The League of Villains sitting in a cafe? What is happening? Hello. Denki says. Hi. You're Kaminari, right? Nice to meet you. I've been wanting to meet you for a while. He turns to the owner of the voice, and meets one of the most innocent faces he's ever seen. Dabi, who drapes his arms around the new boy's shoulder and rests his head on said boy's fluffy hair, looks up at him briefly before he goes back to sleep. And you are? Denki comes to the conclusion that the green-haired boy is probably the most normal person in this room. Oh god, Dabi, get off. You can call me Bunny. Bunny says as the boy finally gets Dabi to sleep on the counter instead and walks to Denki. Honestly, I thought you were the traitor. Like, how can you have your quirk for like 10 years and not know how to control it? But you definitely have a really powerful quirk. And dash. Bunny, Shigaraki says, and the boy quickly slaps his hand over his mouth. Damn it, I thought I didn't do that anymore, Bunny mumbles to himself. Anyway, Tamura is here to discuss your part in the plan. Since you still want to be a hero, I got a perfect job for you. Denki can only nod, because holy shit, he finally gets to be in their villainous activities. But he also has too many questions to ask as well. Bunny seems to know what he's thinking. You can ask me anything. Denki points to Todoroki, who's sipping on his coffee and doesn't look interested in their ongoing conversation. The green-haired boy blinks and answers with uncertainty. Shudo isn't a villain. I'm just here for Bunny, Todoroki speaks up. Wow, what an honest answer. Bunny blushes and goes back behind the counter. Would you like something to drink while we wait for the others? There's more people? An iced mocha, please. Denki sits next to Todoroki and decides to watch Bunny make coffee in silence. Is this the same guy who became viral at the sports festival? He should ask for his autograph later, he's literally a legend. They don't have to wait long before the cafe's door opens and a group of well-known villains walks in. Denki gapes. Oh my god, he's in the same room as air-ranked villains. There's Reaper, Overcast, Umbra, Honey Locust. And Pharaoh too. Shigaraki stands up and looks around the room. Alright, everyone's here dash. Let me tell you guys how this plan works. Nedzu is honestly impressed. All for One's plan is well thought out and quite scary for the hero's side. I don't want citizens to live in fear like they did hundreds of years ago. This plan should be better and more secure, the supervillain says. And it'll be harder for the heroes to take back their power as the citizens won't let them do that, Mind Heist adds. Nedzu nods. He can't wait to start working on it. Are you sure you're not going to tell me who prepared the documents? He asks before the villains leave. Well Mind Heist looks excited to answer it, but All for One doesn't think so. I would rather keep him to myself, Nedzu. I don't want you guys to take over the world yet. That sounds interesting. Of course, Nedzu says as he waves goodbye to them. Subject 845. Alt 4. Strap I to the chair. Electric Tohyori. Quirk, HIJHSBC. It's Hertz HURTS. Explosion. Silence. Ned, subject 845 blinked its eyes open, narrowing them from the bright sunlight. The faculty doesn't use light, so where does it come from? Before it could do anything, Ned, subject 845 realized that it's still stuck to the chair. There's no way for it to escape. There's a commotion outside the lab and there are no researchers in the room. It can only wait in silence. Ugh, what the hell is this place? Could you believe that the government experiments on animals? Bet the commission knows about this too. A deep voice rang through the hallway. Ned's, subject 845 suppressed a shudder that went through him. Oh, what's this? Nedzu, subject 84, looked up to see the biggest man it's ever seen. The man was wearing a black suit with no tie, white hair, and scary-looking red eyes. In the blink of an eye, Ned's subj was free from the thing that locked him in place. It twitched its nose and waited to see what the man, his savior, has to say. You seem to have a quirk, little stoat. No wonder these guys have tight security. But don't worry. They're all dead. Go and run, I guess. The man was about to leave, but Ned's grabbed his pants with his paw. What's your N name? He didn't remember the last time he spoke, so it came out more as a squeak. The man didn't seem surprised to hear him speak. You can call me Shigaraki, or maybe All for One. Notes. Next chapter, it's time for you to shine, my lovely readers. 3. Give me 5 heroes that you want to read their POVs next chapter. You can say Hawks or whoever you want. 5 most mentioned characters will make it in. I promise I can write anyone, just don't give me Endeavor because how can he even speak LMAO? You guys are going to see what happens through them tongue sticking out. Or, 5 times heroes experience some weird things, and 1 time they know what's going on. Chapter 22. Summary. 5 times heroes experience some weird things, and 1 time they know what's going on. Notes. Sorry for the long wait. This chapter is quite hard to write. I hope you guys like what I came up with. Thank you Fanfiction Forum Discord's friends for some ideas. And thanks my_introvert for beta reading. 3. Here's the vote results from last chapter. Eraserhead 35. Present Mike 16. Hawks 22. Gran Torino 7. Sir Knight I 22. Fecum 2. Detective Tsukachi 10. All Might 14. Best Genist 3. Recovery Girl 1. Midnight 5. Gang Orga 5. Rocklock 1. 13 1. Wash 1. It Shot 1. Mount Lady 1. Maruko 4. Manual 1. Wild Pussycat 2. Fourthkind 1. Nedzu 1. I tried to add some more characters from the list as well. 3. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Toshinori knows that the title symbol of peace won't last forever. Almost everyone who knows about One for All wants him to retire ever since he got his injury from All for One. But he's still going. People need him just as much as he wants to save them. And Toshinori can keep going until he finds the 9th holder. It's a good thing that he defeated the supervillain, even though it caused his own body to deteriorate. But in the end, the purpose of One for All is finally fulfilled. But his nightmare comes back in full force. All for One is still alive. They suspected as much from the Nomu, but to see for himself that the guy is not only alive but back to full health? Toshinori never wanted to cry like this before. And All for One won't shut up. That BSU goes on and on forever about anything, from his villainous tendencies to how bad All Might is. It's frustrating as F-. Yes, he expects to win against his arch-nemesis, but sometimes things just don't go as planned. Not only does he lose to that scum, but the fight was live-streamed by several news stations as well. DMNU, reporters. Toshinori can't even face his students at UA after he loses the fight. He just asks Nedzu for a vacation and throws himself into Gran's arms. Literally. His mentor doesn't even get a chance to say anything before the X-1 hero comes barging into his house. After an hour of getting his butt kicked, Sorahiko, finally pleased with himself, allows Toshinori to stay there for a while. Toshinori then tells his mentor everything that All for One said, including Shimura Tenko and the very last thing the villain said before he left. I have a feeling that you're going to retire, Yagi-kun. So I think I'll do the same. That's the last thing he hears from All for One before he disappears off the face of the earth. It's leaving Toshinori paranoid. Who knows when the villain is going to strike? Society without a symbol of peace is just so fragile. The crime rate has been going up after the Kamino incident, but it's become low once more within the last week. It's probably nothing, so he doesn't pay attention to it much. The only important thing here is, where is All for One? Toshinori sighs as he sips his tea. Still no sign of him? Gran asks. Been trying to find All for One or the League of Villains for a while, but there's no sign of them at all. Apart from the Endeavor incident, it's like they are ghosts. Sadly, yes. Gran sighs. Do you think he really retired? Not at all. He's been pursuing every One for All holder for ages. Why would he suddenly stop? What if he's tired or something? Toshinori shakes his head. I doubt it. He saw me defeated, but he decided to mock me then left. He could have, I don't know, killed me or maybe kidnapped me to make me give him the quirk. Sorahiko stares at him. Toshinori, you don't have to think so hard about it. You know that BSRD is a lunatic and unpredictable. Maybe he just wants to humiliate you and come back later. Gran, that doesn't make me feel any better. What? I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, brat. His mentor huffs and walks into the kitchen. A minute later, Gran comes back with a plate of taiyaki and a thoughtful look on his face. I don't think you need to pass on One for All, Toshinori. What? Why? You could wait until All for One makes a move again. But if he really doesn't come after you anymore, that means he's moving on from getting One for All back. Then we all can forget about this never-ending war and just live our lives, Gran says as he finishes the food. Toshinori looks at his mentor. While he does make a good point, Toshinori still doesn't trust that 200-year-old BSDRD. But it doesn't hurt to move on, he guesses. Maybe you could be the last holder of One for All, and the quirk will die with you, Sorahiko adds. Hizashi looks up at the streetlights. It's the middle of the night and he's walking around while thinking about random things. But his mind always comes back to the Endeavor incident. He always believed that the Flame Hero was just rude but full of ambition to become the #1 hero. In reality, not only did he have a bad personality, but the guy also did bad things to his own family. Honestly, Hizashi had watched it live on his phone, so he had read all the comments. It's 50-50. Endeavor's fans don't believe Dabi and accuse the guy of making up a story for attention. Others weren't so sure, but cheered for the villain nonetheless. Then this comment came up. Guys! Documents on the forum. Hizashi didn't get a chance to look at it because the cameraman of the livestream zoomed in on something coming from the other direction. Himura Rei, formerly Todoroki Rei, walked into the frame. The comment section literally exploded, and Hizashi could only watch in silence as the two punished the guy who hurt them. The whole incident got him to wonder how things like this get swept under the rug, how no one saw the red flags from Todoroki Shudo. When Hizashi thinks about it, The boy's quiet and cold personality is probably due to what his own father has done to him. He's quite disappointed in himself, even though he has nothing to do with it. But he's present Mike. He's supposed to be on the lookout for these kinds of things. Maybe he should work harder so that there are no children who are ever put in this situation again. He could set up a hotline on his radio show. But the biggest problem here is probably society itself though. Sigh, there's so much that needs improving. Hisashi finishes his last stroll around the city when he realizes something. He's been patrolling since 4 p.m. but he hasn't come across any villains at all. Hisashi starts to look in their usual areas, but he still finds none. This is unusual. He's about to give up on his villain search. Wow, can't believe he's looking for villains this time, when his phone rings. Hey Hisashi, have you finished your patrol yet? Wanna hang out? Nomuri asks. Perfect timing. I wanna ask you something. How many villains have you come across today? Oh yeah, none apparently. I also asked Tsukachi-kun about this, and he said that all the heroes that patrolled today didn't come across any villains at all. He said, and I quote, "Midnight, this is like my day off." So you wanna hang out or nah? She asks again. I want to go to sleep, maybe tomorrow. Sleep? Wow, am I dreaming? He sighs. Yes ma'am. Can I go now? Fine. With that she hangs up and Hisashi quietly walks home. It's only a 10 minutes walk from where he is, so it doesn't take him long to arrive at their apartment. He puts in the passcode and opens the door. He walks in and finds that the light is still on. Shoyuta. It's 2 a.m. Go to sleep. Hisashi yells at his roommate when he finds the guy buried under cats and paperwork in the living room. Hisashi expects his best friend to have gone to sleep already, but turns out he's so wrong. Shoyuta groans from the couch. Jesus, did he get any sleep this week? Hisashi quickly walks up to the guy and drags him out from the pile of papers. Should've come on. What are you even working on this late? Hisashi peeks over to see a file on a kid. A green-haired kid named Midoriya Izuku and with an alias, Bunny. Is this a case you're on? Shoyuta glares at him and answers half-heartedly, yeah, me and Naomasa are trying to figure out what the kid's purpose is. But recently Midoriya hasn't come out at all. Hell, villains that are associated with the kid are all gone too. Speaking of villains' disappearance, do you know that I didn't find any ranked villains while I was patrolling? Shoyuta looks up in interest, so Hisashi continues, usually I would find some of them, but this week I found none. The whole patrol I only greeted some fans and stopped like 2 amateur robbers. Huh, interesting, Shoyuta mumbles. Yeah, and now it's time to go to sleep. Come on. Shudo gives the cats one last scratch before he stands up. Fine. The commission has been too quiet lately. Kigo hasn't heard anything from them in a long time. Even when he stopped sending them daily reports and visiting the president, they still didn't text or call him. Which is very unusual and worrying. Kigo isn't sure what they're up to, and that's more than a bit concerning. He has been staying with Bunny for a while now, and during his stay Kigo didn't go out to do hero work. He just didn't feel like it, and isn't that concerning for the now #1 hero? Ashit, he still can't believe that the position fell to him like that. Kigo doesn't even need to work for it. And that makes the fact that the HPSC is a bit too quiet bother him a lot. Kigo is brushing Aries' hair when he gets a text from one of his closest friends. Mommy Bunny, come to your apartment. He hasn't heard from Rumi for a very long time, and it's weird for her to reach out to him first. Whatever it is about, it must be important. Kigo gently lifts Aries off his lap and hands her to Ray. Where are you going? Bunny asks. My apartment. The kid blinks then smiles at him. Can I come with you? Kigo raises his brow. Why would you want to come with me? It gets boring in here sometimes, you know, Bunny pouts. Rumi probably doesn't know the kid anyway. Fine . He doesn't even get a chance to finish his sentence as Bunny jumps into his waiting arms. Why is he so soft for this kid? They arrive at Kigo's apartment balcony less than half an hour later, and he knows immediately that something is wrong. Stay behind me, he mumbles to Bunny. Kigo brings out his feather sword and slides the door open quietly. He walks in slowly, his gaze sweeping the room, and he frowns. Kigo arrives at the living room and he stops dead in his tracks. Bunny walks right into his wings. "Ow, what the hell?" the kid whines, but Kigo just gapes at what is in front of him. "Oh hey Kay." Rumi, still decked out in her Miruko outfit, greets from the couch, as if she doesn't have 5 unconscious men at her feet, all of which wear a black outfit and a mask to cover their identity. What the F happened here? Rumi ignores him when her eyes land on the adorable green-haired kid behind him, who coincidentally is wearing a limited edition Miruko hoodie today. Oh my god. He's so cute. In the blink of an eye, Rumi has Bunny in her arms and is hugging him tightly. Don't tell me that the reason why you are gone is because you're taking care of your son. Bunny blushes. He's not my son. Can we get back to why you texted me and why is there a pile of bodies on my carpet? Rumi stops hugging Bunny but doesn't let the kid go, her face turning serious. The commission revoked your hero license. What? What? Why? He and Bunny speak at the same time. But why would the commission do that? Hawks is the #1 hero, and they get rid of him just like that? That's so unreasonable. Rumi tilts her head. Personally, I think they suspect that you're gonna betray them. Kigo makes a face. What did I do? Hey, I broke in and read your report. Anybody could tell that you're withholding information. So they probably cut you off before you try anything funny. They've been on fire since Endeavor's secret got revealed. They must be afraid you'd reveal yours too since you're with the villains now, she explains. Kigo sighs. What about these guys? He points at the unconscious men. Oh, that. The commission FANG sent them to eliminate you. I didn't even break a sweat beating them. Kigo goes silent. He needs time to process this. Luckily, Bunny is here to fill in the silence. So, Miruko-san, what are you going to do next? From the way you phrase it, Hawks really betrayed you guys. Kigo shoots him with a glare but the kid ignores him. Rumi looks down at the boy. Well, first of all, call me Rumi. Secondly, I'm not with the commission because, as you can see, they don't have anything to tie me down unlike this stupid bird. And I don't really care anyway, as long as I get to save people and Kay is still alive. Bunny smiles. Wow, Mirumi-san, you're a great hero. She ruffles the kid's hair. Thanks, kid. Wait, what's your name? Ah, I'm Izuku. Ooh, nice, he finally knows Bunny's real name. Okay, Izuku-kun, what should we do with the bodies? I could just kick them out the window. Rumi, this is, like, the 20th floor. Kigo cuts in. Who cares? Anyway. Bunny cuts their bickering short. Maybe we could send them to the police for trespassing. Ah, little Bunny, you're so smart, Rumi coos before she walks away to call the police. She seems to like you a lot, he says to the boy. Bunny huffs. Better than she dropkick me because I'm a villain. You think she could be on your side? Kigo can't help but ask. She said she'll always be on your side. Right. And you don't have to worry about being a villain anyway, Hawks. Kigo tilts his head. But is this about your guy's plan that I don't know about? Yup. He wants to ask more, but Rumi's voice cuts him off. I'm back, let's go out for lunch and discuss how to end the commission. Rumi shouts. Bunny grins at her. Already started on it, Rumi-san. Tell me about it, baby bunny. Kigo sighs fondly as he follows them out of the apartment. He really wants to know what is up with the commission, but he just has to wait and see how everything will turn out. While they walk, he decides to bring out his phone and check the hero website, and wow, Rumi wasn't kidding. His name has been removed from the official website. It wouldn't take long for people to notice. Oh shit. Izuku curses before quickly hiding behind him. What dash dot? He gets cut off by a flaming lasso being whipped towards his face. Kigo barely avoids it, sending 5 feathers towards that direction and 2 feathers to look out behind them. He pulls Bunny closer to him. Heck yeah. Time to kick some butt, baby. Rumi shouts as she kicks some guy in the head. It's only a few moments later that the area is completely surrounded by people that got sent by the commission. They're wearing similar black outfits as the men in his apartment. Didn't they really wanted him dead, huh? Maybe I should call Kurojiri. Just in case. Bunny mumbles. Kigo couldn't agree more. This is gonna take a while. Mirai considers foresight as an overpowered quirk. How could he not? To be able to see the person's future is such a good power. The only bad thing about it is that the future can't be changed, which means that Mirai can only accept what he sees and continue on with his life. So when he sees his death at the hand of Overhaul, Mirai could do nothing but fight the villain until his time has to come to an end. He still remembers the moment, the spikes only inches away from his face. Mirai remembers how he already gave up and hoped that Mirio would make it out alive. But what he definitely didn't see with his quirk was Shigaraki Tamura and his league of villains coming through the roof and falling on top of Chisaki Kai, shouting something about Bunny and Eri. Mirai sees Overhaul escaping, but he thinks he passes out for a while because the next thing he hears is a scream of agony from Overhaul. And that's the only thing he hears before passing out again. It really is a miracle. There are no casualties at all except for the disappearance of Overhaul and the last set of quirk erasing bullets. Mirai gets out of the hospital within a week. And that gets him thinking. This is the second time that his quirk was wrong. Mirai had been so sure that All Might would die at the hands of All for One. He has been telling Toshinori since the guy got the injuries, but of course the elf didn't listen to Mirai. But it doesn't matter, because somehow, Toshinori is still alive. Mirai watched the live stream and he couldn't believe that All for One let his arch-nemesis survive. Maybe Mirai doesn't know this quirk as well as he thought. He finishes his paperwork and decides to take a walk to clear his head. Mirai strides along the sidewalk as he enjoys the cool breeze of the evening when he passes by a coffee shop. Mirai is about to enter but an arm blocks his path. He turns to the person before immediately looking away. Mind Heist stands there in a luxury black suit, grinning at him. The villain isn't wearing his usual sunglasses. Ah, come on Night Eye. I'm wearing contacts, so no illegal quirk usage, the villain says and winks at him. Does Mirai trust him? Not at all. But what can he do in this situation? He doesn't have any weapons on him and he doesn't want to waste his quirk on fighting this guy. Mirai sighs as he turns to face the red-haired villain. True to his words, instead of disturbing blood-like red eyes, he meets glowing golden irises. Actually, it kinda reminds him of Hawk's eyes. What do you want? Mirai finally asks after he deems the villain not dangerous. For now. They walk away from civilians and end up in a secluded alley. Mind Heist, still smiling, steps away from him. Well, I heard you got injured. So I came to visit my favorite hero. Since when did I become your favorite? Mirai asks tiredly. Since you're the first hero who got assigned to my case. Then the villain adds, I still don't know why you quit. Am I too troublesome? Mirai pushes up his glasses. I don't know why I'm going to tell you this, but the commission said that catching you would be a waste of resources and time, so they just removed my name. Mind Heist's grin widens. Good thing they're about to be gone then. Mirai stills. What did he just say? Well, that's the reason I'm here. I don't think you used your quirk today yet, so use it on me please. I really want to know if the future will be good. Mirai narrows his eyes. Why would I even want to waste my quirk like that? Don't you want to know why it's so calm lately? I would call this a calm before the storm, you know? The villain teases. Mirai stays silent, thinking about the pros and cons of if he actually decides to use his quirk on Mind Heist. While the villain could use Mind Steal while Mirai looks at the future, his curiosity gets the better of him. His colleagues have been telling him about how all the ranked villains have disappeared lately, including All for One. So Mirai takes the chance in front of him. Fine, he says. Mind Heist perks up. Nice. I know you're interested too. The villain lifts his hand up in front of him, like a high five. Mirai reluctantly touches the guy's hand and activates foresight. Mind Heist leaves Mirai alone in the alley. He steps into the purple swirling portal. Kurogyres, his mind supplies. Mind Heist hugs a green-haired kid. Mirai fast-forwards his quirk and stops when he sees All for One. All for One in a black suit, walking in front of Mind Heist. They're in a big hallway decorated with red and gold carpet, chandeliers, and white walls spotted with paintings and photographs. Mind Heist looks back at a group of high-ranked villains wearing suits trailing behind him. They walk into a large, luxurious room with a stage and a microphone at the front. Reporters and their teams of cameramen fill the room, chatting quietly amongst themselves. The villains take a seat behind all the cameras. It's a while before Nedzu walks into the room. Silence washes over everyone. Why is he there? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. His vision gets cut off when Mind Heist brings his hand back, the villain's eyes now their usual red tone. Mirai blinks and sighs. Only Erasure and Mind Steel can stop his quirk, which is why he doesn't get along well with Mind Heist. But anyways, that vision was definitely not what he was expecting. He has so many questions. Where are they? Why are they all in suits? Why is Nedzu there? When he looks up to ask some of those things to the villain, the guy is already gone. Mirai quickly leaves the alley and goes back to his agency. He has some calls to make and maybe he should try to find the location of that building he saw too. There's something big coming. Recently, Nedzu has been acting weird. Shoyuta doesn't know exactly what makes him come to that conclusion, but he just gets these feelings every time the rat principal is up to something. Nedzu has been gleeful. The rat has been like this since Endeavor was defeated by his own family. Shoyuta suspects it was because the fire hero finally got the consequences he deserved. The man had abused his wife and children after all. Nedzu probably can get behind Dabi's plans since the rat also experienced something like that. Nedzu never told him about his past, so Shoyuta can only guess so much. He decides to let his concerns slip away. There's more important things to be focused on than the principal who will always be a mystery to Shoyuta. For instance, Todoroki Shudo, a boy who associates himself with Bunny, Midoriya Izuku. Even though the kid isn't the traitor, Shoyuta still keeps an eye on him. The Bunny case is one thing, but the other is how calm the kid is, especially after the Endeavor incident. Shoyuta suspects that Todoroki might have known or had something to do with it. How can someone keep their cool after their family has a bloodbath in front of people on live television? Not to mention the documents that got spread like a wildfire across the internet about everything Endeavor has done. Normal kids probably couldn't handle all of that, but here Todoroki Shudo is, not seeming to care at all. The rest of the kid's family also disappeared, coincidentally, at the same time as Bunny. It's only because of the dorm system that Todoroki is still here, which means Shoyuta can keep an eye on the kid in case he decides to do something. But the boy can't go outside anyway, unless he wants to get pounced on by the hungry reporters. There's no class today, so Shoyuta goes to check on the kids in their dorms. When he arrives, almost everyone is lounging around the common room. Except for Kaminari and, of course, Todoroki. Where's the other two? He asks Azui as she passes by him. She tilts her head. They said they went out for a jog. Jogging at 10 a.m.? When did Todoroki even become friends with Kaminari? No, when did Todoroki even have friends? The only person who Shoyuta saw hanging out with the dual-haired kid is Midoriya. He's about to go out and find them himself when the ringtone he set for Naomasa rings. Naomasa never calls him unless there's an emergency or there's something important. Yes. He answers. Shoyuta the villain-friendly zone is open. The detective pants out. What? How'd you know that? What happened? Only few people know, and a vigilante told me about it. They said that the boss is out of town and as you know, villains have all disappeared recently, so the zone is safe to enter as long as we don't do anything bad. Shoyuta forgets about Todoroki and quickly walks out from the dorm. Where are you right now? Station's parking lot. I'm starting my car right now. See you in front of UA in 5. Just as Shoyuta makes it to UA's gate, he spots Naomasa's car immediately. Shoyuta quickly gets in. It's so rare for the villain zone to be open. And there's no one to antagonize them either. They could get a lot of information by just looking at the town. If they get lucky, they might find some civil villains' relatives who won't get bothered to be questioned. Shoyuta is too excited to notice that something wrong is happening behind him. He is oblivious to the electric spark that runs along the school's gate, making the door malfunction and creating an electric dome that covers the entire school, locking useful pro-heroes and students from the commission. They decide to walk into the villain-friendly zone as it would be easier to look around than staying in the car. Shoyuta walks a little bit behind Naomasa, letting the man lead the way since he seems to know where he's going. Surprisingly, they pass a lot of people and none of them are villains. Some share a resemblance to some, but Shoyuta knows they're just villains' relatives who just want to live a peaceful life away from the commission. The people seem to know who he is too, judging by the "hello Eraserhead" he receives from literally everyone. Isn't that weird? Maybe the vigilante not only told us but the residents as well, Naomasa suggests. Shoyuta nods. At least they aren't mad at us for using our chance to get in here. They walk for a while before Naomasa stops in front of the most expensive-looking building on the entire street. He can't see what's inside, so Shoyuta could only wait for the detective to say something. This place is where all the villains usually come for a meetup. According to my source, this place is like a center hall in this city, Naomasa says as he grabs the door handle. Are you sure we won't be charged with trespassing? Yes, just in case. 70%. Where's the other 30% then? With that, the detective opens the door and steps inside, Shoyuta following behind closely. He peeks in and finds himself staring into familiar green eyes. Midoriya blinks at them and then smiles. I knew it. I was so sure that you guys would come. True, Naomasa whispers. Shoyuta sighs. He couldn't expect less from the number one problem child. Come in, come sit. Let me make some coffee. Bunny trails off as he disappears inside the door behind him. Shoyuta feels like someone is staring at them, so he turns to the side. And the entire Todoroki family is there, looking at them with various expressions. Todoroki Rei, Todoroki Fuyumi, Todoroki Natsuo, and a little girl who looks similar to them sitting on their mother's lap. Oh, you're Shudo's homeroom teacher, Todoroki Fuyumi says quietly. If I may ask, why are you guys here? Naomasa asks as he moves to sit on the couch opposite of them. Shoyuta follows him. Fuyumi turns to her mother and her brother for help, but none of them seem interested in the conversation. Bunny comes to the rescue as always, the boy coming back with a tray of dessert and coffee. I still can't believe I'm in the same room as you guys and you aren't trying to catch me. I still wonder why the boss decided that it's okay to let people know how you can get in the zone today. Kid. Midoriya would have rambled for a while if not for Shoyuta. The kid blushes and puts down the tray. Hey, anyway, you're welcome to stay, but you gotta leave before the villains come back. The real question is, where are they? They've been gone for a while now, Naomasa asks the boy. Midoriya hums, looking at the clock then back at the television. You will get your answer in a few minutes, detective. Shoyuta doesn't trust that at all. Something is going to happen today, isn't it? You're not going to tell us? He asks. Nah, it's a surprise. And right on time, the documentary on the TV gets cut off. A broadcast starts, and judging by the reporters who just came into the frame, it's live. Good afternoon, I'm Asahi Ryu from Janin. We're sorry to interrupt your regular scheduled program to bring you this breaking news. This just in, we received an invitation from UA High School principal, Mr. Nedzu, to join in a press conference that he himself has organized. Shoyuta whips his head to face Naomasa, but it seems like the guy didn't know about this either. What the hell is the rat doing? Live from the government house, and we haven't seen anyone from the ministry yet. But Mr. Nedzu is walking onto the stage right now. A video pops up right next to the news reporter, probably from the cameraman at the conference. Nedzu is at the microphone. The principal taps the mic a couple times. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Principal Nedzu. You're probably wondering why I'm here today. Let me get straight to it then. We are here today to tell you all the crimes that the Hero Public Safety Commission has committed since the start of their organization. They can hear murmurs and even a gasp from the reporters. Shoyuta can only sit there looking at the TV with wide eyes. Let's start with their very first project, a laboratory that got buried after a war many years ago. Let me introduce you to Subject 845+1. Izuka sits there, smiling proudly as Nedzu announces the next speaker, and he's even prouder when Kigo appears in the video. If he were one of the reporters at that place, he would have screamed from the sheer amount of shock, not only from the story by Nedzu and the appearance of Hawks, but also the fact that the information on the commission is real. There's evidence in everything Nedzu has said, and there will be more. Kigo chuckles into the mic. Wow, this is the first time you guys are hearing my name, huh? Let me introduce myself again. Wish I could say my name in different circumstances, but hi, my name is Takami Kigo, and today I'm going to tell you guys about a child that got ripped from his family to fool some stupid project. I don't know what it's called, but most of my friends named it the child soldier. As Kigo's speech continues, Izuku has a fun time scrolling through his phone, reading through the internet's reaction. Everything is going well, just like he expected, and there's no chance for the government to cover this up now. There's even some people who are forming together to protest at the commission building and the government's house as well. They want all of the staff and ministers gone as soon as possible. But unknown to them, Mind Heist is already starting that part. Eraserhead and Detective Tsukachi have gone quiet, but Izuku can sense the awe coming from them. Who would have guessed that the villains could do what they couldn't, huh? After Kigo, there's more people, a family who got threatened by the commission, a relative who lost their loved one to the corrupt organization, and many more. When everyone finishes, they all think that the conference is done. But then Nedzu walks up again. That's all for the reveal. The principal laughs. Now, to the most important part in this event. Usually, all the people who are responsible for this would all be stripped from their positions and face their appropriate penalties, which includes the current government who act oblivious and let this all happen. Then, we would hold an election later, right? But me and my team have been working for a while now to make a plan to make this society better. It may come as a rush thing to do, but let me introduce you to the new Prime Minister and his team. Please welcome. A very familiar white-haired man walks onto the stage next to Nedzu. Red eyes full of amusement nods politely at the reporters. Mr. Shigaraki dashed. Detective Tsukachi stops what he's doing and stares at the screen in horror. Izuku stifles a laugh behind his cup of vanilla latte. The beginning of a new era has begun. Elsewhere, All Might spits out his tea. Notes. Here's what we get from this chapter. All Might is the last holder of OFA, he won't pass on the quirk. Gasp, oh my god, they were roommates. JK, the key point is that the villains disappear. The commission panicked and said, nah, you ain't hero no more. And Kurogyari actually helped them by dropping the men in black into the ocean somewhere. Mind Heist, here's a free first row ticket to see the future. Oh, also, his quirk won't work if he wears contact. Izuku finally meet his second and third dad. Ah yes, you can actually enter the villain-friendly zone if there's no villain there. But it's not known to the general public. Questions. Why lock the pros and students in the school? Because it's in case the commission use the panic button and call all the heroes. And UA is probably the closest. Shudo and Denki is the one doing that. They hide in the principal's office and do their job. Where are the villains when the overthrow happens? Some are surrounding the HPSC and the government building. Some get inside and keep the people in check in case they try to do something. Explains Hawk's POV. Mind Heist used his quirk on one of the commission's worker. He saw that they knew Hawks will betray them. So Mind Heist used his quirk to make the worker send out the order to eliminate Hawks. It's a chance to not only discard the commission's pets, people in the black outfits, but trolls Hawks as well. By getting rid of all the fighters, it's so much easier for all the villains to surround and take over the commission's building. I know I might left out some details, so if there's any questions, ask away. Chapter 23. Summary. Midoriya Izuku, the villain's barista. Notes. Just to clarify, in the last chapter, the one who became the Prime Minister is All for One. It's kinda my fault because I forgot that both Tamura and AFO are a Shigaraki. All Might spits out his tea because his arch-nemesis just take over the country. Sorry for the confusion. I can't believe this is the last chapter OMG and we're almost 100k hits too. Thank you so much you guys, 3 less than 3. Beta read by Munderskar. Some intro. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Bonnie. Iced cappuccino and hazelnut latte, please. Coming. Izuku replies as he quickly finishes cleaning up the table. He runs back and jumps over the counter to make the order as fast as possible. There's still people that haven't ordered yet, and there's some tables that haven't been cleaned too. The front door opens and a familiar fire villain walks in. Dabi, come help me. Izuku shouts. Dabi rushes to the kitchen and comes back with an apron on, ready to help Izuku like he does every day. It's their new routine. Izuku works alone in the morning and Dabi will come and help in the afternoon since people usually like to come in during that time. The cafe is busy as always. Nothing has changed there at all. Unlike society since All for One and all the villains took over the government. Izuku still remembers it. The only word that suited the situation that day was chaos. The moment when Nedzu announced All for One as the next prime minister, Izuku can't even describe what the citizens felt. Shock? Surprise? Betrayal? Nedzu supported the mysterious villain that ended All Might? But the people could only ask questions, not do anything about it. The new number 1 hero Hawks was also there, and the rest of the top 10 who had been quiet for a while now. It's like they all agree with this happening. Other heroes tried, but what can a small group of heroes do against high-ranked villains that surround the entire government and commission building? And if someone is lucky, and their names are on the list of heroes who receive money from the HPSC to do bad stuff, well, they may or may not get caught and disappear off the face of the earth. It's like a hero's wipeout actually. Stain was so happy about this. After the heroes' disappearances occur, a news report of their actions come out as well. The plan is to keep the balance of the citizens' feelings. They feel scared that villains are taking over the country, but they are also seeing what was hidden from them. So while they don't trust the villain government yet, their trust in the heroes starts to crumble. The next part is the law, and this one is the best change in Izuku's opinion. People are not born equal. This sentence won't be happening any longer. All for One takes discrimination very seriously. The supervillain told Izuku about the time when he was young, a story about people with quirks who got shunned by the society. And it's still a deep-rooted problem today. But instead of the one with a quirk being pushed down, it's the quirkless, villainous dash, weak dash, and mutation quirks that get tossed aside by the ones with better quirks. All for One rewrites the law and adds punishments to quirk discrimination, which Izuku doesn't get a chance to see in action. Yes, Izuku doesn't see how Aldra burned down to the ground. Yet, society that determines someone's worth by their quirk would soon be gone. It might take a while, but they're getting there. Heroes also used to only care about doing their job in front of cameras and fans, which led to some parts of the country being left behind, but the villains who got assigned to take care of the heroes also send them out to the neglected areas that homeless and poor people are living in. Some high-ranked villains suggested canceling the heroes' power-based ranking altogether. In the villain world, the rank is based on how dangerous they are to the heroes, but heroes' ranking is different. The commission is responsible for the chart, which is why someone like Endeavor could still become number. The HPSC didn't care for anything else except for powerful heroes running around. So now with Nedzu becoming the new commission's president, the principal would make sure that no one like Endeavor would get in the rank again. They can't cancel the heroes chart after all, people still need to see the pillars that they could rely on. As for the heroes, they all still have their job. Even though a group of high-ranked villains now rule the country, there will still be some people who just want to hurt, destroy, or create chaos no matter how society changes. That's the line that separates All for One's villains from the others. And now it's the hero's job to keep the peace of the country by fighting all those criminals. That is just some things that have changed since All for One took over the government. There'll be a lot more coming, and Izuku can't wait to see how this society will be like in the future. He isn't too sure if All for One still has that emperor thing going on. The last customer leaves and Izuku slumps down onto the couch. Wow, I can't believe we actually finished all the orders. Dabi snickers and flops down next to him. You say that every day. Izuku huffs. Well, I can't help it. At least I have you to help me now. I would have died if I worked alone. The fire villain ruffles his hair. See? I told ya that me rejecting the position in the office is a good thing. I like it better here. But you could do so much with the laws. Dabi snorts. There's a lot of people who are suited for that. Let me live my life. I still can't believe Shigaraki is interested in politics. He does have a politics degree though. Good for him then. Izuku lets his head fall onto Dabi's shoulder. Speaking of Tamura, Do you want to visit him today? We could bring dinner and coffee. Sure, I guess? Do we need to pick up the kids at UA? Nope. Shudo will come here when he finishes his classes. They rest for a while before they decide to get up to prepare dinner. Izuku really wants to eat something fancy and he knows the other wants to as well. Yesterday Fuyumi gave them a cookbook and Mind Heist also stuffed the fridge full of expensive ingredients, so Izuku and Dabi have been choosing some dishes and they're going to make them today. We don't have to pack it in a container. We could just put it on a plate and let Kurogyari do his job and drop them in the dining room, Izuku says as he carefully puts down the sake poached chicken onto the soba noodles. They're making different soba dishes today, and it looks so good already. All for One could hire them as his personal chefs and Izuku wouldn't even complain. He's come to love cooking as much as making coffee now. Nice. They wouldn't look as fancy as they are on the plate, right? Dabi chuckles while he grills the fish that got marinated in miso beforehand. Ah, the smell of that alone makes his mouth water. It might have been difficult to make more than 10 dishes of fancy soba, but Dabi and him count themselves as professionals, so they finish the entire table before it's dinner. Shudo and Kaminari arrive just in time, so they and Dabi help Kurogyari carry the plates while Izuku works on the coffees. He puts everything on a tray and hurriedly follows everyone through the portal. Izuku steps onto the crimson-red carpet. He's in the main hallway, judging by the paintings and artworks along the wall before turning to the closest door and walking in. The large dining room has dark hardwood flooring topped by a soft-looking rug. In the center, a long marble dining table stands with cushioned chairs, and crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling. There's also a fireplace and a built-in wine rack to the side of the room as well. The room is decorated with paintings just like the hallway. The most remarkable thing in this room is probably the glass sliding doors that open to the balcony with an expansive view. Wow, is this where all the taxes went? Izuku puts down the coffees at the bar next to the wine rack, almost dropping it when someone suddenly hugs him from the back. Bunny, I missed you, Mind Heist says as he nuzzles Izuku's hair. He chuckles. Mind Heist, that tickles. And we just saw each other this morning, Mr. Minister of Finance. Mind Heist turns Izuku around to greet him properly and smirks. Ah, are you going to call everyone by their position from now on? Come on, it's cool. He gives the villain a cheeky grin before he walks up to the table. Izuku and Dabi made a lot of food, too much food actually. So it's a good coincidence that the League and all the villains that are close to him came to work today. Izuku gets a head pat from Pharaoh's cloth as he sits down next to Izuku. He beams at the amethyst-haired villain. It's been a long time since they last saw each other. While greeting all of his friends, he spots something white in the corner of his eye. Izuku turns in that direction and has to stop himself from screaming when he stares into Nedzu's eyes. Nedzu is sitting on All for One's shoulder, sipping Izuku's homemade sweet tea while looking at him like he's the most interesting thing in the world. Oi, Nedzu. Stop looking at my kid right now, he's about to lose his effing mind. Mind Heist complains as he settles on the other side of Izuku. The UA principal snickers. Now, Tetsuya-kun. I apologize, but the boy who's behind almost all of your projects is finally here. I can't help but want to get to know him a bit. Wait, Nedzu knows about him? Izuku doesn't know whether he should be scared or honored. So he decides to give the principal a small smile instead. They all settle into their seats and start eating their dinner, and conversation flows like it used to. Izuku gets to know what they have been up to with their new jobs. The villains really want society to become better, even though they kind of didn't do it in the right way. It's to be expected that citizens will be wary of them, so the villains have to work harder if they want to succeed. The progress is slow, but it is noticeable. Hopefully the citizens will warm up to them soon. Izuku considers them lucky. In other universes, citizens and heroes might not be this willing to move on from all of the villains' activity, or let them rule the country at all. But in this case, they all just want to see their society become better, and it's easier if they just forget the black and white side and help each other instead. It takes a while for everything to settle back to normal. And it's time for Izuku to explore the government house. He never got the chance to take a look around yet, with him being busy at the cafe and everyone still trying to work out how to take care of their country, but now it's time. Izuku walks along the corridor, looking at all the pictures and paintings in interest. When he passes by any room, he goes inside and takes a look around. Izuku is alone today, but that won't stop him from exploring the place. And just as expected, this building is definitely where all the taxes went, because oh my god, there's a massive indoor pool in the government building. Not to mention a library, computer room, arcade, gym, basketball court, and the most important part, an entire cafe on the first floor. The first 3 floors are all for entertainment, but at least the rest are all offices and work-related rooms. Izuku kinda craves some coffee right now, might as well make one right here. He walks to the coffee bar, checking all the ingredients and looking for any dust. When Izuku's sure that it's clean, he gets to work. While making the coffee, he can't help but think that this reminds him of the first day at the villain Café. Izuku was all alone in the cafe, trying to understand what the hell is going on after he got kidnapped by a notorious villain. He's all anxious and scared, but after he met with Reaper and made it out alive, everything seems to get better after that. Everyone loves his coffee, and the coffee is like a string that attaches him and all the villains together. If someone told Izuku that he would have a whole army of friends just from being a barista when he was a kid, he wouldn't believe it at all. And to make things even better, his analysis gets appreciated. Who would have thought that villains would cherish some kid's work like that? And it all spirals from there. Izuku's life is so full of happiness. He's surrounded by kind and nice people, and he never comes across a day where he doesn't smile. Then comes Dabi, who's like a brother to him. A guy who stayed by his side from day one until now. Following his brother, Shudo comes into his life by accident, but it turns out to be the best thing for both of them. 2 kids with no friends their age find comfort in each other and are inseparable ever since. Everything then leads to Endeavor's downfall, which would become the greatest event that ever happened for the Todoroki family. The family now lives together happily in a new mansion that Shudo bought with Endeavor's money. They officially adopted Eri and have lived happily in their new life ever since. Not to mention the League of Villains. A group that started with 2 guys who just wanted Bunny to join their little gang. The only goal was just to kill All Might, but as time goes on, everything changed for the better. They formed a team, a family, and they're rebuilding society together. Tamura realized that he enjoys politics and working alongside All for One, so he got a degree and started working in the office. Kurogyari became his assistant of course, so nothing much changed between them. Spinner also got a position in the office, so he and, surprisingly, Gang Orga are now working towards helping kids and people with mutation quirks who got wronged by society. This is the first time that a hero is working with a villain to improve things, and it's getting a positive response. So more team-ups follow. Mr. Compress teams up with the Ida 10 agency in working with charities for poor and homeless people. Magna and female heroes also help in women's charities and such. Izuku hasn't heard much from Twice and Toga. But he does know that Twice somehow ended up as a vigilante. The guy isn't afraid to use his quirk anymore, since he now knows that he's the original. So the villain is now beating up bad guys at night, and with his quirk, he's having a lot of fun with that. As for Toga, she somehow made friends with almost the entirety of one. Izuku doesn't know how the girls forgave the villain, who hurt them at the summer camp, but he guesses it has something to do with how close Toga and Kaminari are recently. Lastly is Dabi, who doesn't want to do anything except stay with Izuku and his family. The fire user insisted that he just wants to live his life, and he doesn't want anything to do with the government. Since his goal when becoming a villain was to destroy Endeavor, he got what he wanted already. Now he just wants to chill and watch everything from the sidelines. Izuku has no problem with that of course, seeing his family happy makes him happy as well. Enjoying yourself? A familiar deep and toneless voice speaks up, startling him just a bit. Izuku looks up and smiles at Reaper. Dimon, now this is totally like his first day in the cafe. Yep, he answers as he sips his favorite drink, vanilla latte. You want some? The villain pats his hair gently. Iced caramel macchiato. And I'm not the only one here. Izuku turns to the side and meets with almost everyone that came to work today. What? Why are you guys all here? The villains either chuckle or smile at him. Ah, come on Bunny. The smell literally spread all over the place. We can't help but miss your coffee, Overcast walks through the crowd and grabs the coffee out of his hand before the villain takes a sip from it. Izuku sighs before he turns back to make more drinks. Believe it or not, he actually remembers all of their favorite coffees. The villains seem to forget about them needing to get back to work because after they all get their coffees, they are still hanging around the area either talking to him or their colleagues. It's such a lovely sight to see, everyone enjoying themselves while drinking his coffee. Izuku doesn't know how to explain, but it just makes his heart warm seeing all this. Don't you guys have work to do? Izuku, and probably everyone, stiffen, all eyes on All for One and Mind Heist when they step into the room. Boss. Of course, but can't we get just a little break? Overcast says sheepishly, trying his best to look guilty. All for One sighs, his handsome face frowning lightly. It's 9 a.m. You've only worked for an hour. Fine, the villain huffs, before he grabs Umbra's and Reaper's hands, drags them away, and disappears into the elevator. The other villains follow them, giving Izuku a wave before they leave to do their work. Izuku, who doesn't have anything to do today, doesn't move. Now you, little bunny, Mind Heist says as he takes the coffee from Izuku's hand. What's with everyone taking his drink today? What? The villain says nothing and instead squishes Izuku's cheek with his free hand. What? Izuku tilts his head as he repeats the question. What are you going to do next? Maybe go back to the cafe dash. All for One clears his throat, cutting him off. What he means is, what are you going to do in the future? Help Tetsuya in the office? Analyst? Do you want to work with the heroes? Or are you going to continue what you do? Izuku blinks. He never thought about that before. What does he want to do in the future? Now that the villains kinda rebuilt society, Izuku could be literally anything. But what does he want though? He loves being a barista, but he is also passionate about analysis. I don't know yet. Izuku says uncertainly. How come he never thought about this? A hand ruffles his hair and he looks up to see Mind Heist smiling softly at him. Well, you don't have to think about it too much. Even if you just want to do nothing and sleep all day, I would still spoil you until I run out of money. And that would never happen. We're just curious is all. Pumpkin spice latte for me? Izuku nods and quickly makes it for the supervillain. He can feel both eyes on him still, but he doesn't mention it. Are you free this Monday? All for One suddenly speaks up. Yeah. I think Dabi can take care of the cafe alone. Why? I got a job for you. To say that the heroes are nervous is an understatement. This is the first meeting that both villains and heroes will be in the same room for since All for One became the new Prime Minister of Japan. Aizawa Shoyuda is one of them. He was so surprised that the supervillain considered some underground heroes to be present in this meeting. So here he is, sitting quietly beside Hawks who hasn't stopped talking to him since he sat down. And I was like, I didn't even know that Endeavor is that bad dash. Where were you when you became number one? You disappeared for months. Shoyuda cuts his rambling and asks the important question. He can see some heroes become quiet and listen into their conversation. Hawks blinks and his wings flutter lightly. I just needed some time to process all the things that happened, you know? That's it. Dash. Nope. Maruko appears out of nowhere and sits next to the winged hero. He just got adopted by a baby bush. He almost retired and became a full-time dad, you know? The heroes around them look at them confusedly, but some villains chuckle at that. Bush baby? His mind supplies him with an image of that certain green-haired child. But he shakes his head, that can't be the kid. Hawks splutters. What? I just like his coffee. And he already has a dad. Before they can continue the conversation, the door opens. Silence washes over the room as All for One, followed by Shigaraki and Mind Heist, walks into the room. It's like there's a spotlight shining down on them because no one can take their eyes off the group. They're all in luxurious suits yet each looks different. They even lack the malicious aura that surrounds them when they're monologuing about their villainous tendencies. The supervillain sits on the chair at the head of the table, and Shoyuda immediately knows why some people call him the Emperor. He still can't believe this is really happening. Villains somehow rule the country, and are actually making it better. It's just so sudden, and no one was prepared for it. And even if they really want to fight, Shoyuda is sure they wouldn't win anyway. Just knowing what the government and the commission hid from the citizens makes some of them become reluctant to fight. Some heroes, including Shoyuda, of course, want to risk their careers just to see how things will turn out. And they didn't disappoint. The society really began to change. So now he's here, ready to listen to what the supervillain has to say in this meeting. Thank you for joining me today. There's so much to discuss, so let's start on it. First though, I would like everyone to meet someone very important. His existence is such a godsend to me, and all the villains dash, every hero in the room tenses. There's someone who's important to all for one? There's someone worth mentioning like that? Right on cue, someone knocks on the door and everyone holds their breath in anticipation. Whoever behind that door must have been on the same level or even higher than all for one and, guys, come help me. I can't carry all this. A very familiar soft voice speaks up, and an adorable kid with freckles and forest green-haired pokes his head around the door. No one speaks for a moment, and that makes the kid, Midoriya, blush. Guys! A couple of A-ranked stand up and quickly make their way to the kid. They come back with a tray of coffees, and the delicious scent fills the room. The heroes look at the kid in astonishment as the boy serves the drinks and desserts for them. All for one clears his throat, gaining back the attention from everyone. That should be the sign for the unknown kid to leave, in other heroes' opinions. But the boy, in an All Might hoodie, walks up to stand in the lion's den, next to the supervillain. Introduce yourself, little bunny, Mind Heist says as he pat the kid's back. The villain's eyes are filled with adoration, like a father looking at his son. Midoriya looks around the room, making eye contact with everyone including Shoyuda. Hi everyone. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm looking forward to working with all of you. While everyone stares wide-eyed at the kid, Shoyuda chuckles quietly. This kid really is something else. Who would have thought that a chance encounter with a villain would change a quirkless boy's life completely? It leads the boy to a new life. He meets friends, families, and people who cherish and appreciate him thoroughly. His journey is still ongoing, and the future is uncertain. But what is for sure though is that the boy now has all the happiness in his life like he deserves. Source: Imager.com. Midoriya Izuku, the villain's barista.